Good morning. Hi Ritz, hi Okami, how you guys doing? What's up? It is I, Stream Tom, and I didn't just get out of bed, you just got out of bed. Today we're going to be continuing doing some more solo Artificer, because it's fun and enjoyable, and also good because it's going to be good content to help people learn how to get past through many elements of the game. Also, what's up, Dravard? Welcome back to the stream team. Pretty support. Fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope everything is going well for you and yours. And it's beautiful Friday. By beautiful, I mean it is sunny outside, which means it is ice, ice, ice cold. There's a hideous cold snap. 6:22. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's still the morning here. But yeah, that's why we're starting with Snowpeaks, so I can like warm up my voice into my brain. I mean, I can throw this on camera. I'm not really doing anything. And maybe just like running through the Snowpeaks section here. In fact, before I do this, what I probably should do, which I didn't. Where is it Assassin? No, Thief Acrobat? Thief Acrobat. I can just take the movement speed here, and then I get to move faster all the time, which will make it easier for climbing this. But yeah, I'm going to be doing some Snowpeaks to look at all the different rewards and pick up some stuff. Now the thing is, I actually don't think I need to do that much Snowpeaks. I do want some of these augments, but kind of your bottleneck is usually your silver coins, but I do have quite a few coins left over from last year because these never expire. The Ruby of Snowpeaks speed is nice. The Iron Hand is nice. The Ruby of Snowpeaks is nice. These are just like okay things. The Festivault armor is in fact the Festivault robe, so it doesn't look like there's anything new here. Crown of Frost. Although I guess the one benefit is you can get a Symphony of the Fae ice weapon and then actually use it if you want, which is an interesting concept. Mini Augs and have nothing. Yeah, I mean, I cheated by doing this event last year and then forgetting to turn everything in. Literally, I was like, I'm going to log in and turn it in today. And then I logged in. It was the day after the event ended. And I was like, no. I'm not ignoring YouTube. I read every comment you said. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to stand for this slander. But yeah, and then as previously mentioned, the only thing I can recommend here that of the Snowpeaks gifts, I don't think the Snowpeaks gifts is a good set. And there's a reason. You are immune to most forms of the slow spell. Doesn't do anything, just for the record. And also, Hamstring Ward, people ask for this forever to get rid of Hamstring. We might be like, oh, Snowpeaks gifts, Hamstring Ward, that makes it so you can't get Hamstring. I hate it when archers hamstring me. But you know what's really cool when you have Hamstring Ward? And that's amazing about this, is that it doesn't work against Crippling Hit, which is the most common form of slow that enemies use. They use Hamstring and they use Crippling Hit, and those are different things. Also, what's up, Rachel? How you doing? How are you doing today? Yeah, you get buy a couple of these so you can double dip on the imbue dice. So you can put an imbue dice in your weapon and in your filigree if you want more imbue dice. It also gives you ramp and negative or positive, negative, and repair amplification, so it's not horrible. But the rest of the set's really horrible because it just doesn't do what it says it does, and Hamstring Ward just doesn't do what it says it does. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna spend some time doing some Snowpeaks as a way to wake up. As a way to become alive, because I'm tired and sleepy. So this is a good way to like wake up. Just do a few runs, have some coffee. I don't have feather falling. Oh, how do I not have feather falling? What do you mean I don't have feather falling? Oh no. You can do this without feather falling. I just can't believe I don't have it. This is an endgame character. What do you mean I don't have feather falling? How else am I supposed to do some of the raids? How do I not have feather falling? I'm so disappointed in myself. Do I have an open slot somewhere? This gear set is really old. I don't want to just like shove a feather falling augment into this gear because of how old it is and how not good it is. But what if we just did anyway? You know what? I'm impatient. We're doing it. Feather. They can't be that expensive. Ah, it's only 50 points. The best part is I bought one of these, or I just bought one of these, and I'm going to have one in my bag. Oh, no, I didn't. Nice. Where's a good place to put that? The Banned Insightful Commands, really horrible item to get, pretty good. Yeah, I'm still technically working on one of my winter loots, and it will take 100 million years to actually get there. This character's gear is really bad. I do need to update it at some point, but I have been relatively lazy. I'm not going to update the build, but I am probably going to need to update the gear, because it is quite out of date. This character is my Sun Flask thrower build, so I throw the Eternal Sun Flask. It's a first lifer, so obviously it's missing like a lot of relevant stats. I could probably upgrade the gear quite a bit and make it much more powerful. Oh, it's because I don't have movement speed either. I have to cast haste from Horizon Walker to get movement speed. That's why I'm like, why am I not able to make this? Anyways, so yeah, so this character is meant to be like a thrower, so I throw darts, and I have a dex scaling, so it's like a full dex scaling build. Usually with some type of dart thrower, you'd probably want to be like an alchemist, but I just have no desire to be an alchemist. So instead we are using this instead. First line marker. But yeah, I do need to update the gear just so I can get some slightly better numbers, which I will do eventually. I say eventually because I'm generally pretty lazy with updating gear because of how annoying it is. I don't know why my game like stuck there twice. It's weird. What's up, Hunger Max? How you doing? But yeah, I just gotta update the gear. Give me some more stats. Because the fun thing about this is the damage on this build actually isn't that horrible. Whoops. Yeah, the damage on this build isn't actually that horrible. Whoops. Oh my god. I'm so washed. This is not supposed to be this hard. No. This is not the hard section. Anyway, yeah, I just need to update my gear a little bit because the damage is fine, but my defenses are really, like, really horrible. I think I can just jump that. And the, it's here, right? No, it's not there? Oh, okay, I guess I can't grab that. Never mind. It's a cosmetic shield. It's not actually that large. The real shield is much smaller. It's been so long since I did this. Sorry, I actually skipped Snowpeaks last year. When I said I did Snowpeaks last year, I meant the last year that I was playing DDO regularly, which would have been 2023 Snowpeaks. Or 2024 Yeah, 2023 Snowpeaks. Okay. You can grab onto this somewhere. Is it this side? Nope. Okay. How do I grab onto this? Is it here? Nope. Huh. I don't remember. Is it the flask? Just on my keys to grab fast coins? Yeah. Back in the day, when I used to do this constantly, just because I enjoyed it. This is a good way to, like, use that jumping in town energy. Where do you grab this? Is it the side? It's the side, right? Maybe? Okay, you can grab the side. You can't grab any of these front sections, but you can grab the side. Why? I have no clue. Couldn't tell you. I like the climb. You get a higher percentage of gold coins, so if you need gold coins, the climb is where it's at. If you don't need gold coins, then it's better to just do the slide. Yeah, I also like jumping around in Myth Draenor. Myth Draenor has some good jumping spots. The one downside of the new hall in... Oh, I should probably get a modern Sun Flask, eh? But this is the one downside of the hall in Ludendorff. Ludendorff Town Hall is not a great spot for jumping. In particular? No, I'm trying to wake up. I don't want to start doing, like, recording before I am, like, fully awake. So I have my coffee, and I'm just gonna drink some coffee and do some Snowpeaks for a little bit. You gotta warm up, man. You gotta warm up before we get back into the solo guided Artificer, because that requires me to focus and pay attention. And I don't want to focus and pay attention. I want to, like, slowly let my blood start circulating through my body and allow my neurons start transferring information around. I missed this flask being sentient food. It was a fun reward for running this every time, that you could get like an extra 300 sentient XP. It is good that they did turn that off, but I agree with you, it was fun while it lasted. That's what I'm a big advocate for, it's fun while it lasted. Sometimes you just gotta be okay with the fact that some things are maybe busted, but that's fine. You just gotta enjoy it while it lasts. Did I get all the sleep I needed done? No, absolutely not. We did it! That was 5 minutes? I'm so washed up. I'm so washed up, dude. We're still getting there, Feedrums. We're still getting there. It's a long time. It's got quite a bit of a sticking point in my system. This is the first quest I soloed. Yeah, it's a fun quest. Like I said, I like the climb. It's fun. Some people only do the slide. I like doing the climb, man. It's a good time. Assuming you don't fall horribly like I do, because I'm bad and washed up. What level is this cast at? 38? Alright. Oh, because I didn't level up. If I get up to... Does this stop working? If I get up to level 34? I actually have no idea if I finish leveling this character. At some point, I do need to make a new gear set. I just don't know what I'm going to do. Because my gear set isn't horrible offensively, it's just I have no defenses. So if I get touched, I just instantly die. I have a good amount of dodge, but yeah. Is my name Joey? No. Yeah, this quest, I will say, if you're not somebody who does the climb regularly and you don't participate in a lot of Dungeons & Dragons Online, platforming, you know, if you're somebody who really hates the pit, I can definitely understand why many people would really hate the snow climb. Again, I personally think it's just fun to do, to like climb around. It's like an interesting challenge, but bear in mind, I'm also somebody who does like a lot of the 3D platforming, whether it's in DDO or other video games. Is my real name Tom? No. What the fuck? Anyway, no, my real name is not Tom. And I usually prefer it when people call me Strim, because Tom is just like that's just like a flourish on the end of the name. The example I always use is, imagine you meet somebody named Jonathan, and you go, "Hey, what's up, Than? How you doing, Than?" That'd be weird, wouldn't it? It'd be strange. It'd be bizarre. I'm washed. They'd correct you instantaneously, and you'd be like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Why would I call you by the end of your name instead of the beginning of your name?" I guess technically that does happen to some people, but I assume that's probably just like a sustained level of disrespect. So like an example would be like, you know, if somebody's named Robert, and you're just like, "Yo, what's up, Bert? How you doing, Bert?" Because you don't respect them. Get wrecked twice, yeah. To be Angry Dave? Oh, like Angry Joe.
Fortune favors the bold.
Classic video game review man. Calling Robert Ober? Hell yeah. Yeah, I like the pit. I like the pit as well. But like I said, I play a lot of platforming games. So I like my Mega Mans. I like your Mario games, things like that. I do just generally enjoy platformers. So this like climbing style just doesn't bother me. It's fun. Oh man, my Immortal Sunflask has, I think, the Hopeful in it. And so it just constantly yelling at me excited is amazing. No float. I'm not going to stand up right now. I just woke up. I'm tired. What the hell? Dude, you're banned. I'm banning you from that button. Actually, I might delete that button because of you. I'm going to be honest. You know what I said yesterday doesn't go far enough? I'm gonna go into your house and I'm gonna replace the bed that you have with a bed that is able to like recline without your knowledge. And then I'm going to wake you up every single morning in your house by forcing the bed to lift you up onto your feet every day. And you might be like, "Oh, it's not too bad. Then at least it'll get me out of bed, you know? Then I don't have to worry about an alarm." No, I'm gonna do it at random times. 3 a.m. Yeah, you're on your feet. 7 a.m. on your feet. You're at work, sitting in your desk chair, bed starts lifting, brain starts unconsciously reaching through the ether, you're on your feet.
Isn't this the best part
You're
of
removing the
adventuring?
button? No. Let me out. This is how much I can enjoy DDO platforming. Yeah, I think it does depend on your ping a little bit. Like for me, I think it's maybe a little bit more tedious because I have I used to have 25 and now I'm up to 80 something. But like, honestly, it's just, for me, it feels like it's just one of those things you get used to. From the years I spent playing a lot of League of Legends, all the League of Legends servers were on the West Coast and you just kind of get used to it. How many hours should I play DDO daily? As many hours as you feel comfortable with, without worrying that you're not spending time doing other tasks or shirking responsibilities, and also able to enjoy things, or without feeling like you're missing out of other opportunities because you're spending all your time playing DDO. So for example, if you're somebody who can handle turning the game on for an hour or two and then turning the game off without neglecting responsibilities around your home, still making sure you're going to work, doing healthy activities like going outside and getting some exercise, visiting family and friends, then yeah, a couple hours every day can seem pretty good.
Open it quick.
But if you find yourself avoiding interactions with other people because you want to play your video game instead, if you find yourself having difficulty enjoying new game experiences where a new game comes out and you want to play it but you feel like you can't because you're tied down to Dungeons & Dragons Online, or you feel a compulsion to do it, that's when it's a good time to take a break. Damn it! Just let me grab the ledge. This is the only annoying part about this entire dungeon, is that one single grab. Fun fact, there actually is a way you can climb over this middle ice section to get through this section faster. And then you can jump from up top and skip that whole thing. I think you can just jump here, but I didn't grab it twice. Yeah, I'm like not grabbing it. I don't know what to do. This is very annoying. Is just a clause of the user license agreement? Yeah, maybe. EA Sports, burnouts in the game. All right, where do you grab this platform? Where? Because I distinctly remember grabbing it right here, but it's like not working for me. It's like here, I swear. Okay, here is where we grab it. This, oh, I see it. There's the seam. I see, there's the seam. You can grab this section, but you can't grab this section, so you have to be on the left side. Ah, classic. It's been too long since I've done this. Cast or drink a jump potion. So jump doesn't have an effect on your character when you're already at the maximum of height. Jump height has a cap of 30. So once you've already hit 30, or sorry, 40. Once you've hit 40, you can't go any higher. I said 30 by accident. But yeah, 40. And my character, because I am a max level acrobat, has a jump, I believe, of 50 something. My jump is 48. So I am already above the cap. Any news when we're getting a psionic class or playable kobold? No. We will probably never get psionics or a playable kobold. I would like it. I think it'd be kind of cool.
How did that even happen?
But there are a couple problems with us getting psionics in Dungeons & Dragons Online. Some of them are complicated, some of them are simple. So the complicated one is that you need to distinguish psionics from spellcasters. In pen and paper, the way that psionics are distinguished is that psionics have power points, and so they kind of have like a spell point based system where spellcasters have spells per day, which completely changes up the dynamic between the different characters. However, there's a bit of a problem. You could argue, well, of course it's differentiated. It's not the same. Psionics use psychic powers. And the question is, okay, and that is, how is that functionally, visually, or like just different in any capacity from regular magic? And the answer is, it's not. It's literally everything you can do with psionics, you can do with regular magic. Reading minds, that's a spell. Paralyzing people, that's a spell. Levitating stuff, you better listen to all those big B's spells that move things. So as a result, there isn't really like a good place for psionics to actually fit in anywhere in terms of like doing something that you can't already do in Dungeons & Dragons Online. Basically, it would just be like spells that already exist that we have in the game that maybe have a different color, or maybe you can't see the spell effects because they're invisible because it's psionics instead of visible magic. Now, I'm sure there actually is an answer to this problem, and that's the whole point of game designers, is to think about these problems and go, what is the solution? Where do we go from here? How do we get that creative idea? But the problem is, I don't know if they have that. My solution to this problem is that creating a psionic class seems like it'd be too much work, because you'd have to create one character whose identity is exclusively psionics, which means you have to define the entire concept of what having mind powers is in one character class, and then it doesn't go anywhere else other than that. The way that I have thought about it is, and be recommended to have something like that in DDO, instead of adding psionics as a singular class, adding a scion or something like that, instead I would recommend that if they do an expansion that has to deal with psionic characters, let's say they do an expansion that deals with like where they add like the Clash Star or something into the game, they should add associated archetypes that are psionic. So as an example, instead of getting one class that has psionic powers, instead they add the Psychic Warrior as a fighter archetype, the Soul Knife as a rogue archetype, and the Scion as like a wizard archetype. So that way you get 3 different psionic characters. It fits into different places. You can vary the psionic abilities, and you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket of making a single psionic character and tying it to one identity. It also then makes it more interesting for the general population because it means more people can engage in psionics, which is kind of cool. So that would be my suggestion as to how they can solve the psionic problem. That being said, I really don't care. To me, psionics and magic are functionally identical, so I don't know what you would different. It's kind of the main issue. Now, that being said, some people might be able to be smart enough to come up with an idea as to how to add psionics into the game. I don't know how you do that. And then as far as Kobold playable race, I mean, I'd like it. I think the developers would like to make it too. I don't know for what reason they have to not add it into the game. There's probably a reason, I just don't know what it is.
The new psionic class could have access to all spells that exist, except it is only the bad spells from your spells tier list.
Ah, true.
So they are like a spellcaster, but just bad and unplayable.
Yeah, give them the bad spells and not the good spells. So I agree with the idea of adding psychic damage if we do add psionics to the game, right? Because it's like they have to have their own unique damage type to make them feel unique. But then, like, how does psychic damage... Like, what does it do other than adding psychic damage to the game? It's sort of like when we got poison spell power based off nullification. At the very least, poison is like a visually distinct thing, but poison damage, I would argue, is kind of an unsuccessful damage type, and here's my argument for it. The reason I think of it as an unsuccessful damage type is, number one, it doesn't really have any advantages over any other damage type, so being added as a new unique thing doesn't really make a lot of sense. Basically, everything that is immune to poison is also immune to negative, making it very, very similar in that capacity as well. So it's really similar to negative damage, but it doesn't have the double dipping that negative has, where you can heal like undead allied players and things like that. So it just feels mildly out of place. And on top of that, you would expect poison damage, because a lot of poison damage spells end up doing less damage than their non-poisonous counterparts. You'd expect them to carry rider effects or secondary things. I'm dealing poison damage. I should be able to infect my enemies with some type of horrid toxin or poison. But the reality is you don't do that. And poison damage is pretty much exclusively relegated to just damage. And it's green. So it's not that it wouldn't be cool to add. It's just that poison damage, I would argue, doesn't do anything that the other damage types don't already do. And they probably could have just said it is nullification and call it a day. But they decided to go with poison, which is fine. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it just doesn't, like... It doesn't feel complete when poison is supposed to be something that infects and causes some type of like secondary effect, and it doesn't do any of that. And that is a bit of an issue. Now, that being said, just because I think poison damage wasn't successful as a new damage type doesn't mean they couldn't do something with psychic damage. It's just like, I don't know if I would want just psychic damage to be just a different number. I don't know. Yeah, also, yeah, psychic damage, you wouldn't be able to damage constructs at all, which, again, makes just poison damage again. Again, I do like the concept, but I would need, personally, to see, like, a road map or, like, a kind of like a chart of, like, okay, here is the domains in which psychic damage is relevant and is useful, that you can't use something else. Excuse me, video game, I am begging you to grab this. What the hell? Anyway, seeing the domains in which it's relevant and powerful, and then going from there. Like if SSG had like a chart in their office where they had like all their ideas for adding psionic characters, and it was like this big sprawling sheet, and they had like a cohesive plan as to how psionics are meant to incorporate into Dungeons & Dragons Online, I'd be all for it. But I haven't seen that. And most people, when they have a new class, and this is just something that's happened here, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer or a bum or anything like that. It has happened pretty regularly where people will be like, what if we had this class? And I'm like, but isn't that class functionally this class? And the answer is, well, yeah. So that's why I'm like, I'm not against adding new classes. I'm just like, come on, guys, you gotta have strong ideas.
Isn't this the best part
Blow
of
my mind.
adventuring?
What could we do? Like, because it would be cheap compared to what psionics could be. Okay, but what could psionics be? You haven't answered that question. That's the main issue. Is it's like what psionics could be. Okay, and is like what is something that you could do with a character class that's psionic that would make it functionally different from a character class we already have existing, which is difficult because characters can do a lot in DDO. Exactly, it's just flavor, which I'm not against having flavor. I just like, I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna crack you can't put psionics back in the bottle. So if you're gonna crack open the bottle and let the psionics out of the bottle, and like it's the only time they ever get to unveil it, if it's not interesting, it's dead. It's not interesting for the rest of its entire time. Create swords to attack people because I can't attack people with swords? Maybe. Character that's a dex caster, is that anything? Yeah. Psionics use dexterity for their spell casting. Right, but it's covered in sunshines and stormy clouds. Butter stable hookers during his pimp arc. I think I missed that episode, or that season of South Park. Yo, what's up, Inkeep? Anyway, point is, I think that if you want psionics and you have cool ideas, I would love to see the cool ideas as to what you think you could do with psionics. That's what I want to see. If you have a cool idea of like, okay, how would this be mechanically, numerically, or interestingly different? I would love to know what is something that you have there. Something based on untyped damage. The problem is we already have some things based on untyped damage, like the force damage of like Fate Arc Illusionist, and unfortunately, due to the nature of how the video game currently functions, unless something changes, untyped damage or damage types that are untyped and force are really bad damage types. Force and untyped damage is the worst damage type in the game by like a huge margin. It's like literally the worst one. Yeah, like I said, like my issue, Unger Max, is not that I'm not trying to like pick on you or pick on anybody else who wants psionics. Again, I think that can be really cool, but it's more so like, imagine you didn't play DDO for 8 years, and then you heard that they added psionics to the game, and you're like, that's really cool. And then a psionic is literally just a wizard, but they like color change the spells. And you're like, what do you mean they added psionics back to the game? What do you mean they added psionics? That's not psionics. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to do psychic stuff. I wanted to levitate a guy and crush him with my mind. I wanted to, like, I don't know, create like a hole in space. I create a black hole with my mind and tear him apart. I don't know. But we didn't get that. We got wizard with extra steps. Like, wouldn't it be disappointing? Wouldn't you want to throw your phone at the wall? Well, probably not. Most people don't want to do that because it's an unhealthy reaction to hearing things you don't like, but yeah.
Legendary.
Be an alt focus source force and psychic damage. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. That's why I like the idea of an archetype, because it lets you make really clearly defined ideas as to what psionics can be in regards to each different character. A soul knife can be a character that is constantly about disabling enemies, so you can add a lot of like psychic debilitation to the rogue kit and be like, oh yeah, they can like knock people out, or they can like take people's souls and do extra damage based on different types of factors, or other things. Or like psychic warriors, all about shoring up defenses, and it's kind of like a hybrid like melee juggernaut with some kind of mid-range attacks. So you can kind of like fit it into things that already exist, so you can put you can get the flavor on it, but also give a little bit of a unique touch without having to tie that into one character class. Because that's one of the hard parts about tying everything into one character class, is that if it has to tie into one character class, it has to be fully cohesive and all the trees need to work together. Which is something that I think a lot of people don't understand how complicated that is to make it so that the trees actually function and work together. A great example is something like Rogue has 3 trees that basically do entirely different things, where you don't really want to spend any points, or you don't want to spend points in all 3 trees ever. It's like very rare you want to do that, because like the assassin tree is like useless if you're, or not useless, but it's like it's the top of the assassin tree is not very good unless you're actually going into the assassinate stuff. So you pretty much get some of the imbue and some of the sneak attack dice, then you're out. Thief acrobat, you're staying down here unless you're using quarterstaff. And mechanic, if you're not even a ranged character, you don't even touch the mechanic tree. That's partially because of a Sane Knife Fighter exists. Versus something more contrasting like Bard, where you kind of want to spend all 3 points, or points in all 3 trees, which is an interesting task. And so if you were going to make a psionic character, you'd want to make it so that you'd want to spend all your points in the psionic trees. But then if you have like 3 distinct identities, again, if you take like the most common things, Scion, Psychic Warrior, and Soul Knife, and you throw them into one character class, well, then you're basically going to have 3 unique and distinct trees that don't interact. And that also feels kind of bad. Chaos class can make any 3 enhancement trees from other classes and have them available. That'd be kind of interesting. Imagine if when you TR, you could choose TR Chaos, where it gives you 3 trees, or in the case of a sorcerer, 2 savant trees, and then you build your character from there. But it's TR only, so that way you can't just delete your character and start over. You just have to deal with it.
Oh, open it quick.
Untyped and force damage. So I like the idea of chargers and spenders, Artines. The problem with chargers and spenders is DDO players hate that idea. The DDO player base really hates builders and spenders. They don't like it at all. So nothing like that would work. No. No. Come on. Grab the ledge. Grab it. Mind fatigue, reach 100%, you can't cast spells. Yeah, it's like a heat bar, kind of. Like you build up heat, and then when you have too much heat, you can't do anything. That's a cool idea. I do like that. It's like some type of heat system.
Isn't this the
My brain
best
is
part of
overheating. I can't cast
adventuring?
spells. 100 short sword, 2 to 5 short blade, and have a side branch break into 2 daggers. That sounds sick, except for the fact that we have a ability to conjure sword swords already in the game in the form of Fade Arc Illusionist that also would be force damage. The exact mechanic already exists.
Legendary.
It was non-combat based. Well, that's the other thing too, right? Is like when you think of Scions, right? Think of like doing some Jedi mind tricks on somebody. Unfortunately, like actually the Force is a good example of what you can do with psionics. A lot of that stuff is non-combat stuff that we can't do in DDO. Yeah, where like your brain overheats and you explode. But yeah, for those that don't remember, the initial first rework of the Epic Destiny system was that every tree would be able to build charges and spend charges. So you would have like, if you're in a martial Destiny, you could usually build martial charges, and then you could spend martial charges also in the Destinies. But some Destinies would have cross trees. So for example, like Dreadnought maybe could also use divine charges. You wouldn't build them, but you could spend them, and you could like spec into multiple trees, and that was kind of the idea. And it had like a cool visual indicator around your character, so you'd be able to see what charges you have, and you constantly build and spend your charges to do different abilities, and people hated it. They hated it, they hated it, they complained constantly, and that now we have this system with Epic Strikes, or this system with Epic Strikes and Epic Mantles. Because people really hated it. They hated it times 1,000. Can apply to other non-trees strikes. Yep. Yeah, people, they wanted to do that, but people didn't want it. AC or dodge. Again, this is not me saying that these things can't exist. It's always the problem of like, why was it different? So yeah, anyway, like I said, I'm excited about the idea of that possibly happening in the future. Psionics are very important to Eberron because one of the predominant story races, not like predominant races in terms of like total quantity, but Kalashtars, which are a race of psionics, oftentimes find themselves in the written stories and important moments in Eberron history. And so they're pretty relevant to the actual world, and they're all psionic. So it would be very prescient of DDO to eventually add psionics and Kalashtars at some point. It would make sense. They're not referenced very often in Dungeons & Dragons Online, but they are referenced. CC, Untyped, and Force. Yeah, the problem with like, it's just weird. There's like so many weird scalars there. Like if you do like, oh, they generate rage like something, like will we have key? So would they just use key then? Are they just like key casters? Which I don't think would be horrible. But like the main problem with key casting, so like in the case of Dragon Disciple, how come I can't grab stuff now? Is that like as somebody who's playing a Dragon Disciple currently, the key casting is you have to get into melee before you can cast some of your spells. So unless you stockpile a whole bunch of key, you go into melee, don't do nearly as effective job, and then you cast your key ability, versus a regular spellcaster who just casts their ability and they don't have to wait. Dude, if Psionics could build terrain, that'd be cool. I think it's also part of it's like the limitation of the DDO engine. Like, man, if as a Psionic you could build a physical wall an enemy couldn't go across, like there's some type of like, no, you're like some type of mime, just being like, nope, you can't go this way. Like weapon bond and the warlock stuff. So I do agree with you, Busy. We do have some things that do that. However, I wonder if you were to take all of the barbs that are playing right now, how many of them have weapon bond? They probably have weapon bond like taken because it's a good enhancement. But how many of them have weapon bond? Not just taken, but on their action bar so they can click it. Probably not many, I would imagine. I don't think a lot of people are clicking that button. Same thing. I use tainted spellcasting all the time when I play Warlock. I wonder how many people do that. Thank you. So I'm going to mime as the hilarious way to explain it. That's because I've been playing Claire Obscure. And you can fight mimes in that game because it's made by the French. And the mimes put up barrier walls.
Isn't this the best part of adventuring?
Staunch. It's just like, it's one of those things where I recommend people use Action Boost Haste, and I try to impress upon people that Action Boost Haste is one of the most powerful abilities in the video game. In fact, I would argue it probably is the strongest button you can press in the entire game. And there are lots of people who just don't like Action Boosts, so they don't press Action Boost Haste, or they don't take it, because they don't want to press the button.
Amazing.
And like, what do you do? Builder spender, baby. Well, you build it by resting, and you spend it by spending it. But yeah. Yeah, it's the biggest damage boost you can get. It multiplies everything. And you can say that as much as you want, and there will be lots of people who go, yeah, but I don't like it when I have like little cooldowns and spending these things. I don't like it, and they just don't do it. It's a very, very common thing. On your fire, Sork. Share a pool of charges? No, they don't share a pool of charges. If you have different action boosts, you can cast them at different times. So technically, if you have 2 different action boosts, when one runs out, you can start using the second one. Also, if you're wondering, again, why I'm just chain running this, it's because I need... just to finish my coffee so I can feel alive. Clear my head. Why you no slide? Because this is funnerer. I like to do the funnerest thing I can. I enjoy the ice climb. It's a good time. Except for that one bullshit part where my character just doesn't grab sometimes, and it makes me want to scream and punch my monitor. But other than that one part, I really enjoy it. The slide is fine. I just find the slide is slightly boring. That's all. But I could do the slide every time if I really wanted to. Oh, thank God. I hit it. I hit the thing I wanted. Yeah, you get way more copper coins, but you can downgrade the coins, which is fine. But yeah, I will probably do some slide. But I like doing the climb, man. It's just fun. It's just fun to log in and climb around. Like, you have to understand, as as an MMO gamer, when I don't have anything to do for like 10 minutes, I might like watch a video on my other monitor or just chat with people in Discord or whatever while I am jumping around in town, just constantly. I just jump around in town, and so this is the perfect opportunity. It's like jumping in, like I'm just thinking right now. It's like you know, taking a shower or taking a walk around the neighborhood. Although both of those things are healthier for you than jumping around in town in a video game. What was I talking about? Yep, up and down the market bridge, absolutely. If you're ever waiting for a raid and you see somebody running around in circles jumping, it's probably me. There's some people that just like, they go to the raid door and they just like stand still and they don't do anything, and that blows my mind. I can't do that. My fingers, they want to move. So yeah, it's just fun to do. And like I said, I just like playing platformers, so. ADHD and D. Yep, exactly. Attention deficit hyperactive Dungeons and Dragons.
Amazing.
Yeah, what was that? 3 minutes and 4 seconds? Ooh, that's some good time right there. There you go, now I got a bunch of coins. I got 70 Snowpeaks, 120 silvers. Or 70 gold, 120 silvers. Okay, now Peaks is the slide, right? Yeah. Whee. Plus also there's like the weird janky sliding animation is like, especially when you're going downhill where your character keeps stopping constantly. I don't know if they would ever be able to like fix that or smooth that out, but that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, they would need to make like a song that isn't exactly the same as this slide from Mario 64, but it sounds similar enough. Second milestone. Yum, slalom. True. I mean, I can just do that. I could just put the song on. Oh, so right now it's bumpy at the end, which gets rid of all of your speed. I did try to do the snow slide without using the keyboard, where you just like let yourself slide down. And that is surprisingly difficult if you try to do it letting yourself slide down.
That was remarkable.
All right, hold on. Let me do this. So we talked to Flurry. There we go. Look at me. It's like I'm doing the thing that this is a reference to. That's crazy. Oh, I missed a coin. Oh no, now Nintendo's gonna come to my house. I'm gonna get in so much trouble for doing this. I actually don't know how long the slide is. Also, it's funny because, like, for me, this is like a formative memory because I did play a fair amount of Mario 64 growing up. And so the song is, like, burned into my mind. Which is odd because this is the song they use for, like, the slides, but it's also the song they use for Rainbow Ride, which is a level. I wonder how many people like Rainbow Ride versus hating Rainbow Ride. You can backtrack? That's interesting. I'm so itchy for some reason. Why am I itchy? Get a little window to monetize pop up here in a second. Yeah, Nintendo's gonna be right here. Right on top of me. Alright. And it's gone. No more Rainbow Ride, you guys. Sorry. Can't do too much. I'll get in trouble. Nintendo's gonna come get me. I'm itchy. Why am I itchy everywhere?
Amazing.
Ugh. Yeah, there's like no music. I do wish there was like some type of like replacement music, but there's literally nothing. I'm allergic to fun? Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I am allergic to most things. Yeah, the fact there's like just silence, there isn't even any music in here. Oof. They could just throw in like some Stormhorns music or something. Also, I didn't even realize we're outside of Sharn. How did I not notice that? Is there snow on Sharn in the skybox? Hold on, I was looking at the skybox. Is there snow on Sharn? No, it looks like there's snow, but that's just the white tile. There's no actual snow down there. Alright, back up we go. Pets can almost kill you. I've never had that happen, but that sounds amazing. It's like how somebody was wondering if a moat can spawn a Reaper. So when a moat appears, can the moat itself spawn a Reaper? Because when you summon creatures from the moat, those creatures can sometimes die and spawn Reapers. But can the moat, when it spawns, summon a Reaper? I don't know. There's a lot of weird interactions. The Sharnhorns on a loop. You just want me to be going down and we're going through Sharn, so I'm just hitting you with the Sharnhorns. Yep. Good old Sharnhorns. On moat spawns before killing anything? Okay, interesting. I don't know if Kentos is still here, but that does answer his question. Now, I actually don't need to do any of this. I have no need for any of these coins. Again, I was just trying to wake up, so I'm gonna go back to the snow climb because I find it more fun. There you go. There's your answer. Can't use the moat as a rat. Oh, unlucky. But yeah, there's so many, like, what is it? There's all the different things. I don't think I want any of the rewards. I think I have literally everything. Except I'm probably gonna buy some more, like, Snowpeaks dealies. But that's about it. Are the coins tradable? Can you sell these? You can. Oh my god, they're tradable. Oh shit. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Man, I should make a bunch of money. Just sell all the coins. I mean, I guess I could probably just, like, not sell the coins. Does standing up help you wake up? No. It's more of like my upper respiratory tract just needs to become more lubricated by putting in more liquid, that's all. Okay, that's gonna help. Oh my god. Liquid water. Woo! Or was that a glass of vodka? You'll never know. That'd be really depressing if that was my morning. Just drinking a big glass of vodka before I do anything. I'm not that kind of party animal. That, and also, like, I'm in my 30s now. I have 2 glasses of wine and I wake up and I'm like, oh, I'm so hungover. When I was younger, I remember, you know, hanging out with friends, having 10 or 20 drinks, and then waking up feeling like death at like 6:30 in the morning and going to work anyway. And being like, yeah, this is not like this is life, but like, you know, whatever. It's what you do. We're going out, we're partying, we're hanging out. And then, you know, you would meet or hear adults who like do that more regularly on like the weekends or things. Adults by like, I was an adult because I was in my 20s, but people like in their 40s and 50s who are like doing something similar. Especially like older musicians and performers who are like going out and using many substances and then waking up hungover. And then I thought to myself, I was like, yeah, whatever, lots of people can handle this. As somebody who is now in my 30s, I get devastated by hangovers. And I don't know if it's something where I need to have like more respect for people who are like in their 40s and 50s, who are just out there partying it up every other weekend because they're having a good time. Or it'd be like, damn, They must go through so much pain regularly. No! Damn it. I was so close. I'm just become a forged. That's me. Ah, water. Water's good for you. R.I.P. Ozzy. True. SG should give you an honorable dungeon voicing job for all the work that you've done promoting DDO. I mean, I would voice a dungeon or a sentient jewel. I think that'd be really fun. I actually have like some dungeon designs. I have like 6 dungeons that I've like written up and like drawn out maps for and things like that of like things I would do. Just sometimes you get bored and you think about how a dungeon would go. I actually have a dungeon design for like if Kobold ever gets added as a race, a intro dungeon to explain how they could get added, because I want to see Kobold as a race. So I actually have like a conceptual design and layout. Flask able to be sentient food. You could put the flask as sentient food, and then they stopped people from doing that because it was free and infinite. I don't think I would hit you with the wahoo, yaha. Ain't no Mario. Oh god. Leave stress in the company of the bathroom a couple times. Oh dude, well that was the other thing too, was like, yeah, I was in sales in my 20s, and so, you know, you'd have a good time, so you'd go out drinking with some of your coworkers and what have you, and, you know, have a few too many drinks and wake up feeling a little under the weather. But you'd be out with people who are like in their like late 40s doing the same thing, and I'm like, whoa, dude, how are you doing this? Now that I'm older, how are you doing that? How did you do that? That's crazy. Which world would you put them in? Sharn, Forgotten Realms, Ravenloft? In the event that I ever get to make it a reality, it is something that I can't directly talk about, but let's just say it would be very cool. A lot of cool ideas. Because you never know. Who knows? Maybe I will make a dungeon for DDO someday. I did watch Nobob create a dungeon using the DDO dungeon tool kit that they have made. And so who knows? Maybe someday I'll be able to make a dungeon. And it'll be the worst one. I can't wait for the possible someday Shrimtom makes a dungeon for DDO using the DDO tools, and then it's deeply hated. Ah, that'd be awesome. The pit with extra steps? Yeah, it's the pit 2. Sorry, I forgot to mention. It was the pit 2 and 3 and 4. It's the pit is Avatar now. Sorry, you thought we got 1 pit. There's actually 5 pits. Each one bigger than the last. Bigger and longer. More pit. Just more pit. More pit.
Legendary.
Okay, I think I'm being botted in YouTube chat. There's like a bot who comes into my chat every day and types the same thing every day. Who's running the lag bot? Goes up Scythe. Oh, are you running the bot? Okay. It is interesting. Make a dungeon, get ready for phase bats that dispel. Yeah, phase bats that dispel magic on hit. Absolutely.
Fortune favors the bold.
That's what I would do. I would do phase bats that dispel magic when they hit you. Yeah. But you know, I really like the vertical parts of Coalescence Chamber, but one of the problems with Coalescence Chamber's vertical parts is that there's air jets that move you up quickly, so we got to get rid of that. Another problem with Coalescence Chamber's vertical parts is that sometimes, you know, when you jump and like the ceiling is too low, like it's like a spirally circle and the ceiling's too low, so you hit the ceiling and it bumps you out in the middle. The problem I have with that is it doesn't happen often enough. So it'd make the ceilings closer, so it happens more often, and then it would also put gaps in the floor, so you have to jump over it. But if your jump is too high or you're not jumping outwards, it constantly bumps you out into the middle and you fall all the way down. Another problem with something like Coalescence Chamber in the pit is that once you get better at it, you're starting to predict when you actually should or shouldn't be able to jump. And that's a bit of a problem because it needs to be inconsistent. So what I would do is I would set a timer that the timer would have like several different times that it would go through, where it would randomly shift the gravity in the entire dungeon between heavy and low gravity on intervals between 1 and like probably 1 and 8 seconds. It would shift, but the actual interval would be random each individual time, so you wouldn't be able to track it. So that way, as you're jumping up this pit, sometimes it's low gravity, sometimes it's heavy, sometimes mid jump it changes, and you can't just like be like, okay, I'll just wait for the next one, because you can't, because sometimes it's a shorter duration, sometimes it's a longer duration. Okay, come on. No, 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 stop slipping. Bad stream, Tom. Yeah, also, yeah, round all of the things. There's nothing to grab onto. Oh god. I'm in awe of your jumpy skills. You say that as I'm constantly falling because I'm talking. Grasping your straws for the auto mod. Are you getting auto modded and I didn't notice? Usually I notice. Yo, what's up? The Fire Tiger, how you doing? How's your day?
Legendary.
Yeah, the Displacer Beasts are relatively dangerous if you're not ready for them. The only thing I'm really scared of is the Matriarch so far on my Artificer. The stupid Harpy Matriarch is terrifying. Now, layouts are too hard because you'd have to like design extra layouts. The best part about the gravity changing is you can just have that shit randomly go back and forth. Where did I get all the keys? I have 180 keys. They don't expire year after year. And I just like forgot to... I just play a lot, so I have like hundreds of keys in the bank. So I can just do this forever. Sorry, I had 180 keys. I now have 161. Oh, damn. Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
That was remarkable.
Dance change directions. Oh, here's some dancing mechanic. So you'd have to go up. Like, you'd have to be like, all of a sudden you're, you know, going up this tower, and now you have to go to the left or backwards. So you have to jump backwards over some of these holes. Now there's an idea. Now you're cooking with gasoline. Why is the Harpy dangerous? It just hits really hard. That's what I found. It's just the hardest hitting monster of all of them. And also, it can prevent you from doing anything if it actually sings. It goes like, ooh, starts warbling, and you're done. That's on characters. I've had the patience for it. Yeah. Again, I like doing the climb. I find it fun. So for me, I don't really mind. I just like jump all the time. I'm out here jumping. So doing one of these every like 3 or 4 minutes is like not a big deal. But I can understand that if you're somebody who does not like the platforming in DDO, I do get it. Why you may not be as inclined to do the jumps. Yeah, it's like regular harpies that can sing. If you kill them fast, you don't really notice. And as you previously mentioned, you're playing a Blightcaster, so the thing spawns and you go like pop, 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 and it's dead. Stream sings? Yeah, probably. In the shower. See, there's music here. I don't know why there's music here, but there isn't music on this slide. Although I guess, you know, this is a little bit more grand.
Isn't this the best part of adventuring?
Something last night to break the fever. Ooh, how are you feeling today, Fairy? Are you alive? Are you on this earth with us? Are you still on the floor of your bathroom? Yeah, once you get to epics, the health bloat on the moats is a little insane. Where all of a sudden you're fighting raid bosses. Yeah, Prove Your Worth, I've always found to be easy, like for my entire life. That is one of the ones that, like, I understand why conceptually it is supposed to be hard. If you don't use mouse look, like if you don't mouse turn, I can see why it would be very, very difficult to do that section, because you have to keyboard turn to the next ladder, and that's a rough one. But if you mouse turn, like, you don't need jump, you don't need featherfall, you just, like, go whoop, and you land on the ladder that's right behind you. I personally never struggled with that one, but I learned to mouse turn at a very young age. Whereas if you are somebody who does like exclusively keyboard turning, especially with areas like this, it can be quite difficult if you're going to be just keyboard turning. The slide came in. That could be it. It would still be nice for them to like add something into it. Again, we don't need the rainbow ride, but yeah, it'd be nice. I guess, to be fair, you can also just listen to your own music. Just slap on some Christmas music and just go down the slide. I wasn't running in circles helpless. It had despawned. Yeah. I do appreciate when sometimes the monsters just despawn and then the mode is still there so I can collect it. Ooh, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. My best time today. Let's go.
That was remarkable.
Yeah, this is the jumping puzzle came later. I was able to move the couch to the common room a few steps away from the bathroom. Nice. There we go. That's an improvement, man. Only up. Only up. I guess this is kind of similar. Music release is coming with the anniversary. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh yeah, it's Friday, so we're gonna have to watch the Fridays at 4 later. So we will be checking that out. I'm gonna do this one more time, and then we're gonna get to actual video gaming and stuff like that. But we'll see. Unless Fridays at 4 is canceled, I don't know where that information is posted, but I don't pay attention to it. He's not doing Fridays at 4 today? Oh, he posted on social media? Gotcha. 2 weeks in a row? That means whatever's happening with the anniversary is going to be crazy. Dude, when the anniversary comes out, they're announcing DDO 2. No, wait. 20 years of DDO? Guys, they're announcing DDO 20. We're getting DDO 2, dude. Or DDO 20. What's my jump? 48.
Amazing.
You only need 40 jump is the maximum. So once you get to 40, you can't go above that. Okay, well, that answers that question, makes that a lot simpler. Hopefully we do get some news, because people keep popping in here and asking me directly. They go, hey, Strim, what's happening with the anniversary? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. I barely know what's happening with my own anniversary, and that's in like 7 days. Cheese some movement on that. I used to use a ski jump in my Thief Acrobat pre-tune. No, you don't really need anything. As long as you have feather falling, 30% movement speed, either from a Snowpeaks augment or like just high level gear, and 40 jump, that's pretty much all you need. If you want, you can also take any epic character, make sure they have high enough jump, which ideally your epic characters have high enough jump. If they don't, just go get one of them jump items or grab the potions at the beginning and chug it. Get the air dash from Exalted Angel that you can dash with, and then lets you skip a few sections and then go from there.
Legendary.
Unreal 5 swap? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen, but we'll see. Old Raiders boxes would love Sireth. Sireth, Spear of the Sky. They sunset the game. Yeah, for the 20th anniversary, we're shutting down Dungeons and Dragons Online. Get the hell out of my house. Get out. Get out of the game. You're not allowed to play anymore. Turn the game off. Go home. Server transfers for anniversary. Can only pray. Oh yeah, we still don't have the server transfers, huh? They added that like really shortly after they finished the server transfers in Lord of the Rings, so I'm surprised they still don't have them for DDO. Alright, I'm gonna go put my keys away. I have 159 keys, god damn it. Where's my bag? Coins. In on Thrain or Cormyr, yeah. So there we go. We got 1,000 bronze, 900 silver, 260 gold. And then I'm going to tell myself, yeah, I'm just going to remember to spend those, and then I'm not going to spend them, and then next year I'll have even more coins that I didn't spend. It's the secret. What if you just never spend any of the coins? Then you can stockpile them forever. All right, who the hell was I playing? Solo Maverick Hunter X, level 7. So something borked transfers need fixing first. Yeah, exactly. Like they did explain it kind of by being like, yeah, we can't do it. I just don't know. I just don't understand it. I'm not smart. Oh, right. What are we doing here? Checking hirelings, check things. Okay. Is there anything, things I need to update or adjust? No, my character looks pretty good. I got lots of gear, I got lots of equipment. For those of you that don't know what's going on, this is the solo guided Artificer playthrough. What I've been doing is I have been playing through the game, solo, with the specific goal of, doing like as much content as I physically can with this character and getting all the way up to level 34 in a guided format so that players who do not know what the heck is going on are able to learn what the heck is going on. So it'll be helping people get through the entire game. This is a first life character. I am only using items that I pick up and find directly. I'm not trying to use any other third-party resources or anything else like that. So that way I can show like, okay, if you're brand new and starting, here are some tools you can use. I'm also going to try to do on average harder quests to show how you deal with some of those bigger challenges, because depending on the type of thing you're doing, you might run afoul of some harder stuff. Also, one of the benefits of doing harder quests is sometimes you get crazy gear, like Agartha's belt, which gives a bunch of strength that I don't need, but it is cool. Ice Raper? I could. Proofs in the Poison is not a hard quest. That's the main problem. It used to be a hard quest back in the day, but nowadays, as long as you have a Wand of Shield, that quest is very easy. Wand of Shield, and then like resist fire and acid, and you're good. So, like, compare Proofs in the Poison to like the last Char one, the Darkness and the Light. And the Darkness and the Light eats it for breakfast. The monsters have triple the health, and it's full of shadows and do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's just longer. Oh, I'm sure you would be glad to take my gold coins, but I need them for things. I'll probably do some giveaways later. I don't like to do it at the beginning because I need to make sure I can buy all the things I need. Oh yeah, also few shrines, yeah. But fortunately, this type of character wouldn't struggle because also root arm. This thing is busto. Anyways, I will be back in a minute. I gotta use the washroom and get some more water. What's for brekkie? I already ate breakfast. I had an egg sando. Good old egg sando. All right, I'll be back. I am back. You know what? You're right. I do have a lot of keys. So if you want some keys, just send me a tell and I'll send you some mail with some keys. So I have a lot of them. I have too many. So I already have 6 keys just on this character alone. I'm going to be getting a lot more keys in the next 2 weeks. You have any tunes on Thrain? Yeah, if you want some keys, just let me know you want some keys. You can have some keys. That's how it works. And I will give away some keys in the next like 5 or so minutes. Just let me know if you want some keys. I don't need the keys. Here we'll do like you know, 15 keys. And like 15 keys. And like 15 keys. That's pretty good. Are people selling keys? I have no need to sell keys, but I can give away some keys. Use a key or two. Yeah, you can have some keys. Again, I play the game a lot, so I don't really care. Okay, let's see what we got. Stripe. Alright, here, you want some keys? Have some keys. So I'm spelling your name right. And you want some keys. You are Chronoscope. What a name. Have some keys. And who are you? You want keys. Your name is Brooks. Have some keys. I got one more set of keys. I love Infinite Archive. Me too. Oh, is that the Infinite Dungeon? Like the kind of roguelike dungeon in ESO? It's for Mats Market? Yeah, probably. Because people are just multi-boxing to get lots of mats. ESO dungeon? But yeah, also if you're like, is this the only time you're going to give out keys? No, I'll do more key stuff. I'm aware it's 12:30 on a weekday in the East Coast, so some of you might be watching from work, you know, rattling the bars of your wage cage, being like, please, please give me keys, I'm not online. But that's okay. We'll do more later. The time is not over. Sure. Here you go. Have some keys. I don't want them. They're garbage. You got them. All right. So let me just slap this button here. Alrighty. So, welcome back everybody to solo guided Artificer playthrough. We will be currently continuing the trend of leveling up as a solo Artificer. Since the last time we checked in, my character has a high amount of strength because of this belt, but I shouldn't normally have it. I don't really have any crazy gear. We're still missing a cloak and a trinket. I don't have any plans to fill up those slots other than hopefully finding one. General gear, I ran some of the newer quests. So I got this from the Covered Culvert from the Tavern Tales quest pack, and I got this belt from the Rat quest chain, the Night Brigade, which is in Wayloon, which is also quite fun in the early levels. Other than that, just some standard gear. Combustion repair amplification gloves. I got some reconstruction ring with also repair crit on 2 different rings, so that way I've got kind of all those stats. We've got a protection of fortification bracer to prevent crits on my character, death block on the chest piece, goggles that give me accuracy with some swappies for disabling traps, a search helmet with some haggle so I can make some money, the troubleshooter's necklace because this is my best disabling item that I've found so far, a +3 Chilling 2 Vertigo 3 Bastard Sword, which is kind of cool, and Shinadi's hand cannon, which I was very fortunate to be able to pick up while I was running through. Additionally, this character is wearing the new Dark Wing set. What the hell is it called? The new Midnight Wing outfit, and I think it looks really great. Doesn't fit the aesthetic of what I'm trying to go for, but it looks cool, and it just came out, so I'm going to wear it. Anyways, other than that, pretty simple and straightforward enhancements. I did spend most of my points in Harper Agent early. However, I have moved some points out of Harper Agent now that I can cast Intelligence to damage, so I no longer need it here. We have Intelligence to hit, and now I can spend some points in the other trees. I'll be going up Battle Engineer with the goal of picking up the Imbue, Thundershock Imbue next, which will give me a huge bump in damage, as well as the Infused Armor, and then hopefully getting towards Action Boost Haste. I would also like to pick up Know the Angles relatively soon, but we will see because this is a pretty big damage boost, but I don't have enough intelligence to be able to support it. I will be picking up intelligence, and then lots of intelligence later, but I just don't have all of the intelligence now, and so my character is a bit behind the curve on the intelligence, so it's not going to be as worth it. But other than that, I'm just going to keep going. I don't know what quests to do because I haven't thought about this for any amount of time. So I'm just going to do a quickly type in 5 and then take a quick gander about what quests and adventures I want to do. Usually this would be where I run 3 Barrel Cove, and I think I will. I was tempted to do the Feywild chain, but I really don't feel like doing Feywild. And one of the most important things when you're doing any type of quest, which is really important, is you got to want to do it. So if you are somebody who follows a quest guide, so let's say you're like me and you play the game a lot, but you end up using a guide so you kind of run the same quests over and over and over, you will eventually burn out because you kind of just like get bored of running the same things, which is one of the reasons why I kind of changed it up. Sometimes I'm doing 3 Barrel Cove, sometimes I'm doing Feywild, sometimes I just go and do the house quests, all like the 4s, 5s, and 6s in the different dragon marked houses. So yeah, sometimes you just got to change it up and do what you think will be fun and will make you happy. So for here, we're gonna go here. Gatekeepers for trinkets. Nah, all the gatekeeper trinkets are bad. Every single one of the gatekeeper trinkets doesn't affect my character currently. I don't need ethereal. I don't need blurry. I can't use any of them. They're like really good when you're level 3, especially if you can get a mythic and reaper on them. But for me right now, I have no need. I am too powerful. Anyway, we're going to grab all of the quests from all these guys, and we're going to go out on an adventure. Always remember, before you leave for your adventures, check to make sure you have hireling contract, and Blast is going to last for the entire way out here, so I don't have to worry about this. So I get to keep him, and then we'll move on. I might have to replace Blast, but we'll see. It should be fine, though. These are for most of heroic? Nah, it's not that good. Why would I want to be blurry when I could just heal the damage? You think I need a bottle of smoke? I guess there is the one ability that's like, isn't there like the thing that's +1 profane bonus to all ability scores as a bottle? I don't have that. That would be a good idea. Fun fact about this quest, you have to summon your hireling in the water, because if you swim to land, you can't actually summon them anymore. So Blast gets to go in the water. I also forgot to summon my pet dog, and I also forgot to give it ship buffs because I was not thinking. So we'll have to do that later. So probably once I hit level 8, I will resummon my pet dog and then get it some ship buffs before we start doing higher level quests.
The cacophony of wailing and moaning becomes clearer as you enter the cave.
One of the best parts about being an artificer with a rune arm is that I hate bats, and being able to just instantly delete them is very satisfying. Yeah, I just drink potions of heroism. Now that I'm slightly higher level, the gear that I drop will give me more gold from it. And on top of that, I also have a positive haggle score now, thanks to my helmet, which I'll be getting more money. For those of you that don't know how haggle works, haggle increases the sale value, so how much money you get when you sell an item, as well as decreasing the cost by 0.5% per point of haggle. So since my haggle is 10, that means when I buy items, they are 5% cheaper, and when I sell items, I get 5% more. Which is nice. It's very convenient. Get rid of this. And there's rats. No, not the rats. Yeah, sometimes it can be good to swap it in, like having a haggle swappy when leveling on your first character can be quite a good idea. For me, I'm not necessarily going to be using that the entire time, but I have it now. Now, there is a valve here. You can turn it, but there is unfortunately a trap. However, I am an artificer, so I can simply get rid of the trap. I find it, I put on my troubleshooter's goggles, I hit the disable. We're plus 29, so disabling traps is no problem. At this level, fortunately for me, because I haven't gotten any disable gear, but I do have other associated pieces. Again, this is the Fox's Cunning, giving me +2, the Potion of Heroism, giving me another +2, and then finally the Favor with the free agents, allowing me to purchase +2 Thieves' Tools for that extra +4 is really nice. You may also just find Thieves' Tools that will give you a higher plus, which is a good thing, so hopefully you get lucky with that, but that's not always going to happen. Yeah, having a little bit of haggle can be quite nice. Again, you will eventually outscale the need for money, which sounds like a really weird thing to say, but it happens relatively quick. Again, once you get to level 8 to 10, that's when you start to have infinite money. And so you will see that my character is still struggling. I still only have 5k platinum, but I'll probably start to hit 10k, and then once you hit 20,000 platinum, you can't really spend all of it at that point. There's no consumables that cost enough to really warrant a full expenditure. I hear the skeletons screeching. The dead crawling out of their tombs. Well, not really tombs, they're just on the ground. Kind of a big deal gloves for 6. Yeah. That quest chain is kind of difficult. I think it could be fun to try to do those. The 12 quests. The quests in the 12 that are called White Plume Mountain and Other Tales are generally pretty challenging, I would say. for what you have to do. But the rewards are quite good, and I could get a very good trapping item. It might be valuable to do it, also to show how to deal with some of these harder quests, so that could be an option. A few stacks of haste pots. Yep, yeah, in the future I will be buying haste potions. I just don't have I don't have enough money for them yet. But once you can buy like 100 haste potions, you've already got enough money at that point. Hardy ring, Constitution 3. I'm gonna be honest, I will take the Constitution 3 ring over the random crit item because the extra Constitution, that's 7 more health right now, and I would rather have that versus 6% chance to crit. Gonna farm a keylock? No, I'm gonna try to avoid as much farming as possible. The only farm I did was the Trinati's hand cannon. One, because it's insanely powerful for this character and it's so good for leveling, but also because it's a really fast farm.
Rises up from a chasm in the cave floor.
I'm just gonna do some of these quests. Whee! Goodbye. And yeah, we are recording everything. Yeah, buying medium bags will take me a little bit of money, but yeah, I should be finishing at level 20 with around 100-ish thousand platinum in the bank, and again, that number just never really goes down. There is no gold sync or platinum or gold sync in the game. The only gold sync that exists is for a certain type of player that does like the ultra endgame in the Reaper mode, and that plat sync is very, very far away. So, and even then, it's a cosmetic plat sync that you don't have to constantly upkeep unless you're like reincarnating all the time, which so I guess you could, but there's no real reason to. Anyway, for this one, if you stand on the valve, you don't take damage from the scary fire traps. Oh yeah, just get the item. I forgot about the secret there. Also, I'm running out of shield wand, so I'll probably have to get some more shield wand. No, it happened in water. What happens to the moats? Do they like move? Hold on, can I'm underwater. Wow, okay. Unlucky. Very unfortunate. Oh, for the wings. What expansion is the wings?
The second valve
for the golden moat.
Another chain reaction, which opens the door to
it's fine. It's only a green one. It's not a big deal. They're water soluble. Yeah, I know the enemies die, so it's free. Magic of Mithranor. Oh, okay. I mean, we could do Mithranor. Mithranor is not terrible for a first life character. Well, we'll get there when we get there. All right, so we'll probably have to do the golden moat in Mithranor then. Because if I can unlock the wings on this character, that'd be very convenient. Definitely gonna save me some time. And then if this character actually gets to cap, I can do the farm and get the Reaper as well, which is gonna be super tedious. It would take like a whole day. And then you ask yourself, is it worth it for the cloak? A cloak that it looks really good, but I'd probably never wear because I'd have to go back to the vendor to get the cloak every time, and how often am I going to do that? Difficult question. No, my spells, they're expiring, but I don't want to recast them because I'm lazy. Is this a first life? It is. This character is set up for the solo guided playthrough with the goal of showing people who don't know how to play, turning into a video series on YouTube, where I explain my process and how I get through different adventures and how I make sure I have all the tools to get through everything without using any intervention from other sources, so that somebody could follow this exact route that I'm doing, same character, same build, and find success through the game. And that is the goal. It's also a good way to show in extra tips that are maybe sometimes difficult to explain in other places, because sometimes an actual video, like there might be something very minor that is difficult to describe, like how it might work or function, that doesn't have like a direct, definite place where I would want to put a piece of information. Like how to, like a specific skip in a specific quest that might be rare or uncommon.
It is doubtful that anyone will believe your tale of victory.
I am doing elite difficulty, yes. Reaper mode is very difficult for first life characters, and I don't recommend people use first life characters. Fun fact, when you recall out of this quest, you will be underwater. You cannot mount up while underwater. However, if you activate your mount while on loading screen, because it's keybound, you're not underwater until you finish the loading screen. Meaning, once you hit the loading screen, I pressed my mount keybind to let me mount underwater, and now I can go quick. Again, I don't know where I would put that information in a YouTube video, but now it's here. Yes, the solo guided playthrough is going to be divided up by level. So if you are following along and then let's say you watch the first couple levels and you go, okay, I'm level 5, I figured this out, I know what's going on. And then you get to like level 7 and you're like, okay, I actually don't know what to do anymore. You can then check the guide and then all of a sudden you have more information about what to do. That's a tip you didn't know. There you go. Teaching you how to min-max that playtime. All right, into Prove Your Worth. This is a quest a lot of people find challenging and difficult. I'm going to show you all the secrets to make this as easy as humanly possible. Bear in mind, this quest also takes a long time to load in at the beginning because there's so many objects. There's so many breakables in this quest for reasons I can't really explain. I don't know why there's so many breakables, but it's okay. Anyway, first there is a trap here. This trap only disables half of the actual trap, so just use your eyeballs to make sure you don't accidentally run afoul of the whole trap. Also, make sure you tell your pets to not move, because if you don't, they will try to follow you and they will get chopped up by the blade traps on the side. Anywho, we move this way. I'm going to make sure I'm breaking stuff because I do want to get that extra XP, because XP is tasty in here. I'm just going to keep blasting things. Now that I'm on the other side, I tell my hireling and pet to come to me, and we keep going. The Iron Defenders aren't terribly dangerous, but they can knock you over with the grease. Just make sure you have some reasonable reflex saves, or just be careful. Anyway, I'm going to break all the boxes here with my explosive Shini's hand cannon. This is another reason why this weapon is so insanely good. The box clearing capability is fantastic. Now up ahead there are a lot of explosive crates. Just in case, I'm going to use the resist fire spell to make sure I don't blow myself up. I will be breaking them as I go, but again, just in case I don't want to die. They are very, very, very high damage. Bear in mind, this character that I'm playing is doing the hardcore mode to show you how to get through the game. I'm very confident that I'll have no issues soloing through this whole game on hardcore, and so you can guarantee, it's basically my guarantee to you that this character actually does work as advertised. And I'm doing everything live, so that way my live chat can bully me when I make stupid mistakes, and also verify that everything is on the up and up. This is Bonafide Melee Artificer. One of the reasons why I chose Melee Artificer for this is specifically because I made the Maverick Hunter build many, many years ago. It's just a Melee Artificer that was meant to be similar to the character Mega Man X from the video game series Mega Man X, specifically X from Mega Man X6. And I just wanted to be able to do that and replicate that character. However, I haven't updated that since Macrotech came out, so why not do it now? Anyway, we'd be climbing. So for this section, you're supposed to climb and you're supposed to flip between the ladders. The trick to this, okay, is you are supposed to just get to the top of a ladder and then use the mouse look mode to turn around and grab the other ladder. To activate mouse look, I believe it's either click the main mouse button or the right mouse button, and then you just turn your camera where you want to go by moving the mouse. You can also activate this with the T key to enter mouse look mode if you find you don't want to hold down the mouse button. If you are trying to keyboard turn, you will find this very, very difficult. Always go for the longer ladder, so even though I could possibly reach this one I know I could definitely reach, so I went for this, and now we're going to be going back. So I'm going to be doing a 180 once I get to the top here. So if we get to the top, and then whoop, you grab. You do not need feather falling, you do not need jump, you don't need anything. I'm a big, clunky, slow robot, so we're just going to slowly work our way upstairs. And then once you're all the way at the top, you just take a left, and we're all set. They haven't patched the lag back into the game? Nope, not really. I did experience a single wacky lag spike in a single quest, which was in, what was that quest? The Swipe Signet. I got a really wacky lag spike that was like quite dangerous, and I felt like very nervous about because it was like borderline unplayably laggy in that one quest. Outside of that one quest, I've had nothing. It's been completely smooth sailing. Fun fact, the Howlers apply a damage over time effect that lasts on you for 30 seconds for reasons I can't explain. It's really frustrating and dumb, why it lasts for so long, but you can remove it with the heal spell. The heal spell actually gets rid of bleeding effects, so if you do have a bleed on you, casting heal will remove it, which is actually a pretty cool use of the heal spell, because it does say it removes that type of effect, and it's not something you might expect. However, I'm a Warforged, and so if I cast Reconstruct from the Artificer tree, it does nothing of the sort. Why? I don't know. Anyway, I don't have Feather Falling, so I'm going to jump.
One wrong step could put an end to the trial.
Anyway, back down here. Same thing. We're gonna break all the boxes just because, I'm gonna be honest, sometimes it's just fun to break boxes too. Sometimes you can let your inner child out and just start smashing everything. Also, yeah, you just kind of hit the middle and it breaks everything because of the AoE. Oh, so satisfying. Or all of these ones hit the ceiling. Oh, baby. So good. Anyway, how do you solve this puzzle? This goes to the right, this goes to the left, and this goes to the right. And then we start on this side. We launch it, and we reset it. And the way you solve this puzzle, if you don't know, just to make sure it's super clear, is that this determines which mouth is going to shoot, and then you just follow the mouths. So this is going to hit this lever, and it's going to go left or right. And I want this to go over here and hit this lever, because then that will activate this mouth, which will shoot all the way down here, hitting this and activating this door. You can see which is going to activate what because of the pipes. So for example, the first one I used was to hit this lever right here. And by hitting this lever, you can see the pipe comes this way, and it took this gate down here. And then when I hit this, it's going to go down this pipe, pneumatic pipe, all the way into the door and open up that gate. So there actually is a way to physically see what is going on. It doesn't hide the information from you, but it doesn't tell you everything right away. Anyway, so you watch it, boom, dart goes out, goes over here, comes back over here that way, and then we're all set. And that is how that puzzle functions. It is a fun puzzle to try to decipher if you've never done it before. I did just spoil it for many people, but that is how you do that puzzle. Nope, no lag even when breaking lots of boxes. Yeah, DDO has become mostly lag-free, and it's been very nice. I say mostly because it's not perfect. Are they already so forgiving with self-repairing trapping? Oh yeah, I actually think melee arty is really simple and easy to understand. The only downside to melee arty is that it's not free. Okay, and now we're getting back into disabling of traps. There are a lot of traps in this section of the quest that many people might not know about. For example, there is a trap right here. Why is there a trap here? I don't know. There's also 2 trap boxes right here. So we have a trap box here. And another one right here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then I have to get the last section here. I'm going to cast resist fire, so I don't take any damage from this fire trap. Usually I would just jump, but I can't do that. And we're going to double tumble. So we're going to go tumble, tumble. Tumbling makes you move faster, so sometimes you don't get hit by the traps. But more importantly, tumbling also makes it so that you add your tumble score to your reflex saves. So I can take just generally less damage, which is good. Also, I think that's this trap. Yeah, this trap's dead.
You have weathered Rackham's
Recast Heroism. I'm just recasting some of my simple buffs because I am taking longer to do things by explaining stuff. If I was just sprinting through, I would be done on these sections already. Here, you can just jump up this, or if you can't jump, you can take this stupid ladder. Come on, climb the ladder, dude. Beat this guy up. Ooh, Snowpeaks chest. This character is a slow, clunky arty, so it's not good for that. There's a trap here. So we're going to disable it. By disabling all these traps, we get 30% XP bonus. Woo! So if you ever join a party, you can disable all the traps to make them happy while they sprint through the quest, killing all of the monsters. And now we get to the end. You're going to notice we have the onslaught bonus, but we don't have the full conquest. To get full conquest, to get the maximum XP, you answer all of his questions wrong. So, when your first question, when we plunder an instant ship, what's the first thing you do? The answer, do you run for the loot? That's the correct answer. No, you take a head count. That is the wrong answer, and it summons bad guys. Next lesson, when you're Newport, where do you go first? The tavern is the correct answer. The prison is the wrong answer. So it summons more guys. How much does the captain get? The same as the crew or double? The captain gets the same. The wrong answer. Of course the captain gets double. And he says, you want to swashbuckle? No. The wrong answer. And then you need a lesson, and he walks away. By answering all the questions wrong, we actually get conquest bonus because we've killed more guys. Then you can free Meeble here. So you free him, which then summons more guys and gets him to give you a little fighty.
Out of this hellhole.
And then once he dies, we pick up the key and we're moving towards the end of the quest. Also, Clairlise, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, Clairlise Raiders? Hope you guys are doing very, very good. Welcome, 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 everybody. That door didn't open because there's a guy here. What's happening? Welcome to the stream. And I'm basically done. I have all the bonuses, so we're just going to run through the end here. And again, similar thing. There is a fire trap in this final section. Remember, the trap is only going to disable half of it. So I'm going to jump up here, and I'm going to see the fire trap going. When I disable it, it only disables the right half of the trap. The left half is still going to be going. You just walk on the right. I have seen many people on hardcore die to that trap because they disable it and then walk right down the middle thinking they are safe. They are not, in fact, safe. What are you going to do? And that is how you prove your worth.
Stands curiously alone in the center of the cove.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the stream. If you're having a good time, or if you're wondering what we're doing today, this is solo guided Artificer playthrough. So I'm showing how to do lots of complicated quests or other things as a solo Artificer, so people can kind of learn that lesson and understand what the heck be going on. Is there a reason I'm collecting trap parts? Yes, because you can use trap parts to craft many things. Number one, you can craft a better collar for your dog out of hand wraps. And you can use trap parts for crafting rogue thieves tools, which you will need. However, I might not need to do either of those things, depending on how much stuff I get. Now, in this quest, what you can do here is you can go ahead and fight all those guys, but if I swim forward, they're going to attack me. There's this little landing where I can actually cast spells and buff, which is really convenient, and I am very grateful that this is in the game. And away we go. Even though I can't directly attack these guys, I can still shoot them with my hand cannon out of the water. Whee! Get out of here, bad guys. Now what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to pull this lever and open this door here. But what if I told you there was another way? Instead of opening the lever, or even fighting any of these guys, you can skip all of this. Did you know that there's actually an underwater cavern right here? That's right. By taking this underwater cavern to the north, instead you pop up in a tunnel. A tunnel that leads to dangerous spiders. But there's actually an optional for killing spiders. So again, if you do this quest in a group, you can split up. Somebody can take the spider cavern, while somebody else takes the regular route. And you guys can meet partway through the quest. However, there's still more spiders left, and we have to find more of them. So now, boom. Sneak attack. They had no idea I was here. Take this, pirates. Suckers. They probably should have known I was here, but I guess they didn't. I don't know. Get these guys out of here. So where are the other spiders? They're actually through here. So I'm going to show you how to get to them. A lot of people don't know this section of the quest, and this is just kind of a neat little detail. I think most of the quests that are in here are relatively straightforward, but this is kind of neat. It's like secret pirate treasure sort of thing. Come over here and slap all these pirates down, and then if you come behind the pirates and you come behind this little pillar, you will notice there is a lever on the back of the statue. But where does lever go? You think a lot of times pull lever, go forward. It's actually the opposite. Pull lever, go backwards. Now, this door is open, and there's a shrine here. And also a bunch of spiders. Just kill them all, and get your XP. There is one more spider that doesn't spawn, I believe, until you open the door. You pull the lever, and then the last spider spawns. There he is. And now that's happened, this is open. This gate that was normally closed. So now we can swim through here. Ooh. Again, I don't normally do optionals, but some of the stuff is just fun to me, and this one is a classic where it's like this hidden, like, second optional. Does it work in epics the same way? I haven't done epic Ghost of a Chance in like 1,000 years. Great question. I have no idea. I think so. I think the quest is just the same. Again, remember, when he does the combo, you want to tumble, so you dodge. And he dies. Goodbye, Brekik.
The scrag falls to your unrelenting assault.
Epic is different? Okay. Anyway, these guys are relatively dangerous. Unfortunately for me, I don't have any cold iron damage, so they can be quite tough to deal with. This guy deals sonic damage. He is a shout caster, so you have to be careful about that. Shout caster is he's casting shout. Greater Shout, actually, with a stun. Greater Shout with a stun. I guess he is level 12, so he does get access to Greater Shout. Sure. Damn. Am I planning to do Ataraxias? Probably not. I don't really like Ataraxia's Haven for the most part, but I could. You can also pick up a Smoldering Cudgel. If you do struggle against this guy, they actually leave something in here. If you click Smoldering Cudgel, it puts a weapon into your inventory to fight him. It's a weapon that deals fire damage. It's got +1 fire, so it prevents the troll's regeneration. Because trolls heal after you damage them. They just have fast regen. But if you hit them with fire or acid, they don't regen because you're effectively burning their skin, so they can't grow it back. Cauterize the wound. So it's kind of like a built-in mechanic to fight the troll, which is kind of cool. They don't do that a lot in quests, so it's neat that they did it there. Yeah, I don't really plan on doing Ataraxias, mostly because I don't really love the quests there. The XP is low, I don't love the quests, and it's just either kill a lot of dwarves or a lot of trolls. And by the time I get there, neither will pose that much of a challenge. I'm still on the fence about whether I want to use a, what do you call it? I'm still on the fence about whether I would like to use a Barovian weapon. Ah, I got tripped. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that. Anyway. So usually what you can do is you can skip this whole end section by killing, there's a captain through this door, you kill him, and he gives you a key to open the door. But what if we solve the puzzle? If you want to solve the puzzle, just do what I do and follow the video. The way you figure out how to solve the puzzle, by the way, is if you can search, you can see traps. These are what you can't go through. So you just have to make sure you avoid all of those little things. Now, for me personally, I have done this quest too many times, so I memorize how to solve the puzzle. But if you want to solve it on your own slowly, you definitely can. Again, just like search for all of the, search for all of the dangerous explosive traps, and then make sure none of the energy currents run through them. Anywho. Again, for me, I have just done this too many times, so I have it memorized. And why do you do this? For two reasons. One, you get a little bit of extra XP because it's an optional to free Farrier Worley, and it's worth quite a lot. But two, you also get 2 additional treasure chests that are right behind him if you do successfully free him this way, because you open up the back as well. However, in the event that you somebody opens the gate, it actually disables the puzzle, so that's always fun. You got time for this? It's about the same speed. Especially if you have 2 people doing it, like if you split the room, one person goes left, one person goes right. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Oh, that's what I did wrong. I forgot this. There we go. Like, I did something wrong. I was talking to chat instead of paying attention. Anyway, talk to this guy. He gives me the reward, and then we go over here. And we get a Bieshk Curse-Spewing Greatsword and a Blasting Necklace of Corrosion. Blasting Necklace could be interesting because it does give me extra Evocation DCs, which is pretty cool. Evocation is what you need for your rune arm. It's how you scale it. So that could be important. Also, this quest, you will recall underwater, so make sure you use your mount underwater, and then when you pop out, you will be on your mount.
Is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to
Tomb of the Tormented isn't hard. It's just a long quest for the most part. That's the main issue with Tomb of the Tormented. It's just boring. The puzzle isn't terribly difficult. It's mostly that the puzzle is very time-consuming. Yeah. It is definitely a quest that deals psychic damage to you as you try to complete it just because of how long it takes. Even going at full speed, it's like minimum completion time is 25 minutes because you have to, if you've never done Tomb of the Tormented, you basically just have to lead several rats through these mazes that either have monsters in them, traps, or other things, and you have to lead them through this maze. Even if you make no mistakes and go at full speed, they walk painfully slow, and so it just takes forever to complete. Plus, there's a lot of like backtracking where you have to get a rat to move through a maze, to step on a lever to close a door, to move back around, and all this other stuff. Really cool concept, but the rats just move too slow. So once you've solved the puzzle, it's just about waiting for the rats to walk around, which can take upwards of 5 to 10 minutes depending on the puzzle. Yeah, it is a quest that has a really cool idea, but the execution ends up being very slow and very boring.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
Right.
Air here is hot and sticky.
I don't have any magic missile immunity here, but nothing in this quest casts magic missiles, so no shield means my armor class is lower, but whatever, it's fine. Yeah. Is it for the earth elementals at the end? Yep. Yeah, the club that lets you take control of the earth elementals. I used to always go for the club to make that end fight easier. Like the Rod of Earth and Control or whatever it was called. Used to always use that. Anyway, reminder, there are ogres in this quest. When there are ogres, always make sure you're paying attention to when they do the combo to dodge. You don't want to get comboed. Guide on what quest in order you suggest doing while leveling up. So you can do ! quest list in the chat if you would like a general guide of the things I generally do when leveling up. That being said, not really. I usually recommend people do different quests every time they level. But there is a written list. Quest list. Quest list. There you go. Combo. I love Tumble. Being able to just dodge backwards and be completely immune to damage is so sick. Strim lied? No. Sorry, maybe there's too much desert sand in your ear. From the desert and the recent haboobs. I don't know if there's any haboobs, but I said quest list. It doesn't work in YouTube chat. I can't have a bot in YouTube chat. You said quests, not quest list? No, I said quest list. If I said quests, then Tylendal would have written quests. Also, I'm blind and I don't have blindness immunity. So this is why you need blindness immunity potions, to prevent yourself from getting blind and then being stuck. However, we can always solve these problems by just guiding via the minimap. I can still technically see where I'm going by using the minimap. I'm standing in lava a lot, so that's why I'm using, I cast fire resistance to make sure I didn't step in lava too much. Now we're just going to be guiding via the minimap, because that's all I got, and these shamans cast blindness, which is annoying. You gotta be careful, because there are lava pools that appear on the corners of these rooms. I just gotta make sure I swing wide. So you see this lava pool? Oh, there's a moat. I'm gonna ignore that. There's like a rock here. And we're just going. There's a fire elemental somewhere, but I don't know where. Oh, there it is. Aha, damage. Once you see the damage numbers pop up, we are all set. I think. Alright, it is dead. Let me find the lever here. This is not a good way to solve your problems, but it is a way to solve your problems. You can always navigate blind. Do I have the summer loot horse? No, I don't. I don't have any of the horses. I didn't like the look of them, so I didn't even try to farm them. Okay, we're in the lava, but the altar I think is here. Yep, there it is. Kill the mephits. Kill everything mephits, and everything is dead. Now, if you go behind the altar, there's actually a treasure chest. So there's a treasure chest behind the altar here, so you can find it, and then you can grab yourself a little bit of extra loot, which is convenient. Heal blast because I forgot to cast resist fire on him. Poor guy. All right, and then same thing. We got a hug left, kind of hook around the wall, and then go up. I could die and roll a new character, but I'd rather just like complete it. That being said, there is a moat here. Is this a blue one? We could try it. Blindness isn't too bad. Oh, no, it's a green one. Okay. And my blindness is over. Yay! That's why you buy blindness removal potions, so you don't have that happen to you. For the record, you might be like, okay, well, why did you buy blindness removal potions? For exclusively entertainment value here on Twitch, I don't buy blindness removal potions because when I get blinded, I think it's funnier that I have to deal with it. So for entertainment of the audience and myself, I don't have carry blindness removal potions. So yeah. Because you can navigate through the minimap.
the sulfurous stench more nauseating than the heart of the monster.
I could recommend that new players buy... You know what? I'm going to take the Medusa approach. Oh, I'm blind again. What did I roll on that save? Fortitude is my highest save. I rolled a 4. Damn. Anyway. Yes, Matus, you're right. I should take the Matus approach. Guys, when you are playing Dungeons & Dragons online, to avoid blindness, what you should do is you should go and buy some DDO points using your credit card, and then use those DDO points to purchase a blindness immunity topaz. It's the best way to handle it. Thanks, Twitch chat. You guys are right. You guys should spend more money on Dungeons & Dragons online, and make sure you're always buying stuff out of the DDO store to help your adventures. Okay, everything is dead here. Now this is the hard part, because there are there's like platforms here. I can't see forward, which is the bigger issue. I know that there's an ogre somewhere, but I don't know where. Okay, good. I'm not like looking at it. That's good. I'm just gonna make sure I don't fall in the lava. I fell in the lava. I immediately was like, I just gotta make sure I don't fall in the lava, and then I immediately fell. I'm just gonna get out of the lava, which is very, very annoying. Okay, it's somewhere around here. Still in the lava, still in the lava, still in the lava. There's ground somewhere here. I just don't know where. Still lava, still lava. Adventurers pack. Aha! Not lava. All right, we're out of the lava, which is good. So now I can climb up this section here. Back in the lava. No, no. Where's the adventurers pack? Oh no.
Dragon below hangs thick in the air.
I'm like under something, but I don't know what. Ah, crap. Okay, hold on. We're stuck in here. There's the adventurers pack. This is where you climb up. But why can't I climb up this section? Climb, climb, climb. Oh, we made it. Okay. I can call my guys. And there's an altar here. All right, good. Altar dead. Let's go. You can do anything. Hey, we're alive. I'm gonna get blinded by this ogre shaman again. Just watch. Just watch. Oh, he died. Never mind. We're good. You had some crazy curses. How are you doing? On what to buy and what not to buy? No, I don't have any guides on like specifically purchasing things out of the store. The main reasons why I don't have a guide for purchasing specific things out of the store is I don't really honestly know the answer to that question, because I am not like that style of player. I am a VIP. I've always been a VIP. I've never played around with the a la carte system that some people have done, where they like purchase individual things. I actually don't like those types of systems at all. I would like to buy something and then have it. It's the reason why I prefer the subscription. I don't want to have to like buy this and then buy that and buy this and get nickel and dimed every minute of every day. I hate that. That's why I just sub. Then I don't have to worry about it. I just spend the money. I spend the money. I get exactly what I want, and I have no problems with that. Plus, also, there are content creators who have guides, because they have more experience than I do, about like, if you are new to the game, this is the list I recommend you buy things. So I much prefer people that know these things better than I do to kind of take on that challenge. Don't you dare blind me again.
High shaman of the dragon below thunders with rage.
Yeah, spellcasters are scary. Take them out. Yay, he died.
Something in an eldritch language. The stones echo.
I think you haven't answered. Oh no, I did answer. I said no, I don't have the summer loot horse because I think it's ugly and I don't want to farm it. A lot of money on Kane's crafting boosters and craft some sexy goggles. True. Yeah. True. Now, there's a part 2 to this quest, so I'm going to do part 2 right away. This does mean I lose blast, but that's okay. The second part's actually easier than the first part, because the second part has a lot of fire creatures, but it means as long as you have fire resistance, you don't really take any damage from the quest, which will be nice. So instead, we come over here, we talk to Idis, we update, he goes, "What sort of beasts?" And then we go back out. Yeah, the only difference is that it has saddlebags. Here it is. This is the one. So it's got saddlebags. So if you like the saddlebags, you can get the Fey Horse. I just don't like the saddlebags, personally. I can't believe somebody just had it so I could show it off. That's great. besides quest packs? Not really. I mean, it's like straightforward stuff like shared bank space is obviously amazing. The shared crafting storage is amazing. Any of the stuff that you can like share resources between all your characters is going to be more beneficial if you play more than one. If you only play one character, then maybe the bank space will also just be good for you, like regular bank space. But I don't use it a lot. I mostly use the shared bank because I play multiple characters.
Now they are sweltering. The air itself seems on the verge of
Dog.
fire.
Skip the season completely. Yeah, I'm not a big fan personally. I don't think you need a +8 to all stat tome. I mean, it's definitely nice to have, but I definitely don't think so. +2 is really nice to have. So +2 is pretty great. I do like +2. The reason why +2 is nice is because it means that a lot of the stat requirements are avoidable. So for example, if you want to play a dual wielding character, but you don't want to use dex as your main stat, you can have a 15 dexterity, and then it will get bumped up to a 17 for free from the +2 tome. So running some past lives and earning 1750 favor a couple times, taking strength and dex for feat requirements is quite nice. Outside of that, I don't think tomes are really necessary for anything, especially because if you do decide to get tomes, you can just like level up your character, play at the end game, and tomes drop from raids like all the time. So you can get yourself a full set of like plus whatever tomes by doing raids, and most servers do have, actually I would say most servers, I don't know about Moonsea because I don't play on Moonsea, but Thrain, Shadowdale, and Cormyr all do like raid trains on weekends. So, you know, you just play on a weekend and get in some raids. And even still, if you can't play on the weekend, there are also other times that people will do different types of raids. You just always check here. In fact, if you ever want to do raids and you don't know when people are going to be doing those raids, you can just use ddooaudit.com. It's a website that actually has a raid tracker that shows you who's doing what raids and when. And you can just like log in and do the raids and then, you know, move on to something else, which is kind of cool. I didn't realize how much damage Blast was doing. Please. Let me open the door. Raids are R+1 raids. I don't even think it's that important. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think tomes are that important. Like, I think tomes are helpful for sure, but builds will function without tomes. Like in the hardest difficulties, obviously you want to have the most stats possible, so they will be more helpful, and having them will make your character better. But you can do high difficulty content, R10s, things like that, without having access to tomes. But it does help you. But I want to make sure it's super clear that I'm not like, everybody needs to go like, if you want to do the hardest thing, go buy a +8 Supreme Tome. It's not necessary. It's good for min-maxing because you can optimize your stats a little bit more, but like I said, I wouldn't say entirely necessary. What's more helpful for doing high difficulty content, like if you want to do high Reaper mode or things like that? Ooh, a Blazing Ring of Devotion. This is a really cool item and something I would use on this character if I actually needed the positive healings. Like I was playing an Artificer, but I was like a fleshy type character. The Devotion 63 is nice and Cold Absorb is just good. So that's a cool item. I'm not going to use it, but that's a cool item. But yeah. You'll get tomes when you're raiding regularly. Yeah, if you just do raids regularly, you get tomes. Another group of people will also sometimes do favor farming. For 7,500 favor, you get a +8 tome. So technically, if you do 6 past lives, all of them going to 7,500 favor, not only do you get the tomes, but you also get a ton of DDO points. I think it's like 12,000 DDO points on top of that. Now, that being said, it's a very time-consuming process, so I'm not going to recommend that to everybody. Like, I wouldn't do that, but yeah. Four tomes in the past 10 years. I have probably 10 or more tomes in my bank right now from raiding over the past 2 years. ones that I haven't consumed. Quit DDO from burnout. It's a pretty good reward. It depends on how often you do in-game raids as well. Like if you just join some of the raid trains where they hit like all the raids where you're doing like Dryden the Demigod and Hunter Be Hunted and Fire from Wargrave and Threats Old and New and Den of Vipers and Killing Time and the new one, Relentless, and you just kind of slam through all the raids like boom, 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 you'll get them.
One and all.
Yep. That's one of the things that I do appreciate. Can free-to-play use the shared bank if they buy slots? I used to be free-to-play, but right now I can't touch anything in my shared bank because they're free-to-play. I believe you need to buy access to the shared bank or BVIP. I don't think buying slots just works. Because they did a thing where they gave out shared bank slots, but I don't think last year they gave it's like 100 slots or whatever, but I don't think it worked unless you bought access to it. It's like an individual purchase to have access to the shared bank, which is not a thing I like, but it is, I think, the way the game works. Anyways, give me a reward. Death block bracers of fortification. So that's convenient. It saves me some slots and it means I can change up my armor piece. So I actually am going to take this. The less fortification is not as good, but I do like the fact that it is going to save me an armor piece. So now I can change up my chest to something that's much better. I don't have anything yet, but that's good. Intelligence 4 helmet. That's really convenient because then it means I don't need to drink potions. But the problem is I need the search. So that sucks. Unlucky. I am not going to do that. Ooh, but there's a bastard sword. I don't care much for that. I'm just going to take this stuff. Next. Mana. Acrobat's Boots of Sheltering 3. Really horrible roll on that one. That can go up to 8 for level 5. And I got a 3. Of course, there's Cufflinks. Again, nothing good. We're just going to get something to sell out of the game. Yeah. But that's one of the things about DDO is that because you earn the points while you play, in theory, yes, it is buying a +8 tome. You can buy that with buying DDO points and then getting the tome. Wow, strength 4. That's kind of cool. However, you don't have to do any of that, which is nice. As a DDO player, you're able to just simply spend time playing and then buy things with your points, which is what I do. Also, I'm going to sit down because it's been 2 hours of standing. Thank you, Float. I'm also going to take level 8 here because I have no reason not to, and I think I want to move on to some other fun quests. So we're going to take 8 and do some stuff. Artificer Trainer. So we got 1 more intelligence, which is good. It's going to give me another even number. And because I got more intelligence, I now have more skill points. So now I'm putting points into balance, and I'm going to put even more points into jump. So this will level up even faster. Again, it might seem confusing that I'm putting points into jump, but having access to jump is very, very convenient. Another thing I get at level 8 is Adamantine Body, a feat that allows me to sustain way more damage and makes me much tankier. I'm very happy about this. So we're taking Adamantine Body. And then I get another spell. I don't really think I want any of these at all. So, yeah, I'm going to take here, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it'll come in handy. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a fleshy hireling. I won't, but maybe, but I won't. But I could, but I won't. Anyways, I'm going to grab Infused Armor because it gives me extra physical resistance rating from my docent, which is good. So we're going to grab this and +1 armor bonus, which is fine. I will take Thundershock Imbue because the Imbue gives me an extra d6 electric damage on hit that will scale with spell power, although I don't have the spell power to scale it as of right now. And then I'm going to also grab the Hand in Half Training for +1 to hit and damage. Increased hit chance is always helpful, and given that I got 1 from leveling up, from my base attack bonus increasing, I got 1 from my intelligence increasing, and then 1 from there. It's an extra +3 to hit just for getting 1 level, which is nice. I can now also cast the spell Elemental Weapons to increase my character's damage as an enchantment. So I'm going to replace Enchant Weapon with Elemental Weapons, which now makes it so I add an extra d6 of damage of electric, which is just nice. I don't have a lot of electric spell power because I don't have any electric spell power gear, but still, I can use that. And then lastly, I'm going to take my armor off and put it back on to make sure it is properly applying the adamantine plating. So now I have 19 physical resistance rating. So my character is taking, what is this? 15.97% less damage from hits, which is good. It does limit my dodge, but I don't have any dodge at all. Artificer as a base class doesn't get any dodge, and I don't have any dodge equipment, and I don't have anywhere to gain dodge. So when I get to choose, I'm going to choose the thing that I can do that will make my character powerful right now. At endgame, it is pretty common for characters to use dodge as a way to defend themselves. But again, during the leveling process, I don't have any of those tools, so we're not going to do that. Okay, so now I have 9,000 platinum. I'm going to do a quick refill on some of my potions to make sure I have everything I need. So I'm going to buy more Fox's Cunning Potions because I don't have intelligence yet. It might seem weird that I'm just using Fox's Cunning Potions the entire time, but you have to understand is I'm saving, like, I just don't have the item slot. Like, I don't have a intelligence item. I did technically get one, but it overwrote my search. And this way I don't have to give up on it. And I can't really get better than +4 anyway at this level. So this is good enough for me. I'm going to buy another Wand of Shield to keep up on my wand. So we'll grab a Wand of Shield here. And then I'm going to also purchase another Hireling as well. And refill on my Heroism potions. Random question for the brain. I just put some filigrees in the weapon, the artifact. Can I get the bonuses? And I get the full bonuses of both, don't I? Yes. If you put the same filigree in a weapon and an artifact, it counts. So you can double dip. That is the reason why artifacts are kind of too powerful in modern DDO, is because you can do that. So effects you're only supposed to be able to get one, you can get two. So like as an example, there are raid filigrees you can get access to. They give you +2 to a stat, and also count as 2 separate filigrees. You can put that one in both your weapon and your artifact, and now you get 2 of each set and the +4 to your stats, which is really silly. Oh, Bob Jester, I can solve that problem for you. Artificers learn spells. You'll have an ability in your feat menu called Inscribe Artificer Scroll. So if you don't have any level 2 Artificer spells, just go to a spell vendor and learn the spells. So you can go to a vendor. So let's say this vendor right here, Morna Worm Touched. You can talk to her, and a level 2 spell that Artificers can cast is Repair Moderate. So you can buy the Repair Moderate scroll, talk to the reagent vendor, buy the ingredients to be able to inscribe, and then inscribe the spell into your book. Artificers learn spells. That's why you get so few on level up, is because they encourage you to go and get scrolls and learn them individually. Now that I've adamantine plating, the wand is just for AC. That's true. I do now have alchemical shield, so I do have immunity to magic missiles. But hey, more armor class is good, man. More armor class is just good. Okay, so now that I'm level 8, I'm going to buy a new Hireling. And then, you know what? I think I will do the White Plume Mountain and Other Tales quests, because those quests are challenging. And I think that some people would like to know how to get past them. However, I'm going to show you how to do something that I like to call the Elemental Shuffle. So I'm going to put this here, I think. So, the Resistance Shuffle. So the Resistance Shuffle is basically a way to cast all your resistances. So, I want to cast Fire Resistance to make sure I'm not taking fire damage. I also want to cast Lightning Resistance to make sure I'm not taking lightning damage. And then I also want to make sure I'm casting Cold Resistance to make sure I'm not taking cold damage. Those are very, very common damage types. By putting my buff order like this, if I just go in a line, there's a cooldown on this spell. But by the time I get to this spell, this cooldown is done. And I can keep casting, and then this cooldown is done. I also separate the potions because they share a cooldown. And then as a result, I don't have to stop or slow down with my buffing, and I get all my elemental resistances every time I go through. It's very convenient. All right, it's time to buy Tower, the fighter, Warforged fighter. Is he good? Well, let's see. Tower's cool-headed. Caution won him countless battles during the wars. Sick. He's cool-headed. Hopefully it will come in handy. I need to make a new tune. I'm so bored of playing the game as I solely play in-game rating. Yeah, sometimes making characters and getting started is like really fun. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy Hardcore League, because when you play Hardcore, you're just like starting something brand new. You're doing the new season, and you don't have anything, so you kind of have to scrounge, and every like randomly generated item is now suddenly good. Oh yeah, ship bus for the dog. Thank you for the reminder. And I find that really fun. It's the same reason why whenever like Path of Exile or Diablo or Last Epoch or any of the ARPGs do a new season where you start from nothing, that feeling of like everything is good like every item you pick up, every item you find has some amount of value. It's very satisfying because it means you want to explore, you want to find stuff, you want to figure stuff out. You're not already at the end of the story, you're at the beginning. That's true, I could get cutting currency. The quests I'm about to do are quite dangerous. So if you are not familiar and you haven't done these quests before, bear in mind, they are very, very, very dangerous. There's a chance I will die in some of these quests. But I'm going to try my best to show you how to do them. But they are very dangerous.
You've arrived.
Hey, what's up, Nimue? Oh, I forgot. Summon the hireling, summon the hireling, summon the hireling, summon the hireling. Go, go, go. No. I didn't get the hireling. Fuck. Okay, I gotta reset the quest. I forgot summon the hireling. I was on such autopilot. I forgot. You can only summon the hireling in that opening room, and I totally spaced on that. Fortunately, I didn't do anything, so we're good. Whoop. Alrighty. Now you can teleport me. Thank you.
To send you to the nearby village.
I could cast elemental resistances on my fighter, but I'm not going to do that. Also, unfortunately, I'm the only healer now, so I have to be a little bit more mindful about my spell point usage on my healing. So I'm actually going to take out the heal spells, and I'm going to put these on, like, non-essential. So when I'm out of combat, I can cast these ones, so I don't worry about spending extra spell points on Quicken. But now I have all the elemental resistances, I got lots of stats, and now we're going to go... Wrong button. Ooh. Again, the monsters in here are dangerous. They do quite a lot of damage. You always want to go for the spellcasters first, and surprisingly, even the slingers are quite dangerous. So, yeah. Also, I don't know where my hirelings are and my pet. They are somewhere. Couldn't tell you where, but they're somewhere. There they are. Get them. There's also a lot of shrines in this quest, so you can rest pretty regularly. So this is not a terrible quest in terms of, like, shrine density. If you run out of resources, just use a shrine. You know that you've chosen the hardest quest, and if somebody's iffy about hardcore, they can choose easier ones. Yep. I mean, I don't think I have to post a disclaimer since I'm specifically mentioning I'm doing harder quests. I am going to give credit to the viewer. I think the viewer is smart enough to know that when I say the words, I'm doing harder quests on purpose, that they can intuit that I am doing harder quests on purpose.
The last of the kobolds falls, yet there's no time.
So that is currently the goal there.
Bars your path. This creature radiates powerful magic,
Yes.
and clearly poses a major
It is a big assumption that people will heed my words and listen to the things that I say, but we'll see.
You look around to see
Listening to the stream explains the stream, exactly.
creature came from. You spot the entrance to a
Yeah, reading the card explains the card unless you don't know what the keywords are. If you don't know what the keywords are, then you really struggle. I also like the tower is just a big axe. I almost have as much health as he does.
Extend further into the rock than you originally. Something is causing the creatures
Something has gone horribly wrong.
enormous size. Perhaps they are.
Every time this guy talks, that's all I hear. From what goes up with the orbs. Also, these quests, fortunately, because they feature a lot of like mini bosses, if they're champions, I get a lot of champ chests, which is nice. Again, the health on these monsters is a lot higher than your average quest. If you wanted to do something similar, you could go and finish off Three Barrel Cove, which is easier. You can go do some of the house quests that are also level 6 that are also easier. So there are quite a few adventures you can do that are easier than this one, for sure, if you want to get some XP. The Feywild is probably also easier than this if you own it. I'm just doing this because I find it fun. That's it. No, tower, don't attack the moat. Alright. Now we do attack the moat. I should probably cast Sonic Resist just in case, but let's see how that goes. Unfortunately for me, this is a champion. Also, unfortunately for me, I don't have any way to hit... What the heck? This guy's doing the full circuit around me? Oh god, a second one. And it's a Snowpeaks champ. And it's doing the full circuit. This is dangerous. Oh shit. He's doing the NASCAR. He's making it out here, making left turns. Gotta be careful. I don't know why they do that sometimes. It's just weird monster positioning. Alright. Give me the moat. Reminder text for haste on it because it's an evergreen keyword. Yeah, I got confused by the haste keyword a few times in terms of its implementation. Because, for example, there's a card that is currently in Standard Magic the Gathering that's in a deck I'm playing called Ruby. And Ruby has the effect that you can tap it to add mana of red or green. But it also has a haste, which I did not intuit that meant I could play it and then tap it for red or green in the same turn. It's a very, very good card. I was like, who cares? It's just a 1/2 with haste. No. It's very good. But I did not realize that at the time. All right. Means in case you forgot about what that what goes fast is all about. True. All right, here there's a trap. There's a trap on the right and then a trap on the left. So you hug the left till you get to the pillar, then you cross, then you get hug the right. The trap boxes are here, but some of them are actually so high you can't reach them, or at least they used to be. I don't know if they still are. We're gonna find that out. I'm gonna come down here. They used to be so high you couldn't reach them. So let's see if that's still the case. Nope, they moved it down. Yay! It used to be up here on the wall. You couldn't reach it. Now you can disable the trap for all your friends and help them through. Yay! Nice job. I'm gonna use a shrine the next chance I get. So if I see a shrine, I will be taking it. And we're using a lot of resources in these quests because they're tough. Yeah, you had to be really careful. It was like very precise. The problem with standing on the crystal is it would also be somewhat inside the trap, so it would be quite dangerous to actually stand on the crystal. As you're going through as well, you will be picking up these mysterious remnants. There's a mysterious remnant trader that you can trade with inside of the Hall of Heroes if you wish. You don't have to trade with him, but it is a relatively good idea if you have any of those extra resources. All right, so how do you get through this section? There's lots of really dangerous traps. My honest trick is just swim through the water. Then you don't get hit by all these traps that are really, really dangerous. So just swim. If you're Warforged, you can just swim underwater and completely ignore all of this. Now you might be wondering, but Shrimp if I ignore all the monsters, what's gonna happen? Aren't I gonna like get some type of horrible red alert? The actual trick to red alert and monster alerts in general is that you actually only get those if the monsters can move. Because none of these monsters can move, you don't have to deal with that mechanic at all. And you can completely ignore the alert in here. You have to fight a single monster. These monsters don't move, therefore they're not part of the pathing, therefore they don't red alert. Isn't that neat? Yeah. Didn't require a stat ladder? Yep. There we go. I did just get generally stunned by the big monsters, but that's just more funny than anything else. And then at some point in this quest, I'm pretty sure there's a shrine. I remember there being a lot of shrines in here, but I could be wrong about that. Is it here? Is it right here? No, I'm thinking about newcomers, I think, or black and blue, where there's like a shrine on one of these corners. I think maybe it's just at the end there's a shrine. Right. Oh, it's through this door there's a shrine. Okay, we're at the end, basically. Yeah. From all your solo series, which build would you recommend the most for a new player? The fighter. Fighter is really, really easy to play. It's really, really easy to understand, and it's very strong. You could probably swap out the fighter that I played for Dragon Lord if you really want to. I think Dragon Lord might be a little bit stronger, but fighter is free, and the solo guided fighter playthrough is really easy to emulate. Because, again, fighter is really, really good right now. It does damage, it's got healing, it's tanky, it just does everything. There's no downside to fighter. Get him out of here. It's me and the melee ball. Get him, melee. Aura Warlock. Oh, I was, sorry, Maggie, maybe you missed the question. I was asked specifically of the solo series I have put out. So I have 3 of them. One I did, which was Fighter. I played like a shield using Fighter. It wasn't quite a Vanguard. It was just Fighter with a shield, because its shield is pretty defensive, but mostly Kensai. And then I also put out a video about Stormsinger Bard, because Bard is pretty fun to play. It's pretty straightforward. It's easy. It's powerful. The downside to Stormsinger is that it is pretty squishy. But the goal was to show people how to get through things like traps, especially with a squishy character. How do you handle those situations? So you could also do that as well. And then the one I did after that was Solo Guided Caster Ranger, where I played a ranger who only casts spells, which was really painful to show you that even if you have the worst character you can possibly think of, it still works. Also, Wrath, welcome back to the stream team. Preach the sport, having a fantastic day. Well, it's up. 81 months is a long time. Good morning. How are you doing? How are you doing? So I don't have one for Aura Warlock, which is why I can't recommend it as a series to watch on YouTube. But if you are in the future, and I already made that, say it. Now, one of the reasons why I like this quest is I remember doing this with somebody where they like, oh, I gotta open the door. They went to the lever, and the lever breaks in their hand, and they couldn't figure out what to do. And they're like, huh? And then boom. Didn't get to cap though. I actually just stopped uploading the videos. I basically hit like a bout of depression and stopped making videos for a bit. The character is at level cap and geared. And I still have the video on my computer. I just didn't actually post it. Unfortunately, I never finished it. Sometimes it happens. Yo, what's up, Officer Skeleton? How you doing? Practice for Freesia. Like I said, I'm not going to think about Freesia until we see what the patch notes are. Yeah, I originally transferred it off of Hardcore onto Kaneth, and then I actually did some R10s on Kaneth, so I have a reasonable amount of Reaper XP on that character as well, which is really silly.
It's nothing more than a beast.
Nah, it's just unrelated stuff. Unfortunately for me, I have severe depression, which is sick. It just interferes in many aspects of my life in ways that I'm not happy about, but it is what it is. The brain be doing the brains things. Now this monster can be quite dangerous. In heroics, he's okay. He's not as bad. But in epics, this guy has Dragon Breath, the old Dragon Breath that can do thousands of damage. So if you do this quest on epics, bear in mind, if you do this at 21 and you think, oh, I'm not going to get hit for 2,000 damage, yes you are. He casts old Dragon Breath, he will hit you for 2,000 fire damage. Unfortunately, no cool items out of this chest. This chest can drop the leather gloves of the snake, which is all 4 of the trapping skills, so it's search, spot, disable device, and open lock. Very cool. I unfortunately did not get it, but it's a really cool pair of gloves for that purpose. All right, and now we're going to do arguably the hardest quest in this area, which will be, what was it? The Price of Freedom. Not the best quest, but arguably the hardest one. I could take that open lock item, but I kind of just don't care. But I will take it. It's level 9, so it's going to give me a lot more money. So I'm going to sell that. Okay, Price of Freedom. Right. So she gives me a wand and we're good to go. So in this adventure, you get a wand and you need to use it to fly up to the top. If you have feather falling, make sure you put it on. It is very, very useful for this area. So I'm going to make sure I put on my feather falling boots that I have in here. My feather falling boots. Do I not have feather falling boots? Ooh, that's annoying. Well, apparently I don't have feather falling boots. Fortunately, I do get feather falling, so it's not all bad. I'm going to take the wand and put it on my action bar so I can swap to it. The goal is to get into the prison. You can get into the prison, the front door, by basically fighting your way through, unlocking all the bolts, because there's like a bunch of keys on the outside you have to, or like levers you have to twist to get in. But that is a very tedious process. Instead, I'm going to shorten that process by flying right over top of the prison and then breaking in the fun way. What is the fun way? Basically, we're just going to be flying up here, flying up towards the prison, and then hitting some more of these buttons as we go. Unfortunately, I somehow managed to not land any of them where I wanted to, but what are you going to do? Whoop. I'm going to keep whipping these. Oh, I can retain charges because I'm an artificer. I love that. Go up here. Let me go up here. Also, you have to be careful about like bumping into stuff because you can get like a dimensional anchor, like a bit of a momentum. So I want to be careful about stepping on things exactly, because now I have backwards momentum because I slid on that roof. So I'm actually pushing forward. I'm just not moving forward because of momentum. So I'm probably gonna have to land here just to solve my momentum problem because I stepped on something that I was not supposed to. Oh god. Oops, I aggroed the guards. No, escape, escape. Step on this, and we're going up all the way up top here with a hope of disabling this. I'll step on this. Whee. Okay, we're done. So this puzzle will let us into the prison. Now this might look dangerous. How do I disable all of these things at the same time? What the heck am I going to do? The answer? You tap every button one time. That's it. So I run around the outside once, then you run around the inside once, and the whole thing is disabled. If it is not set like that, I have no idea how to solve it. I'm gonna be honest, I would just reset the quest and do it again. All right, so now we have 2 goals in here: finding dimensional anchors and rescuing the VIP. To find the dimensional anchors, if you summon one of these things, it tells you where it is. So it's so far, I can't even. Very funny joke. Ha 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 ha. So we're gonna move further in and then look around for these this thing. Again, the monsters in here are very dangerous. Even more dangerous, for reasons I cannot explain to you, the fire elementals chain cast dispel magic. So even though I have lots of protective magic to keep me safe from all of the major elemental damage that you will experience in this quest chain, again, the fire elementals, for reasons I cannot explain, just chain cast dispel. Over and over and over and over. Okay, good. Also, you have to be careful about your pets and your hirelings. They will, oh good, it's already chain casting. It's the first spell that it casts. It's a very, very annoying part of this quest and can make it very, very dangerous. This thing is also resistant to physical damage and fire damage. Okay, cool. So it has gotten most of my spells down, so I just gotta make sure I don't get too hit hard here. The fire elementals are very dangerous in this question. Very, very dangerous. I don't need every spell though, so it's fine. Yes, if you are new and you are on hardcore, do not do this quest. Also, I should definitely turn my pets off from being on aggro. I'm going to try to hide from the fire elementals, but I don't think it's going to work. I think they're just going to dispel me. Oh, never mind. We got a couple hits on this guy. Don't dispel me, don't dispel me, don't dispel me, don't dispel me. We're good. Don't dispel me, don't dispel me. We're all dead. Nice. Okay, fire elementals are all gone. More guys are running up the stairs. Who cares? Just stick as a team. All right, so now we're over here. We're going to try again. Where is it? It is too far. It could be this way. It could also be downstairs. So I'm going to come over here. So I'm a little bit further forward. And we're going to try casting it again in this corner here as well. Yep. No loot to speak of. Easy skip. That's where you're actually very wrong. There's extremely powerful low-level gear in this quest chain. Or in this quest. Far. Okay. So it is probably over here. So I'm just going to go down here and do a quick check. There it is. Right up there. You just follow the lines. Yeah, the armors are all quite good. And not only the armor's good, they're also very interesting mechanically. And they have some of the best visuals. In fact, the docent in this quest is probably the best looking docent in DDO. Unfortunately for me, I can't climb up this. Fortunately for me, my guys can climb up this. What? Oh, there's a moat. I can do the moat. Oh, why are there shadows? Uh-oh. I'm gonna put you guys on passive. I don't trust you. I'm putting these guys on passive. And we're not doing the moat. We're skipping the moat. There's too many layers, and the hirelings are going up and down through the floors, and I just don't want to deal with, like, getting ambushed by something because they aggroed a thing I didn't even know was coming at me. Anyways, now we head all the way down. You can fight all the monsters on your way down, or you can just jump off the ledge. I think I have to fight them because I have like, they're gonna walk their way down, so I have to do it. Yeah, I agree. It would be nice if the moats were intangible so they didn't soak up every hit. When I was originally running ranged with this character at the beginning, it was very annoying to hit the moats. Hi, Shroom, is there any weapon or falchion or great axes you go for after broken weapons? Are they good till 20? Yeah, they're good till 20. Anyways, you come into here, and there's actually a secret door we can find. I gotta kill these guys first. I'm almost done with the hard stuff. There's only a few more hard things to do, and then this quest is basically over. And there's some cool secrets I can help you guys find. There are a lot of shadows in this area, which can also be quite spooky. Alright, dodge the combos. Fortunately for me, the adamantine plating actually does make me a little bit tankier. So I can actually tank way more than I could before. Alright, and I don't need any of these keys. I have lots of keys. Alright, so now we're in the basement. We're looking for the VIP, the very important prisoner. That dimensional anchor upstairs, by the way, can spawn in a whole bunch of different places. So if you don't know where it can spawn, you can go check out the wiki for that information. This just experience, again, this is a quest that if you've never done it and it's your first time doing it, it will take you a long time. It will be confusing, and it may not be fun all of the time, so I can't always recommend it to you. There are fire elementals in this pit. Again, they chain cast dispel magic, so I am actually going to range them down because they are really, really annoying and I don't want to deal with them. And this is one of the scenarios where ranged weapons are actually quite good for this purpose, because they're going to cast dispel magic and take off my fire resistance, which is frustrating. Now, all these doors, the way that you open them is you can use your Wand of Exploits to hit a button at the top to open the door. However, there's actually a faster way to do it, which is to come down here and fight a bunch of elementals at the same time. You just gotta watch out for champions, look for champs, look for champs, look for champs. If you get dispelled, run away like I'm about to do here. I don't want to get dispelled by all these guys and then killed. So they already took off all of my resistances, so I'm just gonna range them down so they can't shoot me, and we're gonna go from there. They're probably gonna kill all my pets as well, because my pets can't really fight against them. But yeah, this is very, very scary room if you're not prepared. And the fact that I got literally all my spells ripped off of me is great. Just instantly. I'm gonna put these guys on passive. I'm too far away, so they can't hit me with any magic, so I'm good. Because I can just dodge it. Okay, get this guy. Played in a few years. What is that weapon stream uses? It looks cool. It's actually a couple new cosmetics. It's not a real regular weapon. So this is a cosmetic weapon that I sort of put together. It's the Underdark Warrior's Sword from one of the Underdark coffer, where it's like this Underdark themed outfit where you get like this drow outfit and a panther mount and a bunch of stuff. And then there's a new coffer which just came out, which is this raven coffer thing, and I put the visual effect on it, so it looks really, really sick. Okay. So, how do you solve this puzzle? You actually only have to hit 2 buttons. This button was already hit, it looks like, by one of the monsters here. You hit this button, and on the opposite side, you hit the other 3. So this is going to be annoying because I don't jump that high. Even though I did put points into the jump skill. We can jump up to the middle here. We can jump up to the middle here, hit this button, and boom, it opens up all the doors at the same time. There's also a shrine in here. I'm going to hit the shrine because I just don't have any buffs, and it's annoying. So we're just going to go in here and hit the shrine. Because I want it. Hey, no problem, up, down, BS. Alright, shrine time. The thing about doing some of the harder quests, always just remember, is if there's more shrines, just use more shrines and don't stress about it. Just use the shrines. Shrines are good. Shrines are good, hirelings are good. These will help you get through your adventures. I was also debating if I should put on a Ruby of Ghostbane I've left over for a couple of years ago, or should I get a Ruby of Acid Blast? I mean, if you want to put a Ghostbane weapon, Ruby, you can. There's a lot of really good items in DDO that give you, like, Ghostbane style stats. So you could do that, but I don't think it's entirely necessary. Like giving you Ethereal, for example. So I almost always have Ethereal on my characters, but yeah. All right, now we find Talbron. Where is Talbron Toon? He's somewhere in this place. You can actually just use the backspace key to find him. He's not upstairs. He's probably down here. There he is. He's in this room. Come over here. Hey, bub. Break him out of jail, and then he gives me a key. The key is used for the last door over here. So we have to hit all 3 of these buttons to open this door. So button 1. Button 2. And then fly up here, and button 3. Only downside is you have to wait for the thing to go away. And if you're like me, I put the levitation pad right in front of the door, which is silly and frustrating of me to do. All right, so down here is the boss, but not only is there the boss, there's also lava, and there will be shadows that will be popping out to attack me. So just be mindful, you will be getting attacked by shadows during the section because they come out of seemingly nowhere. But it is not actually nowhere, and I will show you where that is so you can get some cool loot for yourself, because the shadows are actually guarding it, which you might not know. So, there's actually a secret door here. To open the secret door, up here, there is a under lava target lever. I'm not going to swim and go get it because it's dangerous, but you can actually shoot it. Can you die? Thanks. You can actually shoot it. So it's like it's right down there. I don't want to swim and get it because I'm an idiot. Oh, actually, I did hit it. Perfect. By hitting it, you can come in here. There's a chest. This chest actually contains a named item, or has a chance to. So I got the confiscated heavy mail. Again, armor I can't currently use. However, it's fantastic. Con 4, it's got spell resistance, it's got dust, so enemies can miss you, and it has a fire shield effect, making it so when you get hit, you can resist fire damage. Very, very cool. Definitely something that can be useful for your character. Also, again, all the armors out of this quest look incredible, so if you want cosmetics, that is a good place to go about it. Anyway, we talked to Doris. Doris is like, hey, mutiny? And you're like, yeah, you know what? All right. And then we finish. This is one of the more complicated quests in this quest chain, but I do find it quite fun personally, and I do enjoy it. And the XP is great if you can do it quickly. I didn't do it that quickly because I had to rest and, you know, be a little bit careful. But if you're on the upper end of the power creep spectrum, so you've got, like, you know, a little bit more stats than your average player, you got some past lives, you got a pretty powerful build, you just kind of like sprint through this quest. You fly up top, destroy the anchor, go straight to the bottom, and you are all set. Especially if you're playing a character where you don't care if you get dispelled. Just run around as a barbarian and just slap everything. But, yeah. Good quest. I was really hoping to get the docent, because the docent is not only very cool looking, it's also extremely powerful, but I didn't get it. It has sheltering and insightful sheltering on it. Very, very useful for heroic leveling. Unfortunately, I did not pull it. All right, what's up, Doris? Anything good? Anything good? We got a dodge belt and nothing. Sick. I'm gonna take hand wraps because I don't need them. They don't put sheltering on items anymore? They do. It's just a rarer stat. All right. This next quest is you have to solve a speech for a guy. This one is not very complicated. It just has harder monsters in it. So same as before, just harder monsters. For your barbarian, yeah. There's a trinket you can get from the quest housekeeping that is level 3 and it just gives you ethereal all the time. There's also the cold iron bracers from Feywild, which is also relatively easy to get and gives you ethereal all the time, which is nice. These guys kind of ambush you, so it's good to kill them and get them out of the way. Good old dretches and demons. Yeah, the monsters in here hit quite hard, especially all of the piercing doubts. The manticores are dangerous. The other problem with the manticores is they do aggro through the walls, so if you rush too far forward, you will find yourself getting surrounded by manticores very quickly. Again, this is one of the reasons why I have a good amount of armor class. It's with 33, which isn't insane, but these guys do miss me sometimes. Anyway, beat this guy up, and we're all set. Oh, we got another manticore here. Again, if you go too quickly, you will get kind of surrounded. It's not too dangerous, but there are a lot of manticores. Healing, healing, healing. You're also going to notice I jump sometimes when I cast. That's because when you cast spells, your movement speed slows. By jumping, you don't get reduced movement speed, so I jump oftentimes when I cast. It's called jump casting. It's very good. Oh yes, combating corruption as well, the Dustbone Ring, which is also great because there's only 3 items that drop from that quest. All right, we need the fundamentals of magic, which is in row 5. I forgot about Dustbone Ring. It's yeah, it's got ethereal on it, and also there's only 3 items, so which means if you do it 8 times on elite, you're actually pretty likely to get the item, which is nice. Would spectral gloves work? Yep, yeah, you can use the spectral gloves. They're just rarer. The spectral glows are relatively rare, but if you already have one, you can use that. The principles of magic.
You found one of the books for the speech.
I also love this quest because the quest is like, you found a book that could be used for the speech, because you clearly are picking up the wrong book. It's great. The Feywild Runearm. Yep. Yeah, you can definitely get the Feywild Runearm. The Necronomicannon. Great name. Fun Runearm. Yeah, they do put sheltering on items. It's just farther and fewer between. So, for example, there's an artifact pair of boots that comes from the raid Threats Old and New that I actually really want for my Warlock build, and I'm still farming for it. That artifact is really, really, really good, and it has sheltering. So, it's always fun.
What was once the library's core collection is now complete.
All right, keep blasting these guys. What feared me? Is it the? It's got to be the succubus that feared me. Change of heart. I'm paralyzed. That's always fun. Yeah, the monsters in here just hit really hard. Just be mindful of that. And when possible, make sure you are using shrines and protecting yourself. Keep yourself alive. There's just a lot of dangerous monsters in this quest chain. That's all it is. This quest chain is just like dangerous monsters into dangerous monsters all the time. Again, one of the reasons why I'm doing this, as opposed to some of the easier quests, is exclusively to show you, like, you can, as long as you go slow, heal yourself, keep yourself topped up, keep your pet topped up out of combat, so you're not running out of resources. That's how you get through these adventures. And you can do it too. My character is a first lifer. I'm slamming through these. It's not too hard. It just is harder. But you don't have to choose these harder quests. The benefit of doing the harder quests is they do give cool gear, and the gear can give you some advantages going forward. So, for example, you might get items that are a little bit higher on the power curve than average. It's not that rare. It is not a rare item. It is just on the named item pool. The problem is I believe there's 5 items on the drop list, so it's not as common as something like the Dustbone Ring is, for example. Oh, there's a moat downstairs? I'll get it on the way out. Cause fear. Yeah, not having will saves has caused me a problem right now. Roll a 4, then a 5, then a 6. Hell yeah. We're rolling up, baby. Next time we'll roll a 7 against Cause fear. Insightful sheltering on things. I've gone to physical magical sheltering. Yeah. I do think that is better for the game generally. I think that condensing too many stats is a bad thing, and you should have to make different types of decisions, deciding whether you're going to be deciding whether you're going to be weak to magic or not, as example. I think that is a interesting decision. The problem is they can't undo the items that already exist in the game that give like both. A great example is like the Hallowed Castigators. Those just are in the game already. So yeah, it's a tough one. I was watching your past streams and wondering how it is you toggle your Featherfall on and off so fast. Block. So when you block in Dungeons & Dragons Online, it turns off Featherfalling. You just press the block key. Come on, get on the thing. Yeah, here we go. How is the PvP in this game? There is no PvP in DDO. Technically, you can PvP other players, as there is a tavern you can go into, and you can do what is called a tavern brawl, where you can just randomly fight other people who are also in the tavern. And you can also do structured PvP, where you form into teams, and then there's little PvP arenas you can do. For example, you can do like capture the flag and a couple of the different type of game modes that involve PvP. However, it is unsupported by the development team, and at the end game, everybody else can one-shot everybody else from a huge distance. Because what do you do when a guy can hit you for 10,000 damage with no saving throw, and there's no way to stop it at any range? You just die. Yeah, so the proper forum or the DDO PvP is forum PvP. That's where people usually fight. They go on the DDO forums and they fight each other there. Yeah. this game is not designed for PvP. However, it could be, in the sense of not with the developers doing something about it, because I think that using development time on PvP, a system that most DDO players don't wish to engage in anyway, wouldn't be a good use of their time. But I think the players could make a feasible set of rules for PvP. I've thought about this for a while, and I think there is something you could do to make a kind of PvP rule system that I think would work. Similar to how, if you're familiar with like Diablo and Path of Exile, where there's the concept of low-level dueling, where the game isn't balanced for true PvP, but low-level PvP, where you put restrictions on what you can and can't equip and what level you are, limits your character building, which means you have to get more creative to try to one-up the other people that you're doing PvP against. And it also means you don't have to accommodate for literally everything in the entire game coming at you and one-shotting you instantaneously. So the solution to this problem, in my opinion, this would be my PvP rule set, would be maximum level for characters is 10. You must be a first life character, no tomes allowed, and you can only use randomly generated loot. I also like flirting with the idea of possibly banning the Warlock class entirely because of its access to infinite ammo magic. But that's what I think would work well for PvP. Because you're limited to level 10, you don't have any tier 5s, which give a bunch of really crazy and unbalanced abilities. You also don't have, because again, you're limited, you're level 10, you don't have the more powerful spells. Clerics get access to Raise Dead, but not the good ones. The spellcaster AoE spells are not insane at that point. Alchemist doesn't have a lot of their broken spells. And so it does limit a lot of what you can physically do in the game. But it still has a lot of flexibility. And the other thing about it is because it's first life only, no tomes, mana points are also heavily limited. So melee characters aren't entirely left in the lurch. And then also making it so you only use randomly generated loot. It also means you don't have problems with players having mechanics that kind of circumvent the entire game. You wouldn't be able to have items with freedom of movement. You wouldn't be able to have items with spell absorption, things like that, because it has to be random loot only. And being able to circumvent a lot of, or like make it so you can't just like avoid all crowd control by having a set little bit of very power crept gear would be good for that experience. Yeah, what do you think? Can a Charisma, Sorcerer, Paladin work with heavy defense and passive casting? Are any Sorkit in these days? I mean, you could just mix the two together and do like kind of Eldritch Knight plus Paladin. You definitely can do that. It's a cool idea. It's something I actually used to do a lot back in the day. The problem is there isn't as much synergy as there used to be. And not that there's as much synergy. The game has gotten like harder over time, like the newer content. The numbers you need are higher. You need higher spell DCs. You need higher hit chances. So I wouldn't say it's as good. What you could do though is something like 12 Sorcerer, which gives you, if you want to play like a Warforged, which gives you access to the Reconstruct spell, as well as then having like maybe like 6 or 8 levels of Paladin. No, I gave Brux some keys earlier and they died. R.I.P. Oh no, I'm trying to hit him with this. I gave him some keys and they died. R.I.P. I hate to see it. I'm never gonna make it up here. But yeah, what you could do is do like 12 Sorcerer, go Warforged, get access to like the Reconstruct and the instant healing, which is really, really nice. And then do like 6 or 8 Paladin for the rest of it. Or alternatively, if you really wanted to, you could do like a Dampier Sorcerer and do like maybe like 8 levels of Dampier or of Sorcerer to get access to like a lot of the self-healing, the good self-healing spells, and be like an undead Paladin Sorc. Go, please. Math book, not the right book. So yeah. Sorc with metamagic can still one-shot most classes? Not necessarily. You're able to get access to elemental absorption spells, so that way, or like items, because elemental absorption is still very, very powerful. Also, just make your saving throws against the spells. If a rogue has evasion, a sorcerer can't really do anything to them. So rogues, paladin, or rogues, monks. In fact, monks would be super powerful. Evasion, very high armor class. Resistance to almost all crowd control effects, and super, like the fastest class as well. Plus they get Tomb of Jade at that point and Stunning Fist. Monks are really good. Yeah, you could definitely do some combinations in there, for sure. to make Paladin and Sorc work. I used to play Paladin Sorcerer back in the day. All right, now for this one, you got to do a speech. First, you open up with a joke. Why do you tell a joke at the beginning of your speech? You're just trying to lighten up the crowd, make sure they feel relaxed. You don't want people to feel too uncomfortable. You just want to ease into it. Tell a fun joke. Then next, you got to tell the story about how you came to be upon this path. How did you come up with this idea? Where did that come from? I am afraid and dominated. This one distracting fantasy is currently kicking my ass. Also, Vaspar, please go away. Thank you. That one monster almost wrecked my entire team because I got paralyzed and I couldn't do anything. I need will saves. My will saves aren't even that bad either. It's 10. All right, back to the podium. Now we tell a memoir or an anecdote. You'd be like, this is how I came up with this idea.
Terrance's tale of his old school friend and their favorite subject.
Yeah, because Dampier lets you become undead. Sorcerer lets you cast spells really quick. And Paladin is just cool. The fundamentals of magic, and then you slam them with the final story. This is something. Where's the great axe? True, we don't have any great axes in the coffer. Just do the cookbook right at the end. Hey, don't get crowd controlled. Don't get crowd controlled. Don't get crowd controlled. Don't get crowd controlled. Hey, we're almost done.
No longer affected by Vaspar
Whee! And I got Memories of Charity, which is the Charisma helmet, which has a Mythic 3 bonus on it. Really cool item. Totally useless for my character. Really cool item. With Magic Missile, you ain't killing anybody with Magic Missile. There's no way. One, you can block Magic Missile with like a wand. So you can just like slap a wand of shield to get rid of Magic Missile, so that's no problem. And two, even if you can hit somebody with Magic Missile, it's like you're doing maybe 30 damage a missile. I mean, sure, you can cast them relatively quick, but oh my lord. And then even if you, the argument of like, oh, well, you know, they can just get their spell points back. If you actually do the PvP arenas, spell points do not recover that quickly. There's no shrines, and you have 10 minutes. If you burn all your spell points right at the beginning of like a PvP round, and then you have no spell points for the last 9 minutes of it, it's not going to be very good, especially if you're doing something like a Capture the Flag or other type of game mode. You got to be more conservative with your points. Because in the PvP arenas, you do not get your spell points back when you respawn. And so you just respawn with nothing. So it's not the best way to go about that. Also, Spell Absorb exists. With my idea of a PvP where you can only use randomly generated gear, you wouldn't have access, as like equipables, you wouldn't have access to Spell Absorb. Also, Smile Life, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 60 months. That is 5 calendar years. Wow, that's amazing. I appreciate you tuning in and watching for the past 5 years. I hope you're doing very, very well. And that's in a row, too. God damn. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. All right, this quest can also be dangerous because there are some spooky monsters down here. The Opulent Officers. These are one of the few monsters in the game that cast law spells. They are very dangerous if you're playing a chaotic character. I really should not be here. They're very dangerous to me. They're one of the few monsters that can kill me. So I'm going to be very, very careful. If anything, I should probably have my hirelings go first against them, but whatever. Whew. All right, we're good. All right, this room is also quite scary, so I'm going to cast Acid Resist because there's acid explosions that can happen in this room. It's not terribly bad, but it can happen. There's like basically these acid trap explosions that can get you. But with me and my minions attacking, we should be okay. Unless I just explode. Okay, we're good. Oh, it's poison. That was poison damage. That was the explosion. Fun. All right. Next up, we have the swimming section. The swimming section can be scary to many. I personally don't find it that scary. If you do take damage, you can always drink potions underwater. I don't have potions, so I can't deal with this, but we're just going to swim through and not die. Or I am going to die. If I do get low because I misjudge the height of where I'm allowed to stand, I will 100% recall out of this quest, but I should be okay. Warforged are weird because they're taller character models. Every character model is the same size, but it's always the feet. You want to use the feet as to where your character is. Okay. This is the only hard part. It's right here. I don't want to accidentally go down. And that's it. The rest of the stuff, you just kind of like take your time as you go through. Time it. I believe you can just go above these because they're too low. Whee! Again, these quests are insanely dangerous. These are diagonals, so you just wait on the diagonal and then you go through. Again, these quests are insanely dangerous. I cannot recommend you do that. There's a jet pushing you into spikes. Hug the left and you don't get pushed into the spikes. And then you have to deal with the lightning coming through. Again, go on the ceiling and you don't get hit. Same thing with this one. If you hug the left, it pushes you directly into this. And that is how you do the swim. The hard part here is also at the end where you have to swim against the current. Unfortunately, my swim sucks. But I think even if you have a negative swim, you can still make it up. It just is very time consuming. My swim is -2. Let's go. What's up, Man of the Unknown? How are you doing? Again, I'm not directly showing the quests that you should be doing, and I'm specifically not showing the quests that you should be doing because all those quests are going to be easier. So if you see that I can do this, and maybe you can do this, then think about how easy all those other quests are going to be for yourself. How comforting to see you playing this game. Nice. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're getting comforted by seeing some classic Dungeons & Dragons online. I love this game. Big fan. Happy that it's still around. Happy we still get some new stuff. Excited to hear what's going to happen with the 20th anniversary of DDO. And also I'm happy to still be, you know, alive and streaming. So it's always a good day to be alive, you know? Anyway, these things will break my weapons, so I have to use my crossbow. I don't want to use the crossbow, but they're going to break the weapons. And this is why I just keep this crossbow around. I will probably upgrade it from the basic level 1 crossbow at some point. Yeah, I just got to do it. They're also resistant to fire, which is fun. And I'm going to show you a cool trick for this next room. This is actually not an Artificer exclusive, but one of the benefits of being an Artificer inside this quest. This is a maze. What you're supposed to do is navigate this invisible maze where all the walls disappear to pull this lever. But if you have a dog, you can just send the dog.
The lever in the center of the room.
Look at him go. You know, I could do it. But what if I sent the dog? Going right through that invisible maze. If you've never done this quest before, the maze can be kind of annoying. It's not too bad. Like, I've done this a few times without the dog. But, yeah. And that's it. Maze complete.
The yellow crystal, which surely must open the yellow
and run through? Yeah.
The final crystal goes dark, and
it's one of those skills where it's like, listen, I don't know most things, but I do know how to get through this maze without looking at it. Do I know when my next doctor's appointment is? I have no idea. But I can get through that maze, no problem. Can I remember the name of my niece or nephew? Nope. But I can get through that maze. The brain holds different pieces of information for different times. Alright, full buffs. Let's go. Now in here, a lot of these creatures can be quite dangerous. So just because I'm like on the other side of some of this stuff does not mean I'm just gonna, you know, the rest of this quest messes around. They do not. So always just be mindful. A lot of these platinum creatures can be quite dangerous. And in the last room, there are several griffins that you fight. They are also dangerous. There are more opulent officers here as well, which I am very afraid of. So I'm going to be attempting to trip them the second I get near them. Always taking down the opulent officers as soon as I see them. Now this quest does have a bastard sword called Cutting Currency. It is a very, very, very good bastard sword. If I get it, I will use it, and I don't care what anybody says about that. It's really powerful. Okay, he can Orders Wrath me. He's not Orders Wrathing. He's back to full. He hit me with a prayer. He lowered my saving throw. Just get the trip, guys. It's not Order's Wrath. It's fine. Okay, good. Order's Wrath, when he casts it, it looks like a kind of like a pink swirl around his hands. That's how you know he's going to cast the Order's Wrath. I believe that's the last one, so yeah. For a quest to normal feels good. It does, yeah, dude. All right, now we rock and roll. Last check is in here. A couple of resources to kill. Yeah, the crest of the wall trick is awesome. We will be doing Crucible, obviously, because what would a solo guided playthrough be if I don't do the Crucible? I don't know if I'm going to do Giant Hold, because I think Mithranor might be an interesting place to explore, but the Crucible for sure, because people like seeing how to do it solo. Because if you don't know, it's not too bad. It does require use of like a single hireling, but yeah.
The glyphs represent locks that must be opened to
Okay. So with these types of puzzles, all of the outsides are death. So I'm just going to turn everything here so that nothing can hit the red. So that way I don't instantly die. For doing any type of hardcore challenge, always solve puzzles backwards. So that way you don't explode. So there we go. So now nothing can explode here because I turned all of it off. Always solve the puzzles backwards. That way you don't die. Time to try solo rogue, no multi-class. Kind of how you're doing with the solo series. Can't wait to see tips and tricks. Any suggestions on the build? Yeah, rogue is a brutal multi-class because they're the only class that gets no defense and no healing. So it is a harder solo challenge. For this room, you just look upwards to see where the lever is. So I spotted it in the corner here, and then we just climb up over this wall. As far as like which build you should play in specifics, good question. Probably Arbalist, like the crossbow rogue. Since crossbow rogue now works fully with dexterity, it's a lot stronger than it used to be because you can just use dexterity to hit damage right away. The answer to these ones, the Organization's 12 is based in a tower floating above the city of Korth. How many floors does the Tower of the 12 have? 13, one for each plane. Which member of the Sovereign Host is known as the patron of a saint of wealth and trade? That is Kol Koran. And why can Sharn fly? It's because it's the manifest zone of Serania, which is the plane of air, or plane of the sky.
Has opened the purple lock.
All right, and now we can go to the end of the quest. Reminder, the monsters in here are griffins. The platinum griffins hit very, very, very hard. You only have to fight one at a time, but again, they're just relatively dangerous. You just got to make sure you're being attentive and healing yourself when you need it. Or just have armor class so they miss you every single time, which is sweet. Yes, eat my Iron Defender, who's getting close to shutting down. And so is Tower. Okay. Okay. I hate that this thing is just spinning, but I do love the constant hawk sounds. They're like, yeah. It's great. And then we bash all these. All right. And then we grab the chest. Nothing. Dang. I really wanted that cutting currency. It's a very, very cool weapon. Shrim do perfect to shield mastery feats with the same HP as the heroic ones. Yeah, they do. You just need a total of 4 combat style feats. And the perfect feats count as combat style feats. Okay. Anything good? Blasting of Reconstruction. Sick necklace. I really want to use this. I'm going to bank this for later because all the stats are good. Evocation good for my rune arm, reconstruction good for my repair spells, but I don't have a better trapping item. So I'm going to hold on to this for later until I can get a better piece of disable device gear than my necklace. With some bait, I will have it. So there you go. So that's how you do those quests. I'm actually going to go and finish off Three Barrel Cove because I can. And do some of the other Three Barrel Cove quests, but that is how you do that. However, before we go into Three Barrel Cove, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to sell, and then I'm going to buy a couple potions which will help me on my adventure. Metal Gears and the enemies, and then artificing them. Playing to your response, I say chat something staff rogue. Oh, so what I said was rogue is the hardest, in my opinion, of all the classes to play solo, because it's the only class that gets like no good defensive tools and no inherent healing out of like all of the classes in the game at this point. So I can't super recommend that you play rogue, but if it is something you still want to do regardless, crossbow would probably be my choice, because crossbow has been changed. So now crossbow, Wand of Fox is cutting 6. Oh, that's sick. Okay, I'm gonna use that. Crossbow has changed, so now you can use dexterity to hit and damage with it whenever you want. You don't need to just get intelligence to hit and damage, so you don't need Harper Agent. You can use Harper Agent, but now instead you can use Horizon Walker if you have it, or if you don't own any universal trees, you can just go right away, which is cool. Fox's Cunning Wand. Nice. I can now delete all these potions. See ya. Yeah, Mechanic Rogue. Because you can use Charisma or Dexterity for all this stuff. Line up and sit down is a very slow attack, so it's not as good as you might think. Alright, now I'm going to buy some haste potions. Now, the reason why I'm buying haste potions, they're expensive. They help me attack faster, but I'm actually buying them specifically before I do this quest. I will be buying and drinking a lot of haste potions throughout the rest of this adventure, and you might consider it as well. If you're any type of melee, haste potions are very addictive because they make you feel very, very, very powerful for a short period of time while they are active. However, there's actually a very specific reason as to why I'm using a haste potion, and that's because I'm going to go to Three Rail Cove and do the quest the Troglodytes get. Inside that quest are Troglodyte Warlocks, and the Troglodyte Warlocks like to chain cast the slow spell. If you get slowed, you're just slowed for like 3 minutes at a time, and it's brutal, and it makes you want to turn the game off, throw your computer out the window, and take up cross-country skiing. So, how do we solve this problem? Haste potions. Haste counters the slow spell. It also makes you faster, which is convenient. So it's kind of a double whammy. And out we go. Oh yeah, line up and sit down is a good damage attack. It's just a very slow attack. So it, like, in the sense of how long it takes to actually activate and use. So not everybody uses it all the time. When the updates to Mechanic Rogue were announced, people thought it was going to be like the savior of Mechanic Rogue and basically make it like the top build. It did not. It is still a very powerful ability, but it did not make Rogue catapult into top 1 status. Which I'm going to be honest with you, that is kind of the balance change that I like to see. When if a character gets adjusted so that it is much more usable, but it is not blowing everything out of the water and is the #1 thing you can do at any given moment, that's kind of like the right level of balance, in my opinion. But I you know, maybe we can have a differing opinion about that.
The grotto is warm.
Oh.
The sound of dripping water surrounds you, and a faint, musky odor hangs in the air.
Hey. And then again, oozes. I want to break my weapons, so we're just going to shoot them. I could honestly just use my hirelings for this, but whatever. Is there a good melee fighter build out there, or is that just basically Dark Hunter? It's basically just Dark Hunter, although you could do rogue and fighter and do kind of do like quarterstaff rogue / fighter, because there's some synergy there. At least, and I used to have a barb, and I remember farm green steel. Are green steel weapons still good? Green steel weapons are good. The problem is the amount of work to get into them. It doesn't is not worth it for the amount, how much better they are than modern weapons. Modern weapons in Dungeons & Dragons Online are quite good, and green steel is not so good. It is worth it to go out of your way to farm for the hours and hours and hours that you need to do it. Remember, you'll have to go start farming out Shroud a whole bunch. If you happen to have a raid group that you can get to do Heroic Shroud, and people you can get to go do all these things, and you can convince all your friends that this is what we're going to do this Saturday, absolutely. I just can't recommend it, because you can just go get a Barovian weapon, and a Barovian weapon is like 80% or 85% of a green steel weapon, and it's literally free. You just talk to an NPC in the Barovian wilderness, and you get it. Oh, I gotta turn this guy on active. He's not doing anything.
This huge echoing vault was once the hideout of Garl Gray and his men.
Okay, so making sure I'm smashing all the eggs. I always forget that in this quest. Hey, it's a warlock. Get out of here. Does that include epic levels? Once you get to epic levels, they added a update called Keep on the Borderlands. And Keep on the Borderlands lets you craft an item for a single ingot that's level 20 of every single weapon type in the game. And level 20 Keep on the Borderlands weapons outclass most items that come before them, and again, they're very easy to get access to. Power creep has gone in both ways in DDO, both in terms of access to powerful gear, as well as in terms of what power level that gear is actually aspiring to be at. That being said, there are items that do outclass both of those things, and Legendary Green Steel is not usually on that list of items. Also, that guy just hit me for almost 100 damage with the fireball. That hurt. But yes, if you already have the green steel, absolutely continue to use your green steel. If you don't have green steel, I cannot recommend anyone go farm out legendary green steel, or sorry, heroic green steel. They did add legendary green steel later, because they added legendary shroud, and it was basically shroud again, but with more stuff. And that was added in the future. However, the problem with legendary green steel is that it's not bad, but Legendary Green Steel was in 2016. A lot of the things that made Legendary Green Steel very powerful were the unique effects that were on much of the equipment. Legendary Ash, Legendary Ooze, Legendary Dust. These very, very, very powerful effects that are now on many more items in the game, which is a good thing, by the way. I am bleeding to death. I have so much bleeding going on. That's actually crazy how much damage that is from that Howler. Oh my lord. How is this balanced? I mean, I am alive, I guess, so maybe it is balanced. But what the hell, dude? That's crazy. So yeah. Woo! And I got a class portal hole. Very cool. Very cool. Even still, taking all that extra damage, I'm still alive. So as I said, Artificer, pretty good. Just play slow, take your time, and you'll be able to work your way through any of this stuff. Take it slow, take your time. Just use closed wounds. Oh, baby. Got the eggs. We are all set. Now we go down. Hey, what's up, everybody? Whee! Who's casting Ice Storm? Is it the Shamans? Do they cast Ice Storm? I actually have no idea. If I was a rogue, I would have died there. Yeah, if I was a rogue, there was nothing I could have done. That thing basically did 1,000 damage to me. Fortunately, I could heal it because I'm an Artificer. Whew. Need some Neosporin. True. But yeah, the downside is it means that, you know, the items that you might remember, the green steel that was so cool and so epic, is no longer that relevant. It's still good if you have it, and they're very powerful weapons if you have it, but right now there's comparable items that are much easier to come by. So the downside is, unfortunately, it's not that, you know, going and farming out that won't feel as special as it once did. The upside is now there's no reason to go out and farm legendary green steel, so you don't have to put yourself through that ever again. It's way better. Way better. Here, I'm going to shoot all the bad guys because ranged characters are annoying to deal with, and I don't like getting slammed from each side by monsters. Okay, let the creatures fight them. This is why we still have the crossbow. The crossbow is still useful given the moment. I do way more damage in melee, but having access to the crossbow is just super good. Yes, legendary green steel has some niche uses. One of the great examples of legendary green steel and where you can use it is displacement clickies, and I believe dark discorporation clickies as well. So there are reasons to use legendary green steel for sure. Heroic green steel, not so much. Oh yeah, radiant force field, that's it. But heroic green steel, not so much. Whoa, animal growth? I ain't doing that. All right, now I can take level 9. Let's do it. Time to level up. Feels good. I think I'm Delulu. I want to play League of Legends. Yeah, that's how you know you need more medication, buddy. take another ibuprofen, get a cold glass of water, and lie down for a couple hours, and you'll feel better. Animal growth. I don't know if I would go so far as to get green steel clickies for animal growth. Not saying animal growth is bad, especially considering you can double the effects of animal growth from Fear of the Wild. But like, man, it's a big ask. It's too much for me. All right, balance. We're almost done leveling balance, which gets to 7. We're done. And then I get to take improved single weapon fighting to improve my attack speed. Even more attack speed, even more damage. And I get 4th level spells. Now, of all the spells in here, I do want repair critical, because that is good. I also want cold iron weapons, and I want greater elemental weapons. I'm going to take greater elemental weapons for now, and then I'm going to go learn the spell, repair critical damage. So I can have both of them. No, why did I walk away? But I will get cold iron weaponry later as well, because I do want that spell. All right, back to what we were doing. What was I doing? Improved single weapon fighting. Oh no, I'm like scrolling too far. I don't know how to play the game anymore. Ah. So I'm gonna take greater elemental weapons for the damage in the short term and go from there. Can you get a guild invite? Let's see, guild invite. Oh, I can invite people to the guild. Let's go. Very exciting. So now let's go learn a spell. So I'm going to do another quick spell. I wouldn't say spell learning spree, but I'm going to go learn a single spell, which is repair critical. All right. Buy Eternal Flask of Haste or Displacement. It's not, because those things have a cooldown of 5 minutes. And when you are tanking, you want to have like near 100% uptime on some of your spells. So on displacement. So for tanks, a lot of them will have multiple legendary green steel items in their inventory that they can use as clickies, where they can put on the legendary green steel item, get 2 minutes of displacement. I believe you get 3 charges per item. So if you have 2 or 3 items in your inventory, that gives you like 18 minutes of displacement that you can have access to. And as a tank, that is quite good. 18 minutes straight. Again, this is something that I think most players are not going to invest their time in. And if you want to get into some of the most clicky heavy characters where you have these like weird items that have these weird purposes, tank is definitely one of those roles. So if you like that and you think that's cool, well, you can definitely get it. Also, no, Torm was slain by blood rage spitting Celeophysis. I don't know. It's super worth making 1 to 2. I mean, yeah, if you play animal form, I guess. Wait a minute. You can animal growth as shifter, right? Is that why people are playing shifter? No, you're incorrect, Artines. Elitist is when somebody is talking down to you, like they're trying to insult you. So being like, this person's an elitist. They're like talking down to me or insulting me because of this difference in skill. Explaining how something does something at a high level is not being an elitist. That's just explaining why somebody would want to do something at a high level of play. It's like an opportunity for you to learn and get some new information. I don't have the components. What? Is that a 5? What an elitist way to explain elitists? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I just think like learning stuff is cool, even if you don't necessarily want to engage in the thing that could be, you could have an opportunity to learn. That, and also, I don't know, like if somebody is going to take the time to go out of their way to explain a concept to you, and then you get upset at them and call them an elitist because they know something that you don't, that just feels weird. I don't know. It's a weird way to like kind of walk through the day. It's like a good way, if you want to discourage people from interacting with you generally, that is a good way to do it. Learning is cool. My brain is full of so many useless facts that randomly remembers. Oh yeah. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy listening to Hank Green talk about basically anything, because in almost every time you see him doing anything on a podcast or on like one of his like many shows dedicated to different types of learning. He just has so many weird random facts. I'm like, ooh, that's neat. Pretty clickies and pots and cookies and expendables. Yep, yeah, a lot of people will do that. I'm too lazy to do that, but it is a better way to do things. But I'm too lazy to do that. Now I can turn on Biesh weapons. Heck yeah. And I'm going to finish out the rest of Three Barrel Cove. I didn't need to necessarily take that break, but I did. I'm also going to go get my dog more ship buffs. Anvil is the next hireling. There's also Flare. I could use Flare as a sorcerer. Let's try Flare. You know what? He could be fun. Let's just try Flare as a level 8 robot hireling. See if that's cool. Of making older items, just want some of the lower costs for crafting stuff. Yeah, it depends. I mean, there aren't a lot of like early crafting. Like a lot of the crafting is like more modern, and they usually do like lower crafting for heroics. So a great example would be like Slave Lord crafting, which is pretty old at this point, or the new Lamordia crafting in heroics is very, very easy and very accessible. Which is nice. Although I am curious as to what crafting system can I not think of that has a high cost for crafting. Like Legendary Greensteel doesn't really have a high cost. You just have to do Shroud, which means you have to go and flag in the Veil. Like it's not a material cost; it's a physical time cost. And most people just don't want to go do Shroud. Sharn weapons? Ooh, yeah, Sharn weapons. True. I guess because I am on the other side of the fence, I have an infinite quantity of Sharn materials because I have played too much Sharn. I don't even think about that one, but you are all correct. Sharn materials is a great example of that, yeah. TOEE. Oh, I don't have spell components. No! Well, if it's any consolation, there is no Temple of Elemental crafting. It's gone. They took it out of the game. Instead of having TOE crafting, you just get items out of a Temple of Elemental Evil that are just generally good.
And the scent of old decay has replaced the troglodyte's musk.
Some people were upset about that because there were items that they really liked out of Temple of Elemental Evil that they can no longer craft. But on the other hand, it's just gone. Oh, right. These guys resist slashing and fire. Oh well. How do we upgrade them? You don't. If you have the materials, there's an old shrine you can go and click on, and you can still upgrade them. So if you have the old materials that do not drop in the game anymore, you can still do it. But you don't do that anymore. Basically, if you didn't craft your Temple of Elemental Evil items in the past 13 years that it was in the game, you have an opportunity to get new Temple of Elemental Evil items that you don't have to craft. They also streamlined the quest because Temple of Elemental Evil used to be 2 parts, part 1 and part 2, both taking a very long time. They split the quest into 8 parts, 7 parts now. Yeah, it was like a long time. I'm pretty sure it was like right around, it might have been 12 years. It was like right around the Shadowfell conspiracy.
Hey Strim, Brian here. I am being made to go compulsory training because of a joke I told. Can you tell me if it is bad?
Okay, yeah, I can help you.
What goes in hard, comes out soft, starts with the letter P and has 2 vowels in it, and a lot of people put it in their mouth. I got in trouble for this and I can't understand why. I mean, what is so wrong about pasta?
Oh, pasta. It is all of those things. I don't know why somebody would get upset about that. It's an excellent question. I do like some pasta. A regular common Strimtom quote is me like pasta. So, yeah. Starts with a P. Look, man, ice cream I'm trying here. It's a silent P. After Deathworm, so mid 2014, then they changed it. Okay, so 12 years probably. No, Temple of Elemental Evil changed like 2 years ago. It's pretty new. But yes, if you still have the materials, you can still upgrade it. Also, thank you for the bits and the funnies. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Wrath. Also, Flare is just chain casting haste on me, and I kind of love it. Anyway, as I said, additionally, the epic crafting system, which is one of the oldest, clunkiest systems in the game, where you had to get the seal, shard, and scroll, which basically just meant that almost every single player didn't interact with that system because getting the shards was very complicated and getting the seals was very complicated. They just simplified it to, if you do a quest, like in the desert, and you get a desert item, instead of having to go into epics and then do specific quests to get seals, shards, and scrolls, which have ridiculously low drop rates, now when you do an epic quest, when you complete it, you just get some materials, and when you have 50, you just upgrade it. And you always get a minimum of 11. It's 11 to 20 materials each quest. So average 3 quests to upgrade an item. And if you're going out to the desert, there's 3 quests in the desert. So you go out, you do all 3 quests, and you upgrade 1 item. Very convenient. Oh, 2015. Okay, I gotcha. I thought it was 2014. I was wrong about that. I was wrong.
The whispering voice speaks again. Go back, fool. Every step you take only hastens your doom.
Yeah, the water elementals will instantly kill you. I have died in hardcore as well to the water elementals. Just smacking me down.
The air here is
okay, here the necromancers can cast Sleet Storm, so you want to get rid of them as soon as physically possible, because they just cast Sleet Storm. Then you want to go for the Arcane Blackbone and knock him down with a trip, because his defenses are bad, but it is quite dangerous. So we're going to get rid of this, and then we're going to kill this guy, and then we're all set. Nice. Nice. We're alive. Should the side quests in Sans get an epic too? I don't personally care. I think a lot of those quests are kind of mid. They're, for the most part, just kind of tunnels. Did I get a minor upgrade to my helmet? Because it gives me 1 more haggle. Amazing. I didn't pick up the key.
Be able to open it with the proper key.
Yeah, where's the key? Where's the proper key? Oh, the key fell. It's in the water. I was like, why didn't I see the key? That explains that. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Yeah, clearing Zuggtmoy on hardcore is always a difficult one because it's a very tough boss fight that requires you to do the mechanics, and not a lot of people know how to do the mechanics, so they kind of panic. It's like, oh, get to a blue mushroom when the room is exploding and you're going to die. And so you see that you are going to die, so some people panic and they can't get it together, and they can't find their way to a blue mushroom. And I've had it happen where when I do it with people, I try to give like preemptive warning of like, the attack is coming, come to the mushroom, so before it even starts going. But some people just don't listen, or they're like tunneling or what have you, and then they explode.
Our cave extends deep into the rock
behind
this waterfall.
You need Epic Korthos? I don't think we need Epic Korthos, but I wouldn't be surprised if Legendary Korthos is something we got for the anniversary, or if they did it when we got to level 40. People have wanted something like that. Stream, you ever played TUE game by Troika? No, I've never played it. I have played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, though. I do love Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Great games. Baldur's Gate 2 is probably one of my favorite games I've ever played in my entire life. Unbelievable. What a video game. I played it 2 years ago. I played Baldur's Gate 2, and then I played Baldur's Gate 3 right after, and Baldur's Gate 2 is so much better. Using Dad's Sand side quests to give more tokens to the 12? Yeah. Years, but now we're on update 77. Yeah, but a lot of the updates have been like really small or very, very minor things. So for example, update 77 itself is like basically nothing. So that one's weird.
from peasant.
A strange pedestal sits in the middle of
Okay, this quest can be confusing and has some dangerous parts. I'm going to show you how to get through the confusing and dangerous parts so you don't die, which is important. Okay, so in this quest, most of the monsters aren't really dangerous, I'm going to be honest with you. The scorpions used to be really dangerous back in the day, but I just have too much health and I don't care. They can't kill me, which is one of the nice things being an artificer and having access to the Renegade Mastermaker tree to pick up health. That extra 35 health is really nice right now because I'm at 243 at level 9. What I said, it's like one of my favorite games I've ever played. Big fan. And I like Baldur's Gate 2 more than Baldur's Gate 3. And if Baldur's Gate 2 had a multiplayer mode that I could play with my friends, I would definitely do that. Unfortunately, I think trying to explain AD&D to anybody immediately causes like neurological problems. So I don't want to do that. Don't want to hurt people. I've heard of Vampires the Masquerade, but I don't know much about it. Ah, Earth Crab!
You have found the first piece of the idol.
Works better with the hood. Yeah, I do like the outfit. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not very Mega Man. You know, it doesn't really give off the Mega Man vibes, but it does look pretty good.
The enchanted mosaic here leads to the
Yeah, it's not like it's impossible to understand. It just is confusing. You definitely do need a tutorial, and the game doesn't give you one. But there is actually a reason why Baldur's Gate 2 doesn't give you a tutorial. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 released with big, thick-ass books that with all the rules, and they expect you to read it before you played, because that is how games used to be sold. You would buy a game, it would come with a rule book in it that would explain to you how the game functioned. A lot of older games, when you go back to them, don't make any sense and there's no tutorial because they assumed that you would buy a physical box and in the box would be their guide. You would read the guide and you would understand how it's going. Or if you borrowed it from a friend, your friend would explain it to you. Modern games are built with tutorials, so you don't need to have a physical guide or something else to help you out. One of the things I will say that I do like, if I go to my Steam here, so if I go to Steam, if I go to Baldur's Gate 2, right here, something that's really cool is you can actually go to additional content manual, and when you click it, it actually loads up the original manual for the game, which then gives you the opportunity to like read through all of this stuff and understand and learn how the game works, which is cool. So some games will do things like that, but not all of them. Also, what's up, Mote of Music? Okay, this guy casts Greater Shout, so be careful of the Greater Shout, be careful of the Greater Shout, be careful of the Greater Shout, be careful of the Greater Shout. Oh, I got the trip. Let's go. We're trip gaming. And there's a Fae Found. No, Fae Found. Stop eating my sorcerer, Fae Found. Can I get some healing, says the sorcerer who's getting eaten by the Fae Found. Is he gonna die to it? It's like only wanting to attack him and not me, which is funny. I'm doing pretty good, Farting Jester. Hope you're doing well as well. Okay, so now in here, there's a trapped chest. I'm going to disable the trap because I would like to get the additional item from it. Oop. And grab me a treasure chest. Okay, so in this next section, there's a bunch of fire traps. I'm going to show you how I get through this fire trap section, and you can maybe emulate it. Really, really dangerous section. However, there's a couple things we can do. Number one, I have fire resistance. Number two, I can heal myself. And number three, I have access to a shield. I'm actually going to put a shield on. By putting a shield on my character, it makes it so I double my magic resistance rating against traps, which might not seem like a lot, but taking 20% less damage is good. Additionally, when possible, and I have tumble charges, I'm going to tumble near the traps to prevent myself from taking damage by increasing my reflex saves. Here, you can get double trapped, so you're just going to jump over it when there's only one. Again, I took 53 damage from the fire trap because I failed my save, and that's it. That's how you want to get through this. Have a shield that you can equip so you can double your magical resistance rating against the traps when you take damage from them, and then just basically run through it and try not to die. Take it slow, go one at a time. I've also seen people try to get through those traps by just running straight through, assuming they're going to make it at some point. That is not a good idea on how to deal with traps in DDO. The way that you solve this puzzle is that there are little panels here that tell you what you're supposed to put in. Another way you can solve this puzzle is just play this game for like several decades and then just memorize the solutions, and then you don't have to worry about it. How to deal with traps? YOLO. That also works, yeah. A lot of people do YOLO the trap. It sends them to hell because they die, but yeah. End of a sinus infection? Ooh, that sucks. Yep, it's always that time of year. Everyone's cooped up inside. So then when you actually do get to see people, it's always in like, you know, go to a big family gathering, do whatever, and then you get hit with the disease because nobody's outside. We're all inside. Well, it depends on where you live, obviously. Like, it's literally snowing right now again, so... I'm inside for sure. Just have evasion, assume you will never roll a 1? No, I don't ever do that. So because I got the key from that chest back there, instead of pulling this valve, we're just going to walk over here and use the door. And it cracks open. Very nice. And now I have all the pieces. And now I just run back to the beginning of the quest, which is right over here.
The pedestal at the entrance and reconstruct the idol of Halach.
And that's it. Thought it was really too easy to play AD&D tabletop. A couple years ago, I tried to play AD&D to Planescape, and I felt like an imbecile. It's because you're trying to do... It's basically doing everything backwards. Like, the base attack bonus system and armor class system, just counting up instead of down, is much more intuitive to how we think about numbers. Which is not to say that the old system was bad. It's just that the more modern system is like... just follows like, oh, I need more numbers to do more things, which is what you commonly experience in video games. Possibly because it's a lot of baseline part of D&D. But also just regular D&D, if a monster has more health, you need more damage to beat it. So if they have more defense, you need more attack to beat it. All right, so that is 3 Barrel Cove complete. I still have my rune arm. And I don't know what quest I would like to go do now. What's a fun set of quests I could go do? I should just probably spend some points. You will notice that watching me, I don't spend my enhancement points all the time. I kind of let them build up. There's no trick to this. This is not some special trick where I'm like, oh yes, by letting my points build up, I'm gaining X, Y, or Z power. I'm just forgetful and lazy. That's it. There's no special trick. It's not some, like I have some secret tech that it's like, oh, if I do this, it actually makes me more powerful. None of that. Again, I'm just forgetful and lazy. So I don't always spend my points. What level 7s do I want to do? Hard to make a decision. I've done a lot of the tougher 7s. My brain is like, maybe I should give myself a little bit of a break and just do some of the simple stuff. So that'd be kind of nice. Just do something simple. Plus, I'm probably going to go do Lamortia at 8. So yeah, let's do some of the free-to-play quests, because those ones are like pretty simple and straightforward and something somebody can follow before we go and head into Lamortia. Also, this involves me doing the pit, so we'll get there when we get there. People love doing the pit. I need a Featherfall item before I do the pit, though. I went to the wrong place. House D7s? I hate those quests. I really hate those quests. I'm going to do Tier, and then I'm going to do Gwillins, then I'm going to do the pit. Ship armor class. Armor class better than the second class is how they measured it. Oh yeah, again, which it makes sense. It's just one of those like, I feel like it's not as intuitive. So the thing about the force trap, in the quest to the pit, there's one dangerous force trap. Or it's like not one, but there's like a couple that are real. Most of the force traps do almost no damage, but there's a couple that are real, and they do real amounts of damage. Why? I have no idea. What a prank by the development team. I forgot to buy spell components because I'm an idiot. I'll get spell components eventually. All right, let's go.
Dank water drips on you from the moss.
Roll the 1. I'm not going to do all the optionals on the side. You definitely can, but I just don't currently feel like it, so I'm not going to. That's always how I decide whether I want to do the optionals or not. I felt like doing it in the pirate quests, so I did. I don't feel like doing it now, so I'm not going to do it right now. Also, these monsters are so much weaker, it's crazy. Monsters having regular amounts of health have no way to stand up against my character. I feel like a god right now. Except when my attack disappears. Like, oh my god, 166 health? What a fool. Yeah, we will be doing the pit.
Just steps ahead of you, an open shaft descends.
All I need is feather falling before I do the pit. Access to jump would also be nice, so I'll probably go get a some scrolls of jump so I can use them. But other than that, I think that's it. I think I have like 1 potion of jump, and I don't need a lot. There's like 1 room where I need to make sure I have jump for that. Oh yeah, I can buy jump potions of 10 from the marketplace. There are also potions of jump 30 you can get for trading in Mysterious Remnants. If you didn't know, the Mysterious Remnant vendor will trade you jump 30 potions. You don't need jump 30 potions, but if you would like to have higher jump, you can. Another reason why we put points into jump on this character is, again, just to make it so I can do just a few jumps. Nothing super crazy. So like right now, my jump skill is 8 because of my adamantine plating. My heavy armor preventing me from fully jumping. Gave you an ad the second your sub ended? They were waiting. Sal waiting to play that ad, dude. Yep, true. Yeah, because you get the bonuses to caster level. I believe a jump 10 does give me jump 20 right now. Because it's 1, then... Oh, no, then 5, then something. I don't think that's 20 yet, but yeah. Alright, let's do this moat. How dangerous is it? Goblins. Okay, no problem. A couple goblins is not a big deal.
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Half the year, baby.
RB. Dangerous. Also, Chugging for Cheese, welcome back to the stream team. Thank you so much for your support. Even if you got absolutely blasted by an advertisement from Twitch, I am afraid the second you dropped the sub, I am still happy you decided to sub of your own accord. Oh my god, the elemental damage coming out of this thing is madness. It's just chain casting spells. Big fan. But appreciate the support. Hope you're doing very, very well, and glad to have you back. Ellen Dragonlord Ord user. Using the Borderlands Devotion Orb because that's what I have. Yeah, when it comes to orbs, if I'm going to be honest with you, you're probably going to want to get either one of the craftable orbs that are out there in the game. So, like, actually, let me preface this. What level range are you? So, and like, what level of orb are you looking for? Are you looking for an end game orb for doing raid content? Are you like level 10, level 20? What level of orb are we looking for here? Okay. And you're sticking that character at end game and you want like a good orb to go farm out for a bit? I only ask because there is some good answers. There's an excellent orb that you can get out of the new raid Relentless. It's very good. It's got lots of craftable options on it. It adds damage to all your attacks. It's super good. The problem is, you know, it's a raid weapon and it is expensive to get. So maybe not something that you want to get exclusively. There's also the Core of the War Machine, which you can get from Vecna Unleashed. So Upper Moorgrave. The Core of the War Machine. Ooh, that's an 11 physical magical resistance rating necklace. That's really good. I'm probably going to keep that. The Core of the War Machine is a orb that gives exclusively melee stats. It gives double strike, it gives like deadly, it gives some other good melee stats. So it's a melee item, which is really, really cool. And it can work with your character. Consider the Core of the War Machine. Another thing that's nice about it is nobody ever wants that item, like ever. So if you want it, you can just open up a group and be like, guys, farming from this quest. And then when it drops, no one's going to hold on to it. They're just going to be like, yeah, you can have this. And they just give it to you. And you get to be excited when you keep your item. So Core of the War Machine can also be quite good there. I missed with my trip. I'm upset.
Pipe waits at the end of this hall, presumably descending further into the depth.
Okay, back down here. I'll have to rebuff eventually. but not yet.
Find yourself in a cavern instead of the familiar sewers.
I actually don't mind farming Bark and Blade. I actually kind of like the quest. Some people really don't like it. There's also another benefit of Bark and Blade is that the blade, the belt and the necklace out of that quest are both good as well. And if you don't have them, you can bank them for later.
Intertwining footprints suggest that the Hobgoblin village is nearby.
That is the one with all the shadows, yeah. If you don't have the Bladesworn Bandolier or the necklace, whose name I can't remember, they're both very, very good items. It's one of the few quests where if you don't get exactly what you want, you can still get something that will be useful either for your character right now or just generally in the future. Whoops. I do too much damage with this rune arm. It's crazy. You got disintegrated by a harpy for 400? Ooh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to manage my health. That's gonna be a harder part here. There are traps here. I don't think disabling these traps actually gives me an XP bonus, but I'm gonna try because I'm already in the room. Yeah, the outfit's pretty cool, Romeo. It's pretty cool. This is the new coffer that they put out. It's the Midnight Wing coffer, and it's sick. I like that it has the quiver on the back of it. Gives you that real, like, Mirkwood elf vibe. So it's kind of neat. All right, I'm going to go up here because there is a treasure chest I can pick up. And that's some extra loot. And there's also a very easy construct to kill. Because I have this attack, Caustic Strike, which deals rust damage. Even though it'll heal from the acid, the rust is way more impactful. And we can trip it anyway. See ya. But not a cosmetic bow. Yeah, it would be interesting if the bow added the quiver, but I think the main problem is adding a quiver onto any cloak probably would clip through everything. Knowing how often items just clip through other stuff in DDO generally, I can just imagine that. Every single time you use anything, it just clips. Clip, 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 clip. Alright, let's crack this door open. Easy game. Nice. My buffs only have 50 seconds left, and I'm almost at the shrine. I probably don't need to shrine, if I'm being honest with you. So usually, my determination about whether a character is strong or not is whether I need to shrine during this quest. And if I can get through this whole quest without shrining, I'm gonna be honest with you, that's a very good sign for this character. Because this is a longer one, and the fact that I'm able to just kind of like beat it down without too much trouble is a very, very satisfying feeling. Go for the casters at the back though. Also, Flare is doing a great job. I kind of love that he's just spitting out fireballs left and right. Big fan. I love Flare. He's doing a great job. All the enemies? Yeah. If you don't kill all the enemies, it can be annoying. I will say it's one of the few areas where having Turn Undead is really, really, really strong. Because if you can just one-shot everything, you can just have a cleric just kill everything through the floor constantly. And so you just pretty much just treat the quest like it's running in a straight line. Because Turn Undead, for reasons I do not know, does not slow your movement speed. Oh no! Dead Bunny was slain by Fire Giant Champion. There's so few of those. There's a Fire Giant Champion in the final quest of Threnal. There are Fire Giant Champions in Stormcleave Outpost with the Gate quest. There's Fire Giant Champions there. And there's Fire Giant Champions in the fire, or in the caves, the giant caves. But where else are there Fire Giant Champions? Claw of Volkur? I don't think there's Fire Giant Champions in Claw of Volkur. I'm pretty sure they're just called Fire Giants. Great question. I kind of want to know. Dead Bunny. Dead. Oh my god, they're doing giant caves. They died in giant caves. That's the Giant's Lair. That's giant caves. For those that don't know what giant caves are, in the ruins of Threnal, explorer area, there are several quests that are not in the quest log because they don't give, like, there is no quest for them. They're just like caves that you can set the difficulty on that are basically just caves with some giants in them. And when you kill them all, you get a chest at the end. Back in the day, in, you know, the prehistoric era of Dungeons & Dragons Online, we used to do giant caves all the time because it was one of the quests where you'd only have like 8 giants to deal with, and then you could get a level 10 chest on Elite. And that was a really big deal. Because again, it was the Stone Age and that was the best we could do. Oh man, that's a rough one. Dying in giant caves, that's a tough one. I like the giant caves, they're cool. So maybe they were just trying to farm out some extra gear, or maybe they're just exploring around. The fire giant champions in there are no joke, by the way. They're really tough. One of the things that makes them hard is that they have really high armor class for their level, which might sound like really silly to say. You're like, yeah, they have high armor class. No, they do. It's really high. Ooh, acid and lightning resist and intimidate. I don't even have a cloak on. Cool. Fill up an item slot. Yeah, they're genuinely like harder than you think they should be. And that's assuming that the fire giant champion doesn't spawn as a champion. Fun fact, in one of the giant caves is actually a pit with 5 fire giant champions in that you do not need to fight for the quest. They're just there as an option that you can fight. I'm going to put this shield on as my new thing. Where's this one? Click it. It's this one. This is going to be the new shield. And this is going to go here. Wherever the old shield that I locked is going to get unlocked and sold. It's much worse. Dodge, reflex, stun. No. I should probably bank some of this stuff. You know, I don't really want the heavy mail, so I'm just going to sell it. But if I did want it. Elementally resistant bracers with non-elements. Light and negative. Okie dokie. Oh, this is level 11. I'm not waiting till 11. I don't need this item. Blast necklace of corrosion. That's not the reconstruction one, so I don't care. Ring of magnetism, actually. What's my other ring right now? Con 3. Magnetism 61 is actually quite good. I think I'm going to take that over Con 3. As wild as that sounds. Because I can just cast Bear's Endurance if I really want to and have more health and Constitution. Okay, so sell all this. And then we buy level 4 spell components, because I'm an idiot and I forgot. Something you can do as well, if you want to keep track of your spell components, this is a pro tip. Put them on your action bar somewhere, and then you can just see the numbers. So that way you don't have to worry about running out. Oh, is that a moat farming quest? Are people farming moats in giant caves? Oh, that's why you would do it. I was wondering why you would farm moats there. Okay. It's becoming clear to me now. Dang. RIP. You hate to see it. I'm going to go learn a new spell. Potion, not potion vendor. Spell guy. Arcane scroll vendor. Bear's Endurance. Let's learn the Bear's Endurance spell. Learning spells incrementally as a Warforged is an interesting, or not as a Warforged, as a Artificer is kind of fun. What? Did I not buy the thing? Level 2 spell inscription materials? I didn't buy it, I guess. I thought I did. Maybe I bought the wrong materials. Alright, cool. So now I can take off this and put on Bear's Endurance. And there, now I have my Constitution solved. Problem solved. There's always a solution. This next quest is filled with traps, and it will be fun. Yeah, so maybe you need a change of scenery. Still, that's pretty wild. Easy reset at the top of the chambers. Oh, you just do the Dryden quest? Because it counts as... Does that count as a completion? No, you have to kill 10 monsters. Which quest were you farming? We're in the giant cave, so yeah, it's 2 high levels. So I did Grim and Barrett and Sewer's side entrance and Haberdasher to fill my loot. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. I don't want to have to do that, but that is probably going to be the play. Okay, so now I do significantly more electric damage, because this spell gives me, I believe, 2 imbued ice, and now I actually have spell power, so now my electric damage is going to be a little bit higher. Yeah, 22 there. It's not bad. Now here there are rust monsters. I do need to be careful about the rust monsters, so I'm going to be very mindfully shooting them from range.
Rust monsters consume iron bands and seals from the wooden cylinders scattered on the floor.
Because they are very dangerous, and I don't want to die to rust monsters. Oh, do moats, then run reset at Dryden's? Oh, then you complete Dryden's. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do the Haberdasher thing. So we'll see. Depending on how easy it is for this character. Or whatever character I decide to do it. Hey, a moat. Again, I would like it if farming moats was not the solution, but like just playing the game was, but that is not the world we live in. I'm at 273. We're almost at 10% of the way there. Hey, I managed to trip it with my trip of 19. How did I trip that? I have no idea.
You have collected 8 cylinders hidden by House Fjarlin. You must now use...
There's more rust monsters. Go away. If you've never experienced rust monsters as a Warforged, whenever they bite you, they do bonus rust damage, and you have to make a save or become stunned on every single bite. Failing one save means you just get stunned, then you get chain stunned, and you're dead. Oh, Dino Crisis. I didn't even think about Dino Crisis. Because you could do Dino Crisis, and then reset a Haberdasher, then do Dino Crisis, then reset a Haberdasher. Oops, typing. Good old Dino Crisis. I have not ran that quest in a long time.
Patrol camps back in the jungle. Cargo body breaker is dead. You have slain a mercenary lieutenant.
Yeah, Dino Crisis, for those of you that don't know, if you've never done that quest before, Memoirs of an Illusory Larcener was a quest that got retired because it basically had big performance problems for the entire game because of the way it loaded and unloaded stuff. So they decided to entirely delete the quest and replace it with Dino Crisis. Dino Crisis is basically just a big beat 'em up with a bunch of dinosaurs. It's a really simple quest. It is also free. It's very straightforward. So if you don't own Isle of Dread, but you want to fight dinosaurs, you now can with Dino Crisis. It's a really straightforward, simple quest.
An archway, Jarlberg roars defiantly. Jarlberg is dead. You have slain a mercenary lieutenant.
It does. There's some good gear that comes out of the quest. Okay, so now out here, there are a lot of items that I want to be able to pick up. So we're going to be doing, or a lot of traps I want to get. I'm going to be disabling all the traps, and I will show you where to disable all the traps for you and your friends. So that way, if you're ever doing this quest and, you know, you need to get all the traps, you're not sure where, you can use this as a quick guide to know how to disable every trap in Quailen's Stand. Not like every trap. There is an optional section I'm not going to do because I don't, it's not really relevant, but yeah. The first box for this layer is here. The second one is over here. 12 to go for the mount. Yeah, I just don't really want the mount. I think it doesn't look as good as the unicorns I already have.
The stonework house splits in 3 directions ahead. The sound of hooves and jingling chain
This guy is going to activate a trap, and it's a force trap. This is a very dangerous trap, and you do not want to run into it. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that because I can just disable it, but if you can't disable it, you can just kill that guy, run up and trip him, and then your problem is solved. We do that, and we go over here, and same deal. Goodbye, traps. I guess since I'm already here, I could do this section. There's no real difference. I always just end at this section, but I might as well just do this now. I'm trying to think if there's a reason why I shouldn't just do this now. I never do this first. There's probably a reason. Or is it just habit to always come here last? It's probably just habit to always come here last. Maybe if I had Dimension Door, which I don't have.
A ramp continues down into the ruins. Guttural voices and light.
There's another trap here. It's one of these blade traps that are just absurdly dangerous. So it's on the basically the top of the stairs here. Even after you disable the trap, you want to give it a sec to make sure it's not going to, if it's already spinning, to make sure it like properly winds down. The number of people I've seen disable the trap and then just start running into it, thinking it's going to auto disable for them, and even though it winds down after a couple seconds and they get turned into Swiss cheese, is not good. I guess it's not like Swiss cheese because, you know, they're like blade traps that shred you up. It's more like shredded lettuce. Or shreddis, as some people call it. String cheese, yeah.
Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the. Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates.
All right. There's a lot of walking in this quest. Very boring. Not a lot going on. It is nice to do some of the older quests because the monsters just feel so much less powerful than some of the modern quests. So it's one of the reasons why I enjoy doing it. It's a bit of a way to take a, you know, kind of shift the gears down and do something that's a little bit more straightforward. But one of the reasons why I'm taking so little damage is because of the elemental resistance that I have. There are a lot of like minor spells that monsters are casting at me that I can just entirely shrug off thanks to resist energy fire, resist energy lightning, and resist energy cold. I may also want to work in resist energy acid into the mix because I am going to get more spell points. So I can afford to spend it on those buffs. I don't just need heals. But something to think about. Also, there's a trap here. How do you disable it? Right here. So definitely something to think about adding onto the repertoire, but we will see. If you don't get access to the Shrunati's hand cannon, I definitely think it is a lot harder to level at this point. Not like it's impossible or anything, just generally the hand cannon is very, very, very good, and so I can kind of recommend it to everybody, but yeah. I'm gonna get down here and fight everything, and then once this is done, I'm gonna use the shrine to get all my resources back, just so I don't have to shrine again for the rest of the quest. I probably don't have to. I can probably just like keep going, but I would rather shrine. Now, the center of this room is actually filled with a very dangerous poison trap. I don't care because I'm a Warforged. I'm immune to poison. And as far as I can tell, I don't think these guys are affected. Also, when doing these rooms, always go for the priests first. The priests heal and also are some of the highest damage dealers, so be mindful about that. If you're like, oh, there's priests, I don't care about them. No, they're the most dangerous ones.
As you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates. Your eyes sting as you pour the gray.
No Minotaur flashbacks.
And that's 4 years. Thanks for the content and advice over the years.
Yo, Hartman, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing very, very well. What's up, boss? Hope all is good. You know what? We're not going to shrine. Screw it. I've shrined too many times today. No more. I am going to be shrining inside of the pit, but not here. Get him, team. Get him. Like how Flair's just like just nuking this guy. Very satisfying. All right, and then we're gonna get to jump potions after this one, so we can do the pit. I need jump potions, and I need feather falling items. Jump and feather fall. Soul of Cruelty is a very dangerous type of champion, so basically I just gotta make sure I don't get comboed by this guy. And he died anyway. I keep like commenting on the danger of different things, so I'll be like, this champion is dangerous, this monster is gonna be dangerous, and then they just die anyway. It's important to be like present so you're aware that these things are dangerous, but yeah, sometimes they're not always as dangerous. There's a trap box here. Did you know? That's right. There's a trap box in this corner. What trap is it for? Well, over here there's this trap. Will you ever run into this trap? No, you will never run into that trap because there's no reason to go investigate that wall. But if you did, there's a trap. DDO is so funny sometimes. It reminds me of how in what's the quest in the desert? Chains of Flame, where they're in heroic Chains of Flame, it's not as bad, but in epic Chains of Flame, there is a trap, and so you disable it at the trap box. But what you fail to realize is that the trap box is trapped. So when you go to disable the trap on the trap box, it actually pushes you. There's like a wind trap that pushes you back and pushes you to off a cliff to the beginning of the quest. It's just the most evil thing ever. Now, I did miss a trap. There's an extra trap right here, so I'm going to just run through the trap to get it. I probably could have disabled this one first, but I forgot. So we go here. And it's right here. I think Flare is trying to use the shrine. Oh, speed. I need to get my Iron Defender more repair amplification. When I get Reconstruct in the future, it'll be easier to just do a one-tap heal everything to full, but not yet.
Crippler Bigfoot commands his unit to form up.
Yeah, like I said, the Artificer just feels really, really good. And it's one of the reasons why I enjoy the melee Artificer. I just don't enjoy ranged combat play nearly as much. So for me, it's more just about like, you know, the moment-to-moment action, getting in, doing some damage, blasting some guys. Feels good. Having a little bit of spot is also nice. I usually don't play characters with high spot or wisdom generally, so being able to see these stealth guys is kind of convenient. Now there's a guy in here. He's going to run to the left and try to activate a trap box. If you get to him and interrupt him, either with death, he doesn't activate it. He did activate it. Activating this summons guys. It's not actually a trap. It's like an alarm, and then a bunch of guys show up. Again, the priests are the most dangerous part. Head to the back, trip them, knock them down, beat them up, and you're all set. Back in the day, those guys used to be so dangerous because they actually used to cast the heal spell, and they would be able to out-heal your damage, which was spooky. Now, there's a trap here, so it's like a bunch of cold traps. All you have to do is just activate them, like there. Just do this, and then they will activate, and you don't have to worry about actually getting hit by them. You don't have to run into them. You just get close, and they kind of start spinning. You can also jump over them if you jump over the corner, which is another way to get past this trap section here. It's not always the case, but it is generally true that traps have a way around them without having to just disable traps. Also similar to the last guy over there, that box just opens up or activates this alarm and sends these guys up to attack you. I like that Flare has 0 spell points. Poor guy. He's got nothing. Zared Mighty Hoof is not dangerous. The priests are dangerous. Kill all the priests. And then Zared Mighty Hoof just dies. He's just a big Minotaur. Back in the day, oh my god, this creature used to be so scary. Also, he summons a bunch of Minotaurs. But that's why you have a Hireling, because the Hireling is just your decoy that gets eaten by the Minotaurs. And conveniently, Hirelings also bring potions, so they can keep themselves alive. So that way you don't have to directly heal them. A lot of the Fighter Hirelings will carry potions. The Spellcaster Hirelings will carry mana potions. This is going to sound really weird, but this is how my brain thinks. I will be honest with you guys. When I watch a Hireling drink their own mana potions or drink their own potions to be like, I need healing, and then they like drink a potion, for some reason my brain feels like mildly guilty of like, oh, I should have managed their resources better. I should have used a shrine so they didn't have to drink a potion. I should be healing them so they don't have to worry about drinking potions. That's silly. Obviously that they're robots, so I don't have to care that they need to have potions spawn in their inventory every time they enter the quest. But that is how my brain thinks sometimes. Okay, so this cloak gives me wisdom, which is for my will saves, and also gives me sonic absorption, which is good for the actual specific event. So weirdly enough, this is a better item. All right, so we're going to the auction house and see if we can get something with feather falling. We're going to type in feather and see what the cheapest thing we can get is. Cheapest, and there's a cloak of feather falling. Perfect. So we're going to use this for I'm going to use this for the pit quest. I'm going to go in the pit, and I'll show you how to do it. The full blue bar using a shrine to heal. Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, sometimes they don't want to heal themselves. Also, if you don't put them on active, like if they're on defend, they won't actually take any actions, even if their health is low. You have to put them on attack or aggressive or whatever it's called. They need to be on do, not don't. Also, I will need acid resist in this next quest, so I'm going to put the acid over here so I can cast it. Potion vendor. So now we buy jump. Jump. Jump potion? Jumping. Potion of jumping. I know how to spell in the order of letters. And the cool part is as an artificer, potion of jump should give me 10 jump. However, because I'm an artificer, instead of getting 10 jump, I get 20. So now I can jump even higher. It's very cool. I need to find the mailbox, and then I need to go to the pit. Oh boy, it's the pit. The pit is a mildly confusing quest, and if you've never done it before, it will take you a long time to complete it. Not because I don't think you're very smart, in fact I think all of you are incredibly intelligent, but it's just a convoluted mess that is designed to be confusing. Mostly because the map sucks, but I actually find the bad map kind of charming. It just makes me think of like old design, like it's an old design layout that you have to intuit where the directions are. I don't know. I'm an old person, and I don't mind when I have like a physical map I can look at that's kind of cool. Now you may be wondering, what do you mean old map and old design layout? Let me show you. If you open up the map in here, this is quite a unique map that actually shows you areas. This doesn't have 3D depth. We're in a pit that goes down. So you can't see what level everything is on, but you can see individual areas that are marked. And once you know the name of them, you can find the information about them. So again, kind of cool. One of the first things I recommend you do is open up the wiki on your other monitor. Very helpful for getting through the pit. Call caring for hirelings role-playing? Oh yeah, true. Carrying it with the video game characters is just role-playing, isn't it? Oh no. I'm engaging in the RPG elements. It's happened. Need more mana. Okay, we have feather falling item. I have feather falling item. I didn't put the jump potion anywhere, so I don't have it. Jump potion. Jump potion. Jump potion. Jump potion. Potions of jumping. Other monitor? Yeah, have 2 monitors when you play computer games. It's a good idea. I have 3 monitors. I'm a big fan. None of them are very large. I don't have any big or expensive monitors. I have exclusively small, inexpensive monitors for 2 reasons. Number 1, I don't know. There's just a type of like lifestyle creep I haven't hit yet of like buying big expensive monitors or anything. So I have like I have like 3 monitors that are like a decade old, and they're just some small like 17-inch 1080p monitors. Nothing crazy. But then also, I play Dungeons & Dragons Online, a video game that does not have UI scaling, that looks best on 1080p. So honestly, it works for me. Alright, so once we activate the first area, we have to go to the furnace. This bottom area is the furnace. So we head down into this section. You really want to have magic missile immunity, as well as all of the elemental resistances that I have indicated here. It is going to make you feel a lot better during this quest. Additionally, I'm going to be drinking haste potions to get around. It gives me an extra 5% movement speed, which will be helpful. And 28 jump should be good enough for what I want to do. I might have needed to get a slightly higher jump item, but we will see. There is a monster you can kill that drops the item Mux Doom, called Avatar of Dwiblex, but I'm not going to fight it because it breaks all my weapons, and I don't want the item that it drops, which is the Mux Doom, so I'm not going to do that. Also, I ate an acid trap and took a bunch of damage. Cool. As you go up, turning off the valves here turns off the acid traps. It is not mandatory to complete this section, so if you have 1,000,000 past lives and you can heal yourself, you can just run past all this nonsense. Go for it. If you have maximum movement speed as well as a jumping ability like high jump and featherfall, you can actually just clear this gap here. The trigger that spawns this Dwiblis Warlock is actually from walking across the pipe, so if you jump from here to here, you skip the Warlock spawn, which is kind of neat. Oh, so the apprentices are not that dangerous. The warlocks are the dangerous things. These guys will mess you up. They cast ball lightning, and they are very dangerous. I saw the mode up there. I'm not going to do it. It's really tedious to climb around in here, so it's unfortunate it didn't land on the ground. So I'm going to ignore that. How did I not press jump? That is very, very annoying. And I got blown off. You know what? Okay, I'm doing this whole thing again. Ooh, and then I'm going to shrine in this room. I never use the shrine that is in this room, but doubling the duration of this room means I'm going to have to recast all my buffs again, which is annoying. So I'm going to shrine here. Which is annoying, but it is what it is. I don't know how I didn't press jump. I find sometimes that happens, like when you get too close to the edge of something. The game on your screen, you're still on it, but maybe due to latency, you're like off of the edge of it, and so you can't jump, and you just fall. Or when there's a slope, there was no slope there. But man, I hate that feeling when you're in a video game and there's a downward slope. So you're walking down the slope and you press jump, but because the way that slopes are designed, you're like micro in the air for like microseconds. So sometimes the jump button doesn't work because you're technically falling, so you can't jump. Because you're falling down a slope. Very annoying. Anyway, complaining aside, come over here, and we're all set. Nice and easy. You don't have to kill this guy. You can just like lock him in place.
A barrier surrounds the elemental.
Okay, am I going to use the trap here? No, I'm probably just going to rebuff. I'm going to do the short buff. So this is a short buff. Jump potion is a short buff. And this is a short buff. So once these buffs run out, I will then have to do that. If you have Dimension Door, you can Dimension Door back to the beginning of the quest and prevent you and save the time. We're going up to here, the security center, which involves going all the way up the entire place. Once you activate security, all of these red dots here will become activated, and they are real traps. However, they're kind of like fake traps. They're force traps that deal anywhere from 1 to 10 damage, so it's not a lot of damage. However, due to, again, either a prank or a bug or a prank that is now considered a bug, not many, but a few of these are actually real force traps that do real damage. The force trap will hit you from anywhere from 80 to 120 damage, and if you get by 2 of them, you kind of just die. So it can be sketchy, just be vigilant and you should be okay, especially if you have a lot of hit points like my character does.
The engraving on the wall reads, "To the security center."
Okay, and now that we're in the security center, this is where having the wiki open can help you. There are several wheels in this next room that you just have to turn, and turning the wheels to the right thing is not terribly hard. You just have to find the plaques in the room to tell you what to turn the wheels to. However, if you don't want to figure that out, instead you can just look at the answer and then turn it. It is a much more sanity-proofing way of doing this quest. And that's how I do it every single time. I actually don't have the wheels in here memorized for that purpose, because I just pull it up. It's also like all 6 wheels. Usually if there's an area with 1 or 2 wheels or 4 wheels where there's like a number pattern to remember, I don't mind it. But when it's all 6 wheels, oof. Stop breaking my sword, oozes. Okay, so this one is here. River Arrows using a sword. Yeah, man. We're experimenting. We're just trying different things. That's all it is. We're just trying different things. Oh, geez. I got an email according to my phone. I don't know what email, but I got an email. It was exciting. All right, here we do this one. There are ways to get your weapons to be immune to damage. In fact, this character should have weapons that will be immune to weapon damage in epics, just not until then. Hey, listens chart. How are you doing? I'm doing great. It's Friday, which is exciting. Big fan. Love me some Friday. In fact, it might be Pizza Friday. We'll see. Because Pizza Friday is a good ritual I think most people should take the chance to observe if they can.
As the wheel slides into place.
All right, so now we can arm the security traps within the pit. Remember, this is the damage traps. Now, fun fact, if you don't kill the monsters, they will chase you out through the rest of the pit, and they will walk around the columns in the center here. That will then cause them to take damage and sometimes die. So if you don't actually fight any of the monsters, you can just drag them through all of the pit traps. It's not as good of an idea as it sounds, but you can do that. Tasty sushi? Sushi Friday. I'm personally not a sushi guy. I don't really like sushi that much, but I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. All right, if you have jump, this next room is not too bad. So I'm going to quickly just recast all my spells to give myself my buffs back. There are no traps in this next room. It's just fire elementals. If the fire elementals spawn as champs, they can be mildly dangerous. So just don't let them, I guess. So you're supposed to go all the way around through here and deal with all these. I guess there are traps, so you can see them in the distance. But instead, if you don't want to do that, you can just jump on top of this, and then you can take this jump over here, and boom, you skipped almost the entire thing. Look at that. And now we can climb straight up. Ooh, snap. It's a very convenient way of skipping almost the entire section here. And then you go back across here, and we are Dunzilla. Oh, there's this acid trap here. I did forget about that. So tumble through your acid traps, kids, and don't die.
Barrier surrounds the elementals, channeling their essences into the.
All right, we're gonna reset the power breakers, then we're gonna go back down. Power is all the way at the top in this room, so we have to go up, which means you have to go past all of the force traps as you go. So that's what we're gonna do. Drink another potion, and my spell points, it doesn't actually cost me that much to buff, which I'm kind of surprised about. So I'm not too worried about this. I thought I was going to need to cast more buff spells and use more spell points and use more healing, but I'm doing pretty good here. So I'm actually pretty good on mana. As long as I have haste potions for movement speed, I might not need to drink any of the potions. Also, it's this way. I always get turned around. It's always this way. Yeah, new tumble is amazing. I love the new tumble. Great utility. All right, right up here is where we're going. Now, this room can be quite dangerous. There are a lot of traps in here. However, there's a secret. Number one, you can just tumble through all the lightning and time it. What you're supposed to do is pull every single lever in this room to get rid of the force field. But if you just jump on top of the lever here, the force field, and shift around while pressing use, which is by default the U key after selecting the lever, it turns out you can just use it through the barrier and then complete this instantaneously, saving tons of time and headache and getting rid of all of the danger of running through all those traps. The next area we have to go to is main control, which is here, which is all the way down here. So to get access to it, we just come down this way, and I can use the shrine to get my stats back, which I'm going to do.
Does that mean it takes rust damage?
Yes. I think so. Good question. Also, Bobby, welcome back to the stream team. I appreciate this. It's been a fantastic day. 48 months is a long time to resubscribe for. Did you know that's 4 calendar years? That's right. You've subscribed to me for 4 years. Holy smokes, young man. That's wild. I hope your day is going good. I hope everything is well with you and your family. And you get to have yourself a nice, good Pizza Friday. Unless you have another thing that you're going to do on Friday. Like one of those Arizona things, like birria fries Friday. Sip margaritas on the porch? Yeah, I can also do that. Sipping margs. How do I audibly groan at a shitpost? You make sounds. You go, ugh. You can also make it more dramatic, but that's the quick way to do it. All right, all these puzzles, you just have to light everything up. How do you light everything up? Easy. You solve the puzzles and you don't make a mistake. Simple. I'm actually doing this backwards, so I should definitely be going the other way because I got distracted. This goes like this. I'm doing this upside down. So yeah, so just do it right and don't do it wrong. That is how you do these puzzles. Same thing here. This has to go this way. So we go here. The tile puzzles, nothing crazy. Just just a bit of the quest. Benefit of the hirelings is and the pet is they will constantly just take hits for me. So when monsters do respawn, they will attempt to go handle it for me, which is nice. Because I don't want to fight the oozes, but my dog loves fighting oozes. It's like his favorite thing to do. I could fight the Dwibless creature over here, but again, the pets have it. They got it. Never mind, they don't. They apparently don't have it. That's fine. Alright, and lastly we have to turn on the bilge. Bilge is just above. It's this area right here. So we're just gonna go up a couple floors and get to the bilge. You're having shakshuka. Ooh, that also sounds really good. Fish fry Friday. Also good. Good option. Man, you guys have great options for food this Friday.
Oof at Byzantine Bobby.
Thank you for the bits, Cruiser. Appreciate the support. And I now understand. Yeah. True. Ugh. Foie gras Friday. Ooh, fancy. I'm not out here having foie gras on a Friday. I've never had foie gras. That's the fatty duck liver, right? Do you get 2 end chests that drop named items in housekeeping if you free all 4 of the initiates? No, that's why nobody ever does it. It's good for the story, so the first time you do the quest, I would recommend like freeing everybody because it gives you like closure to everybody's storyline. After that, there's no reason to ever do it ever again. It's significantly more time consuming. And you get no cool benefit or items. Alright, third furnace time. And I did not pull the valve in the second furnace, so I'll have to go do that. So now we go down to the furnace. Yeah, I actually like the story. The only thing I don't like about the quest chain is the disappointing fact that Capstone is unable to ever become a druid because he has adamantine plating built into him, which of course was not able to choose. So therefore he can't become a druid. And I'm like, that's an unsatisfying end to that story. It should have been like he learned a way to like cast spells as a druid, or the gatekeepers like help him through this thing. But they're like, what? You're made of metal? No, sorry, you go to hell. How about you gotta go to hell, dude. The fastest one is Lily. It doesn't work. If you're a Warforged and you have adamantine plating, you can't. Because they also show that, well, okay, they can also show that they can do that using experimental tech that's meant to be used for stealing your soul. Like, I don't think the Soul Stealer device is specific to Warforged. I'm pretty sure you could also, you know, take somebody out of their meat and steal their soul. Yeah, because Isabet Tremont is a living person who ends up getting her soul moved around. So yeah, this is not a Warforged exclusive thing. That's the Soul Stealer device, which is not a good device. It's a bad device. Generally, stealing souls is bad. Do I cast Soul Trap when I play Elder Scrolls and not worry about it? Yes. Okay, so now here we go. This is the worst part about this quest. You're trying to get a glitch jump that takes you all the way to the top, which I got on the first try. That's literally how you do this. It's only supposed to shoot you up halfway, but sometimes it shoots you up the whole way. When it shoots you up the whole way, you're done. This basically requires 2 people to do this room. You cannot just do it with hirelings the proper way, but if it just shoots you all the way to the top, problem solved, you're done. So that is how we do that. It's very rare that it actually takes me all the way up. You should LR and not take adamantine plating. To be fair, he is in like the Druid Grove, and so the Druid's gonna be like, yo, have you thought about reincarnating, my guy? Change your feats. It can take you out of your meat. I mean, yeah, basically. I mean, when you put it like that, how could I say no?
engraving on the wall
But yeah, the tier 5 bear enhancement that lets you use metal while being in bear form is very cool. It does not work for adamantine plating. Adamantine plating is a special kind of metal. You're in the wrong pharmacy wrong. What did you miss? I gave away $10 million to everybody in chat. That's about it.
The intake room has been turned into a troglodyte.
Okay, so now I'm going to kill the warlocks up here and get rid of these guys sooner rather than later, because I don't want to deal with them. All the ranged are very dangerous up here, so we're just going to get rid of them with the crossbow, because I can't jump up there. Unfortunately, my lightning damage is now kicking ass. You're also going to notice that my pets are dying, and that's because the warlocks were just blasting them with spells. So absolutely massive amount of damage taken by these guys. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with that. They do.
Sputtering greasy slime, the last troglodyte egg rupture.
Yeah, stealing flash people illegally at Stronti's Gamba scam yesterday. Look, man, that was not an intentional Gamba scam. That was an accidental Gamba scam that I don't feel bad about or guilty about. Why do the rune arms have to load at the bottom of the list? Ugh. It is a unique quirk of rune arms. Oh shit, this guy's up here. I didn't even notice. He like managed to evade my sight. I mean, to be fair, that's what happens when you take a gamble. So that is 20 minutes and 5 seconds with no dimension door. Damn. Ooh, and I got a Sapphire False Life. Kind of cool. I can put that into some of my gear. Big fan of that. There we go. Name my Warforged just a name. Oh, just a gnome? A name in a mech suit? Oh, just gnome in a mech suit. I gotcha. Took me a little while. Yeah, there's a lot of people that do stuff like that, where they'll be like, Super Wizard is like the name of their character, and then their character is not a wizard because of the reincarnation process. Reincarnation comes for us all. Deflecting Docent. I still haven't found a better Docent. This one, I'm going to take level 10, and this gives Insightful Physical Sheltering, which I guess you could argue is good, but it is not good. But I will take it, because I'm about to level up to level 10, which is exciting. Yeah, reincarnation is a video game mechanic. It's not an in-universe mechanic. You can't just reincarnate in in-universe. It's a video game mechanic. All right, I know Action Boost Haste is good. I'm actually gonna go for Agility Engine because the bonus imbue die is really high yield stuff. What? Surprised? I am not who you thought I was. Yep. All right, let's take level 10, which is exciting. Another Artificer level down. Halfway to level 20. Jump, balance, more jump. And I'm almost done taking points in balance. Cold Iron Weapons is a really good option here. I do like Cold Iron Weapons for bypassing certain types of resistances and immunities, and is very useful for dealing with some of the moats. So we're going to go ahead and take that. Yeah, I also believe I get the spot for it as well, so we'll just put that out here with adamantine weapons for when I need either of those. Now, I don't know if I should use a Barovian weapon, because I want to use a Barovian weapon and they're very good, but I want you guys to tell me, so I'm going to put a poll up and you guys tell me if I should use a Barovian weapon. Should I use Barovian weapon? Yes or no? I want to use one because it's really easy to access and everybody can get one, but also I don't have to. Also, I am going to do, what's that quest chain called? Lamortia next, because Lamortia is new, so I want to show it off. And also, it is harder, so I want to show it off. But I'm not going to do the super broken craft that you can get out of there, because that would really cheapen the entire experience. It's the should part that sort of makes our poll useless. No. You're able to be raised dead. That's honestly cause major issues. Oh, yeah. All right. I shall return in a moment. I'm going to get some water and use the washroom because I've been sitting here for like 4 hours. Also, I'm going to turn the lights on. These are all good options. Turn the lights. Raise lights. Become on. Good old phone. Whee! I'm back. What kind of weapon? A Barovian one? They're the ones that you get for free from Ravenloft. Okay. Oh, Bastard Sword. Bastard Sword is a weapon. I am a Bastard Sword user. Is that the new coffer? Yeah, it's a new coffer. This guy right here. Housekeeping quest and just run back and forth between the grove and the house. To reset the housekeeping quest? Oh, like to get the quest again? No, there isn't. Unfortunately, there is no faster way. That'd be cool, though. All right, checking the poll. View results. The answer is yes. All right, we're going to go get it then. The poll is overwhelmingly yes. So, good enough for me. Use 13 when you get to that level? No. All right, but in exchange, to be able to get access to this weapon, I will do Into the Mist on Elite difficulty, even a couple levels under, so that way I can prove that I deserve to have this weapon. It's a weird looking horse. It is a pretty weird looking horse, yeah. So Do I have enough festival coins for the Ruby of the Iron Hand? I do. I don't want to use the festival stuff though, because if I use a festival item, it won't be easy for somebody to emulate what I'm doing here. Because the festival is limited.
You stumble through the thick mists, only to find yourself on an unfamiliar...
Understandably why people would use that, and it is definitely a good idea, just not something I want to do for that purpose. Or for that reason. Yeah, we're not going to use the Lamortia weapons because the Lamortia weapons are too good. Because there is a craft you can put on it, an acid craft, that is a legendary effect that you can get on a weapon that is level 8. And it's also insanely easy to craft. The stats requirement is very low, so that's the reason why I don't want to recommend. I'm not going to use it. I can recommend it. So if you're out there and you're like, oh, I haven't used, haven't done any Lamortia stuff. Is it good? Oh, there's some good stuff. Let's just say that there's some good stuff.
In the middle of the forest. What do these straw men keep?
Let's see if we get anything cool. There's a belt in here that I could get that would be really good. The Vistani Knife Fighter Sash or Vistani Fighter Sash would be excellent. The cloak would be excellent. Speaking of which, I'm going to put on my actual cloak. Keep blasting this guy. The wisps are the only things that are dangerous here because they deal AoE damage and they can hurt me quite a bit. Everything else is not really that dangerous. And even still, the danger that they pose is like not that high, generally, I would say. Although that sucks. My dog is taking too much damage, dude. There we go. Alright. I should probably have Cure Critical. It costs 16. So we put Critical here, and then we put Serious. So I can repair Critical. The spell used to cost a lot more. I don't know why it doesn't cost as much. Also, I'm afraid. The fear effect for scarecrows is ridiculously high. It's only on the big scarecrows that do it, but their save is like 40 or something. Like, it's crazy. It's not something you can ever make in heroics. Basically, if they get the fear off on you, you don't make your save. It's a really wild number. Yeah, so I don't have great damage. I'm not really ready for Ravenloft, for sure. In 2 levels, will I be ready for Ravenloft? Probably not, but we'll see. All right. Give me some treasure. Damn, nothing. Zip. Zilch. Zero. Nada. Lamortia weapon better than Barovian by a huge margin. And again, it's because of a bug in the game. There is an effect that you can craft called Dolorous Acid on your weapon that allows you to do hundreds of damage per swing at level 8. With no investment. You can put it on any weapon. I'm not going to use that because that is super overpowered and possibly might get fixed by the time this comes out. So I don't know if they'll ever fix it. I'm going to be honest with you. They still haven't fixed Dampiers, so I can't imagine that will come into play, but we'll see. Anyways, we now have the Barovian Bastard Sword. Why is this weapon good? Well, it's amazing because it has Holy, which hits basically everything. Fiery, which doesn't hit everything, but hits a lot of things. Undead Bane, which hits almost everything, and it's +5. It's just such a super powerful weapon, and it's got a red augment slot, so I can put something in here. Somebody mentioned the idea of putting an augment in there for Cold Iron, which is a good idea, but I'm an Artificer, I can cast the spell, and again, I don't want to do something that kind of feels like it's a step outside of what I would normally do. Double Strike 5, no thanks. Cloak of Featherfall. I'm going to keep the Cloak of Featherfall, so I think I'm going to bank it, just like lock it here so I don't accidentally sell it. But I don't need this. Gloves of Deadly. I like the Deadly, but I don't really like the gloves. This chest piece is better than mine, so let's get it on here. Chest piece. Chest piece. Chest piece. I'm blind. I don't see the docent. Ah, there it is. Perfect. I don't need pretty much any of these stats. The Insightful Sheltering is kind of nice, I guess. But yeah, I don't really need the rest. Then we sell some gems. You'll notice that the amount I'm selling for is increasing all the time, which is very, very nice. I don't need this. I don't need the Wand of Ice Storm. I don't need the Thought Spike anymore. We can get rid of that. I'm probably just going to use this Rune Arm the entire time. Green Steel Crafting. Green Steel Crafting. Okay, so I am going to put on my Evocation Focus Necklace of Reconstruction now, because I think it's going to be helpful for the damage stats. The downside is that I have no search or spot, so if I don't remember where traps are, I won't be able to spot them ahead of time, and I might walk into them. Fortunately, I do know where they are, so I'll be able to show you guys where you can get some. I don't want to drop my strength just yet, and I have spell resistance, so I don't need this item anymore. The Shatter is kind of nice, but I don't need it. Compensated if they nerfed it? True. Swampton can't fix the stuff they gotta pop out properly. Or yeah, I agree. Hopefully they can get an extra hand on deck to help with some bugs fixes and things like that. Oh, also I can get rid of this because this is just an improved helmet. Beautiful. Yeah, we'll sell this out of the game as well. Goodbye. Now, I am going to do a quick auction house check to see if I can just replace my Ember crossbow. This thing sucks. So let's see if I can get a better repeating crossbow. So 10 crossbow and let's see what we got. +3 holy light crossbow. These are just regular crossbows. 4 biting repeating crossbow. It's got +2 acid and it's a +4 and it has critical piercing. Sick crossbow. I'm going to buy it. I got the money, so I might as well. And I feel like purchasing this crossbow. It's much better than my basic unenchanted crossbow, and it will help me out for when I need ranged combat. I don't think the acid is going to be a negative at all. I kind of wanted the holy one, but this also seems kind of good. Again, my goal is not to use crossbows, but it's good to have it for when those areas where I need the ranged, which is quite good. And man-moded with the sword. I mean, yeah, that's also an option. I thought about that. I feel so dumb. Every question you answer, I have more questions. Gotta ask, what is broken about Dampier? What's broken about Dampier is that the several effects in the both Dampier and Dark Bargainer tree do not do what they say they do due to bugs. In some cases, just making them worse abilities that you don't want to use, and in other cases, actually breaking them to the point where they just don't work. So the quickest example I can give you is one of the abilities that you get early on makes it so that when you use your Vampire Bite, it causes multiple negative levels. Currently, it does not do that. It causes 1 negative level. The reason why that matters is because if you hit somebody with an attack, 1 negative level reduces their maximum hit points by a very small amount, which means you're likely not even going to do any additional damage or have any noticeable impact from hitting an enemy and gaining 1 negative level, or causing them to gain a negative level. Usually this would be a very important and relevant stat. In this case, it's almost negligible and you don't notice it. So that kind of sucks. So it's basically just a noob trap where if you don't realize it's bad, you put points into it and then, whoops, your points are gone. Then you have the second half. I'm going to take Anvil because that sounds good. He's a big Warforged. The second half is that there's an ability called Ascendant Bite. And what it does is it makes it so when you bite somebody, if they are cowering, so you have to prep them with a cower effect, so they're already afraid, you can instantly kill them. It's a really cool ability. The problem is the DC is supposed to be 10 plus the highest of like strength, dex, constitution, or no, strength, intelligence, constitution, or charisma, I think, plus your stunning bonuses, plus your enchantment bonuses. So you can kind of mix like your melee stats, your caster stats, and kind of make this instant kill thing work. It's still a bad ability, but it would be kind of cool. Instead, this DC is 10 plus strength, which means if you had a 200 strength, you still couldn't use it at the end game. And you can't have a 200 strength because it's mathematically impossible. So as a result, you can't use that ability throughout the entire game. So the idea of sneaking around, stunning people, and then instantly killing them is just something you can't do, which is unfortunate. Okay, time to do Lamortia. All of Lamortia, one sitting. Let's go. I'm not forgetting anything. I think I'm good. So I should probably summon the guy. How much health does Anvil have? 262. I almost have as much as the hireling. Cool. Also with a two-handed sword. Love it. Oh, and he has the old action boost haste icon. Dude, fighter haste boost 2. Oh man, that hits me in the member berries. That's a throwback. Issues fixed? Yeah, eventually.
Drifts up from down below.
Nothing. Somebody
nothing.
we got here.
The voice actor who does like the accent or the voice in that character. Oh my god. The monsters in Lamortia have a lot more health. So you will notice my killing speed and my killing power is going to go down a lot. That's just because the monsters do end up having a lot more health in Lamortia. It's just the kind of nature of the beast. So you will see that happening a little bit more here as I move further in.
Too late. The birds got to him.
Lamortia is the newest expansion as of time of recording. So if you are watching this in the future and you're like, whoa, this looks kind of cool. Again, it's the newest expansion. Lamortia is based on, or the Chill of Ravenloft is based on the universe called Lamortia, which is like a plane of dread inside a Ravenloft. So Barovia is the first place we went to in Ravenloft, and now we're in Lamortia, which is the second place here, obviously, because it's not Barovia. One of the cool things about Lamortia is that there's a lot of secrets in Lamortia, and there's like a big crafting system, and to craft, don't step on the traps, Grim Tom. I didn't expect all the traps to go off right away, but like whatever. Anyway, there's a crafting system in Lamortia, and the craftable items are very, very good. So you get craftable items by interacting with, or by looting all the secondary chests. You get all the materials, and the actual gear you get is fantastic. So definitely something to find value in spending your time doing. Also, fun fact, I had a Sonic Absorb item that I put on, which is likely what prevented me from dying there to that. Also, I'm being surrounded by harpies, which sucks. That thing hit me with a disintegrate and I didn't die. Okay, they are disintegrating at this stage. I have to ask myself if it's worth it. I made the save to disintegrate and I took 45. Oh no, that was Cyclonic Blast. Never mind, Cyclonic Blast is not as bad. It was only 50 damage. Still, that's a tough one.
So the Toddstrasser gang was already here. That'll do, Schmidt. You can slink back to your hut now.
Anyway, that's why you're gonna see me doing all the optionals, because I want all the materials for crafting weapons and stuff.
Today. It's not like before, when you could just pluck them out of the ground.
Ugh, out of the ground. I don't know how they make that voice. It like makes me uncomfortable, the sound of it. So the screaming, dude. You know what you don't need? You know that you don't need to be level 25 to finish the wings loot? Well, you don't have to be any level to finish the loots. You just have to be in a quest level. Your level doesn't matter. I mean, obviously, to do the epic stuff, you need to be at least 20, but yeah. Where's my body shit, Smirt? You promised me bodies. Your level according to the wiki? Oh, it's your level? Interesting. Alright, get these guys. Also, the carrion crawlers are usually quite dangerous. Not to me, though. I'm too powerful, but they can be. Well, if you have 50% pots, you probably can. Oh, and golden motes. Yeah, because you can go back in time and hit the golden motes later. So you can use them as a finisher instead. Honestly, that's a good idea. I should probably use that as a finisher. I even think about this. Yes, XP potions work on motes. So if you have a 50% potion, you get 50% more on the mote.
An angry voice rings out from the courtyard.
Where are my bodies?
Yeah, I know. Don't worry. I'm with you. I have no idea how that is functioning, how that is like a layer of progression, how an XP potion can feed into durability. I don't know. I literally don't know.
You claim some other mob took him,
It isn't
but you know
something
me,
that
Smith.
I couldn't begin to find the through line of how that functions, but it is how it works. You can do that. Yep.
I think all that time, you were keeping the bodies for yourself. Probably enough.
It was done on purpose for the monies. Oh yeah, it was definitely done on purpose for sure. Like, I'm not saying it was like a weird bug. It's definitely done on purpose. Like, there's no way that could be an accident.
Watching the murderous body snatchers. She seems to be oblivious to the danger.
All right, and now we go into the main town.
Well now, seems I was right.
For the record, I think Lamortia is an extremely good expansion. Chilla Ravenloft. The quests are really, really good. I love the adventure zone. I think the story is fantastic. The quests are fun. The new monsters are cool. The visuals are great.
Get your hands off our property. That Stick's job belongs to the Deadmongers.
Deal with this rat bag, lads. I'm off to Dead Man's Crossing. I've got some things to talk over with the others.
You've defeated the body.
You know it's 13 Nef out, but it's not minus 50 anymore with the wind chill, so actually not so bad. When it gets back to 15, it'll be almost t-shirt time.
Almost t-shirt time, yeah. Yeah, I definitely currently do the thing where on garbage day, I don't usually put my jacket on anymore. I just quickly dash outside and then run back inside in my pajamas. It might be minus 25, but I'm not outside for that long. We grab every single quest and then we go on our big adventure. I'm going to be doing a lot of adventures out here. I don't know if I have the full inventory space for this. Do I have enough rep for the Coin Lords? Oh, I don't have enough Coin Lord rep. Also, I can get better Thieves tools. So I should probably do that at some point. I forgot about that. Because I can now buy +4 Thieves tools. So that's something to think about. Question regarding adventure zones. Why can't you scale them like you can dungeons? I don't know. It's probably a... Like, it's because they don't let you, but I'm assuming it's probably like a philosophy thing. Like they don't want that to be a thing where you can scale them that way. I think that's pretty much it. I don't have a better answer.
In search of Armin Auerbach, the only one who knows
Casting a lot of buff spells can be a slow, tedious process. Something fun about this is that the servitors, which are basically the Frankenstein's monster equivalent, these guys actually are afraid of fire. So if you hit them, they're weak to fire, but also many of them, if you hit them with fire, not the bigger ones, but the weaker ones, they run away in fear, which is great.
An enemy of Dr. Mordenheim has entered the asylum.
40 is like perfect weather for you. I like it warmer. I'm like an 85 to 90 sort of guy for American units, and then for the rest of the world, that's like 25 to 30 is kind of where my sweet spot is for temp. I do like the heat.
You hear a growl.
I like February. I don't like February here.
Must have confused you for an enemy.
Hit them with acid, they get dazed. Like boom, with fire, stunned, get wrecked. They can't handle it, it's too much. Alright. Now, we have this section here. I wonder, I'm going to put these guys on passive so I don't have to deal with them like accidentally attacking the head orderly for when I drag them around to places. Because he has to charge into specific walls, and if they attack him, that would be very annoying.
You must be the intruder.
He gives you a curt nod.
I'm the head orderly here. Before I pummel you
Oh?
around, let's have a chat.
Huh?
Perhaps we can
Oh, and the moat is in here? That is so bull. I don't want to deal with the moat and this guy at the same time. He's not like he's that dangerous, but that's annoying.
You wish you left. I gave you the chance.
Okay, we're gonna pull this. I guess I will do this.
A direct charge from the head orderly might bring it down.
There's the howlers. My dog took 300 damage from that thing. Yeah, this is like a really bad room to get this in, but whatever. I want to get the wings. Dryad. I have to heal my dog. So dog heal. Dog heal. Just gonna keep shooting and healing. Keep shooting and healing. Keep shooting and healing. Okay, they're dead. They're dead. You're dead. Having this extra boss in here while I'm doing this is so annoying. This guy can go straight to HE double hockey sticks. Alright, let's go. It is nice, but the spring when you're out in winter, snow is melting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like wearing like light sweaters. I probably should like wearing light sweaters. I don't wear them that often though. I used to. I used to be a big fan of the light sweater. Just waiting. Whee!
You run through the gap
Watch the
left
curse
by
words.
broken
Never!
wall. You expect the
This
head
channel
orderly to
is
come
rated
after you,
M for
but he
mature,
hesitates when he
which
sees
is
the patient
I don't
gathering
constantly
nearby.
spout curse words all the time.
He says,
Or you know, say things that you can't say on TV all the time. I don't do that, but I do reserve the right to curse when I feel like it's relevant or necessary.
just in case you have a use for it later.
And I expect the people that are in chat to be grown up enough to understand that. That's how I do it. Did you ever give us an update on your Winter Reaper or only winter static? Yeah, it's here's the update. Getting 6 people to play at the same time is basically impossible. So since the last time I talked about it, which was last year, we haven't played. That is the update. And it's one of the reasons why I basically don't ever do static groups in DDO.
When the lever is pulled, the alarm turns off, and the pulsing lights dim.
Oh no, you're good, dude. It's there's no blame. It's just a thing. It's the reason why I don't usually do statics in DDO, and the reason why I just like kind of play around and do whatever. And it's one of the things I actually dislike about DDO, is the fact that you can't like play asynchronously with another person or like in terms of level. So your levels have to be synced up to be able to play together. Like if, let's say I'm playing the game and I'm level, 20 or whatever, and my friend is level 7, we can't play together. I have to like make a new character to catch up to them, which makes sense. A lot of modern video games have found ways to kind of circumvent that primary issue, whether it's games like Elder Scrolls Online, that just everything is just scaled to your level directly, so you don't have to worry about like whatever level you are, or same thing with like Destiny, where everyone's level is kind of the same, or like Final Fantasy 14, where you can just get leveled down to do dungeons with another player. So I can do dungeons with you, but it just reduces my level to a lower level. Like things like that are like good solutions to those problems. And DDO doesn't have a solution to that problem. Now you could argue whether it's actually necessary to have a solution to that problem. That's a tougher answer. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, the purple names are designed for the challenge. We're gonna try to do some of the purple names. I don't think I can kill the Hydra, but I should be able to do the Etten and the other guy. Blasting Necklace, Blasting 2 of Impulse 74 is so good. Oh my. I use Force Spell Power on my blasts, and also it's Blasting 2, so it increases my DCs. Actually huge. Okay, now I have to deal with Lightning Floor. Hopefully all my guys don't die to Lightning Floor, but we'll see. They are currently all dying to Lightning Floor. Let's stop it. These spiders, by the way, on the highest difficulty are extremely dangerous when you're playing this on like Reaper mode in endgame, so like cap. They're hitting you for like 600 damage every time they attack. It's really funny. Very, very dangerous spiders. Yes, zones. So epic adventure zones and all the newer adventure zones do scale the amount of monsters and the health of the monsters based on the number of players present.
You can use the fishing rod to reveal.
While solo, you get the monsters go up to double, and their health goes up to double as well if you have more people.
And you plummet into a crash-filled room. The Otyugh withers and
I don't like
dies.
have a lot of resources left, but the quest is almost done. What is this? Full zip sweatshirt. It's loading. It's loading. No, I don't want your cookies. See, again, it's a good looking shirt. You know, I don't have a complaint about that one. It is a good looking shirt. I do like it. I'd probably wear one of those. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I do have one of those. I'm just staring at my closet right now. Yeah, it's a good deal.
Now that the drain has been cleared, you use the fishing rod to latch onto whatever is inside. Your effort rewards
Almost
you
done.
with a silver key. The missing key to the patient's wing.
Yeah, you should try it now, Jeremy. Dungeons & Dragons Online, big fan. It's
The plaque beside this
one of my favorite games to play, and has been for the past 10 years.
You'll need a silver
Ooh.
key to open the
Gravekeeper's
door.
Heavy Cloak. Profane Life Force, Insightful Magical Sheltering. I might craft on this, because this item is really crazy. That's very, very handy. And it's better than most cloaks I'm going to be able to get. So, since I have materials, I'm probably going to try to do a crafting session on that,
Unlock the
and get
door
something good.
leading to the patient's wing.
Woo. You tried 5 years ago and there's no one to play with? That's surprising, because 5 years ago would have been like right around height of the pandemic, and that is probably like the highest play count DDo's had in almost its entire history, was right around the height of the pandemic, because they did like a big free game push, and that was everybody staying inside
You return to the
and like logging into the game.
find and
So that is surprising to hear, but you might be happy to hear that they've actually done a server concentration. So they recently had everybody condense onto 4 servers. Also, one of those servers is a European server. So if you happen to be from Europe, you can actually have like much faster ping if you want, and play with other European players around similar play times. So you don't have to try to work off of like North American schedules, that sort of thing. So yeah, so you should be able to find players. If I look actually at the grouping list, there is so many open groups right now, and tons of people to play with, which is cool. So if you are missing that feeling of being able to play with others, it's definitely a good time to get back into it.
It contains instructions on how to build a bomb that will counter the head orderly's special power. The blessing
So, yeah.
of the full moon.
How to away from the full zip hoodie. Yeah, it is good. It's a good product. We farm my green steel great axe on my account. Can I do that solo if you don't find people for it? I'm pretty sure you can solo Shroud if you're over leveled for it, yeah. I can't think of anything that you can't solo. Because you can solo the maze. You can solo the kills because you just turn and shoot the crystal. Yeah, I'm like pretty sure you can solo Shroud. Plus, the old Shroud materials, you can just buy them in the store now. So, yeah. You need open lock. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but, I was gonna say you could grab a hireling, but you can't grab a hireling. I was like, get Frogo. Play a half orc and just head bash all the locks open. Grouping as a new player. Most groups want to go fast for newbies. That's true, yeah. You need to find the groups where people are specifically saying like flower sniffing, that sort of thing. So that way you can feel like it's much easier to catch up.
A mysterious woman stands in the center of this room. She startles at your approach. Dr. Bauer describes how the director of the asylum
Ooh,
is
hey, what's up?
using his power.
It's another thing. I'm at 300 and I'm at level 10. Oh no, I'm never finishing this. Oh god. Yo, what's up, Shade? How are you? Oh jeez. Depending on which of the tens you can get, separating them can be tricky. Yeah.
You may be able to trap him inside, buying you time to continue.
I mean, like anything else, if you're trying to solo a raid, even if it's an older one, there's going to be some trial and error there. Later, because you can start getting lots more purples. I mean, yeah, but can I fight the purples solo on my Artificer? That's a real question. So sniffing the flowers or smelling the roses is it's probably described as smelling the roses, is a metaphor for taking things slow. So if you are traveling from one place to another, smelling the roses, the implication is that you are walking from or traveling from one place to another at a relaxed enough pace that you can take time to stop and smell all the flowers. It's a metaphor for the speed at which you're going and doing something. Are you taking the time to take in the scenery and engage with the things that are around you, or are you going quickly? So it's a metaphor. Cordovan is not doing Fridays at 4 this week. And yes, this is a brand new cosmetic. This is the not Raven outfit. I'm gonna keep calling it Raven. This is the Midnight Wing outfit. Oh, cool. Hi, what's a metaphor then? Great question. Thank you for asking. All right, cool. And now I can take my trapping stuff off and we're set. This is from the brand new coffer that just came out. This is not from the expansion. It came out yesterday. Metaphor is a video game. Video games can be kind of like used as have metaphors in them, which can be references to real life. Kind of. Had to overlevel to Reaper safely. Yeah, I have a feeling that's how I'm going to be doing that. Critically acclaimed video game, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I don't think that's a metaphor, but yeah.
The plaque beside this locked door reads, "To the basement." The door requires an iron key.
Yeah, the harpy is pretty bad.
You turn the iron key in the lock.
Oh, protection from evil for the goblin. That's a good idea. Could probably get scrolls and just do protection from evil mass. Or try to find wands of protection from evil mass. You think people would be selling those on the auction house? They used to. So yeah. Yeah, I like that the cloak kind of waggles. And it moves really well when you're on the mount, which is cool. And then I also like the quiver. I don't see myself using this outfit too often. Very specific. I like the weapon aura. The weapon aura is probably my favorite part about the outfit. I think it looks really, really good. Again, the weapon aura, to me, it's got that, like, I've said this before, it reminds me of in the Lord of the Rings movie when they're like at Minas Morgul and there's that weird like kind of blue-green glow that comes out of it. And that's for some reason where my brain thinks of. Protection from D's goblins. Oops.
You find a green key on the dusty floor.
Keep opening doors. It's this way, right? This is the extra chest? No.
I hear muttering on the other side of this door.
There's a door I didn't go down that I forgot to do.
You see a wide
It's fine.
of lab equipment in this room,
This
along with a row of
jar goes
bronze
here,
figures.
and the blue brain goes here, and the black brain goes here. I do appreciate that they give you instructions on how to solve that puzzle if you can't figure it out on your own.
Passage. You use the green key to open the cage
There we
holding
go.
Armen Auerbach. The wall creaks open.
And now we chill.
revealing a large
Eventually they'll come in.
laboratory
I didn't check my email. I'm gonna do that real quick. Because I got an email and I didn't look at it.
In the cage calls out as you approach.
I got 5 emails today.
Mordenheim? It couldn't be. A friend? Impossible! Who are you?
Armen Auerbach says
Uh,
the asylum's director would never allow
weird.
him to leave. To prove the point, both the director
Everything is fine.
and the head orderly
That's a weird email. I'll have to get back to that later.
seeking a final confrontation.
Eventually this guy's gonna fight me, so I'm just gonna chill until eventually he does go to his next phase.
Springing to action beside him.
Let me chill.
He won't be able to miss
What's the best way to start now? I assume most players have already run anything. Are there slow groups? As previously mentioned, it is for the most part if you are going to be playing in a group. If you don't say anything or specify anything, yes, it will be a lot of Zerg groups because there's a lot of people like me who've been playing, who haven't taken a break from playing this game, who've been playing pretty much consistently the entire time, and so it is a something you will see quite a lot of is kind of people going at the fullest of speeds when they play through the game, which is why I usually recommend, if that's what you want, is a slower group with a slower pace of play, is just to indicate that in your group, either by opening a group and saying, hey, like going slow or new player, first time, something like that, and you'll have people joining that will have that same kind of mindset with you. Another thing also is just generally the third-party tools. There's like the Discord, or there's an official Discord for the actual video game, which if you want a link, I can poke it in here now to find other people who are also like new to the game. Official as in it's run by the video game company itself to help people find other players to play with and other sorts of things. And it's really cool. It's actually a really great Discord. A lot of good information there, and good places to ask questions if there's something you don't know or how to do something. The people there are pretty good. Just started a new free account. If I only play one toon the whole time, will I eventually have to start grinding the same quest over and over to make it to 30 and double reincarnate? Absolutely, yes. If you don't have any access to any quest, yes, you will have to repeat quite a lot. That being said, the you will be able to do something because as you play, you'll earn points and you can buy new quest packs. And some of the quest packs are better than others. Plus, also, if you wait for a quest pack sale, you can do some stuff. But yeah, if you're brand new with nothing, yeah.
We don't have much time.
Yeah, if you own literally nothing on a new free-to-play account, yes, you will have to do some quest repetitions, absolutely. If you have a new account, or if you're like a free-to-play player, you own all the content, but you can't open for VIP, so you just like make a brand new character, you can play through the entire game on normal. There's plenty of quests on normal to level up all the way through.
I might be going down, but she's coming with me. I'm ready to go to Schloss-Mordenheim whenever you are.
Schloss-Mordenheim? What a name.
But I think you have what it takes to help me do it. Victra, my love. Your time has come.
Elise's height check. Elise height check. I appreciate that you're like on top of that. Ransacking the Miller's Debt. I do remember back when the Miller's Debt used to be a quest that had multiple difficulties in it. It was a big deal. As I said, these quests are cool. There is quite a lot of challenge. You might see me and be like, wow, this guy's breezing through. Remember, I'm just playing a character that you could make yourself and level all the way through. Also, the protection spells, they really do help out quite a bit. Toughen Construct, all the elemental resistances, the extra armor class from like the shield one, things like that. The armor class from the haste potion. Look at my armor class. Bow down before my 43 armor class.
This rundown building is filled with
Buffet Wild and get Miss for 99. Yeah, the fact that a couple of the expansions in the game are on sale for 99 points is awesome. It's really, really good. Well, not just info is key. It was info is key we were doing that for. Kobold Ringleader. Oh, yeah. Always. Elite, elite, elite. Elite, hard, normal. Yeah, this character does use Artificer and Harper Agent. But, you know.
You pull the lever.
That is what it is. It does use Artificer and Harper Agent.
For some reason, you suddenly smell fried food.
I remember doing Kobold Assault every life. It was like, you had to do Kobold Assault. Now the only time I would do Kobold Assault is for hardcore, for favor. But man, those are the days. You guys remember running Kobold Assault regularly? Wow, what a time to be alive.
That the Deadmongers took over this building after they abandoned Gruber Manor next door. Apparently, that place became overrun by the undead.
Ooh, that guy hit me with a voltaic burst. What the heck? That is a goblin with a brain in a jar for a head, so he is the Mind Goblin D's nuts? Good question. Good question. I don't know if they would ever make a D's nuts joke directly to the players like that, but they could. I do appreciate when there are fun references to different video games or different concepts. For example, if you have played the video game Last Epoch. Last Epoch is an action RPG. Oh, that's a purple one. Oh, fuck. Last Epoch is an action RPG, and one of the monster types in Last Epoch is called it's a bear that can teleport, and it is called a Jaw-ith bear, which of course is a reference to Jaw-ith bear, the runes required to make Enigma in Diablo 2, an item that allows any character class to teleport. So it's just a funny little nod of like, hey, look at this thing.
As if something heavy had been dragged here. But the
So it's pretty fun.
at a blank wall.
So I do like it when video game companies will do that. D's nuts? I don't know if that's a good reference, but... All right. Purple moat. Can we kill it? Let's find out. I can always run away from it if it's too dangerous, but... It's a lot of howlers. I'm stunned. Okay. A hag. I don't remember what the hag does, but I have a lot of elemental resistances. It is immune to basically everything I can do. I love that. I am dancing. I rolled a 1 on my save. Get 'em, boys. Instead. All right. Do I need cold iron for that? I do need cold iron. 26 damage reduction? Okay, I should have cast this spell. Note to self, always buff with cold iron damage reduction before that happens. Dol Umberist.
The door opens, revealing a concealed passageway. You can just make out the
Asked to save these nuts. Oh, we do have several squirrels in quests. The Feywild has quite a few of them. Fortunately, you do also fight quite a lot of brains in jars. I think there's 3 of them in Lemuria as bosses. It's always fun. Good old brain in a jar. Okay, I'm gonna tell these guys to stand back because there are traps here, and I don't want them to explode or me to explode because somebody uses a steps on a trap they're not supposed to. Oh, I succeed on it too. Let's go. All right. Prudent 4, Helm of Resistance 3. Sick. And now away we go. I have cold res, so this is fine. That's actually a pretty cool helmet. So when I complete this adventure area, I will get access to a dark gift. I don't know if I should use the dark gift or not. The dark gift I want to use is called Echoing Soul, which basically solves all of my skill problems through the rest of the entire leveling process. I will look for skill items, but I won't need to, because it basically gives me plus 20 to all my skills. I'm not sure if I should take it. It is good, and I would recommend you take it if you're a brand new character going through this, if you own Lemuria like I do. But, yeah.
And it's not just the temperature. This place feels...
Oh my god, everything's just exploding. There is a squirrel class trainer in the Feywild. He's the Warlock class trainer, which I love.
Dust and decay hang heavy in the air. A single lit crystal is mounted near a sealed doorway
God,
to the east.
this rune arm is so unbelievably powerful. It's great. I forgot how fun it is just constantly have a rune arm that I can blast out. There are rune arms in Lemuria. I don't know where you get them. I don't think they're craftable. I couldn't tell you offhand. Oh, I don't have incorporeal for this Haunting Apparition. Fun fact about the Haunting Apparitions, they apply a debuff to you. They're one of the new monster types in the game. They apply a debuff to you that makes it so you deal damage in an area of effect around your character to everyone around you. On the higher difficulties, if you have that debuff, you just have to get out of the party. 2 craft slots? Oh, shit. See if we can get one. It's Hearsome helping Fey-packed warlocks? Oh, I see. It's actually just Hearsome. It was Hearsome the whole time.
You come across something shining a bright light.
Yeah, the fireball rune arms are much better. I do like lightning lash though. It's a good one.
Could this be what you came here to
Give me Tovin's hammer with lightning storm in heroics, please. Actually, isn't there a lightning storm rune arm in heroics now? Oh, there was already. It's the disciplinator. It's the disciplinator, and then there is Tovin's hammer. But you know what? No one's getting a disciplinator. That's not happening.
The sound of the wind from under the door ahead tells you that it must lead onto the temperature drops even further as you step out onto the roof.
Hey, bub.
You suddenly realize what's making things so
Attacking the wrong way? Sick. I love when they do that. All right, give me some cool items, please. Ooh, enchantment gem. Neat. I can't use it, but it is pretty neat. If I needed enchantment, I could slap that into a moon socket. It's not worth swapping, especially when you have better rune arms now, but when you didn't, oh man. Hand of the Tombs would be nice on this character. Oh, this is unrelated. I just figured I would tell the story. Yesterday, I finally finished the main campaign for the new Lord of the Rings expansion, as well as the epilogue. And man, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but if you like played through Umbar and you liked the story and then any of the other intervening bits of content, the conclusion to the Song of Wind and Waves saga is so good. I couldn't believe how good it was. I had a blast running that content.
The nearby speaking device is now safe to use.
Also,
Amplified voice.
just be aware, a hulking creature falls is going to be something you hear a lot.
This mine has become a place of deadly The overseer explains that he needs 2 ores.
Wait, is the dialogue fixed?
To find the unbreakable heart. The problem being that the mine
Oh, fuck. Okay, I accidentally went too far forward. And, yeah. Wait, did they fix it? Oh, I think they fixed it. That's kind of cool. That'd be an annoying way to die if I did die there. Locked in 1 and cold 1 from Cold Snap. Okay.
The hulking creature
nope, it's not fixed. Okay. I was like, is it fixed? No, it's not. Yep, yep. Immediately the hulking creature falls. Don't forget, guys, the hulking creature falls. Get him, boys. Alright, crossbow time. This is what we have a crossbow for. For those that don't know what's going on, there's a bug in this quest where for some reason the text line, the hulking creature falls, replaces every other piece of DM text after the beginning. So you're going to hear the hulking creature falls a lot if you've never done it. Alright.
The hulking creature falls.
Oh, the hulking creature falls. Good to know.
Is now safe to use.
I still remember when I like it was like my first time coming through here and I hadn't done these quests and people were spamming it in the chat and I didn't understand why. And now I get it. Yeah, the hulking creature does it do be falling, man. It do be falling. As they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
The hulking creature falls. The hulking creature falls. The hulking creature falls. The
yeah,
hulking
exactly.
creature falls.
It is falling.
The hulking creature falls.
It do be falling.
The hulking creature falls.
It does fall.
The hulking creature falls.
Oh yeah.
The hulking creature falls.
Absolutely. No doubt in my mind. It's constantly falling. Thanks for the bits, Cruiser. Appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me that the hulking creature does in fact fall. What does it do? It gets up. You're never going to keep it down. When it gets knocked down, it gets back up again. The vacation at Hulking Creature Falls when I was a kid. I used to go there all the time. Okay, there's a music note next to me, and I want to get it, so we're going to do that. Okay. I wonder if I can dump these in the lava. I don't think so, but maybe. It might be a hulking creature because I've fallen for you. No. Oh no. That's funny. It's like the Ralph Wiggum choo choo choose you, but times 100. Hello, I am Son of Brooks. Yep, you can get a guild invite. Why do I have the ability to invite people to the guild? I don't know. I joined a leveling guild, which is what I recommend you do. And then sometimes these leveling guilds, they will just make everybody an officer so everybody can invite everybody. And you don't ask questions, just somebody says, hey, can I get an invite? Then you invite them. If it's a problem, they'll get kicked out. Let's say somebody gets kicked out because they suck. And everybody hates them. They're like really mean and rude, and then all they're doing is bullying people in chat, so they get kicked out. If you invite them, and you didn't know any better, it's no big deal. They'll just get kicked out again. Back when I used to do the hardcore guilds on the hardcore league, when we'd have the special server, that would happen sometimes where we would have to remove people for just like not being very friendly and just like generally being pretty shitty towards other people in the guild. Which, by the way, there was no expectation for anybody to do anything other than not be mean to other people. That was the whole expectation. I've always held it up. Just don't be a dick. If you don't have to, just don't. Very easy. I think it's an easy bar to cross for most people, but some people really, they can't cross that bar. It is too hard for them. And so we did have to remove a few people for just being generally not nice. That, or somebody would, there would be a dispute where somebody in the guild would do a quest and then they might do something that would put a person's life in danger. Because maybe they used a dimension door to get out of a room instead of actually fighting the monsters or something. And then there'd be a fight and they're both in the guild and they'd be like, well, you should kick this guy out because he's going out of his way to kill people or something and blah, 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 blah. And I'd be like, okay, guys, just be grown-ups and just talk to each other. Just talk to each other. It's not that hard. Just be grown-ups. Come on. You know what? Always a solution. Just talk to other people.
You recovered some Victranium.
I've said it before and I will say it again. You can solve almost all your problems that you have with other people by just talking to those people. Not all the time, obviously, but most of the time. Acid. Oh, freedom! Talking only works with reasonable people. Yeah, that's like kind of true, but I don't know. It's like a skill you have to hone. The more you solve your problems by just like talking to people, the better you get at doing that, and also you're helping prime other people that maybe you can solve your problems by just chatting something out. That's always why I've been like a no nonsense, no drama person. In previous times, like I'd be like, you know, you're in a guild or something, especially like MMO guilds, and you know, you hear somebody say something about you where it'll be like, oh, I heard from this person that they said this thing, or like I heard from this person that they said this thing about you, and I'd be like, oh, okay. So then, instead of spreading a rumor, I would just immediately, boom, open up another window, message that person. Hey, you know, I want to talk to you for a sec, blah, blah, blah. Have a chat. Sometimes it was something innocent, sometimes they just suck. But you figure that out right away, and you solve the problem right away. No nonsense, no drama. I don't need to hear spreading rumors behind my back. I'm just going to go straight to the source. Just talk to them. It's probably like a solution to the problem. Oh, do you not like me? Oh, why? Oh, is it because I did this? Oh, sorry about that. I didn't know. My bad. Can we resolve this peacefully? Great. Fantastic. Let's go. Move on. $700 points being able to buy Lamortia? At my pace, that's about a week of playtime.
One of the two types of ore the overseer needs.
Rather talk behind each other's backs. There are a lot of people that would much rather talk behind each other's backs than deal with problems. It's one of the cornerstone things I've learned about playing a lot of video games and spending a lot of time with people online is if you join a guild, an MMO guild, or you're in a guild and somebody says like, oh, like I hate MMO drama, that person is the most MMO drama causing person you've ever had the chance of speaking to. This is just true. If you literally are ever playing, no matter what game it is, if somebody goes, oh, I hate MMO drama, that is because that person is the progenitor of all of it. And they will cause nothing but endless drama for you and your friends. So my wand expired, and I need it back. Also, I'm at like half health. I have not enough health. To shrine.
Eager for you to give him the minerals so he can activate his device. The hulking creature.
Blast from the challenge? Why is it made of wood? I don't know why it's made of wood specifically, but that's a good question.
The overseer steps forward, eager for you to give him the minerals so he can activate his
Okay,
device.
now we click this, and quest done. Yay! Yay, we did it, quest done, yay! Solar Gem of Arcane Endurance, 3% mana. I do have a cloak that has a solar gem slot, but I don't need it. Alright, so this is a good time actually to explain solar and lunar gems. So some of you guys might not have played Dungeons & Dragons Online in a while, and you might not be familiar with the solar and lunar gem system. Basically, solar and lunar gems are special gems that give you what the set bonus style used to be. So for example, this gives a legendary bonus. Items in the game give set, or they're like certain items that are sets. And that's how most items used to deliver their power, was through the power of set bonuses. So what I mean by that is you would go into, let's say you do like a quest. So you go into like Barovia, so original Ravenloft. They'd be like these 3 item sets, and they would give you an artifact bonus to your stats. They were kind of restrictive in that the item sets would, you'd have to wear the 3 items, and if there's one of the items that you didn't really care for, if you wanted the set, you had to wear it if you didn't care for the item. And also, you would get all the stats. So if you didn't want all the stats in the set, but you wanted like 3 out of the 4, let's say, you'd still wear the set. Well, now with the solar and lunar augments, you can now customize the items. So just have it, instead of having like a 3-piece set, you will now have chest, cloak, goggles, helmet, trinket that give set bonuses. I'm checking for the purple named rare here so I can fight it. For the solar gems, which is the artifact bonuses. And then the rest of the gear is for the lunar bonuses, which give profane, which can stack together. So for example, I could get solar charisma for +2 charisma on an augment, and lunar charisma for +2 charisma on an augment, and I get an extra 4 charisma that I wouldn't normally get. Again, you would get these stats if you were playing just getting set bonuses and stuff, but this lets you get it without it. Additionally, the gems are tradable. Personally, I'm a big fan of set bonuses, so my bias is going to come through here entirely. I do like them as a concept, and I like how they function and how they've integrated them into the game. Or not set bonuses, these solar and lunar augments. And I think they're a huge improvement over how these set bonuses used to work. That being said, I know that not everybody feels that way, and that's okay. Itchy. Okay. I have to go to town to sell relatively soon. That's why I'm like managing my inventory while I go. I don't have a lot of inventory space. Also, I just buffed my wand because I'm an idiot. The Wish is one of the more challenging quests out here. It's also one of the longer ones. It also has a lot of treasure chests. It also has some secrets. Yeah, whatever. There are bears here. Some people run past these bears and don't fight them, and then people late join and get murdered by these bears. In heroics are not too bad, but in epics these bears are so dangerous. Don't let your teammates die to bears. Apparently they had to cancel it. Although I do not know why. Hopefully this is not a bad omen and just like, you know, either Cordovan has like a personal thing going on or there's like some other thing happening, as opposed to like they got nothing, so they got nothing for the anniversary. Because I want some news about it. Why would a helm have a mythic weapon boost? It shouldn't. Is both? Maybe it depends. Yeah, that sounds right to Canada. It's like when people ask, like units of measurement in Canada are very much it depends. So there are different times where you use kilometers, and meters versus feet is a very big thing. Like the classic example is like, how tall am I? I'm going to describe it in like centimeters, or I'm going to describe it in feet. I would never describe it in meters. That's like madness. I couldn't even imagine doing that.
The air shimmers as figures.
So there's that.
It must be one of the visions of the past.
Another one is also when it comes to like food. Almost all, even though grams is the measurement, almost all food in Canada, if you go to the store, tells you how much it costs per pound, even though nobody uses pounds.
Oh, back up, Victor. We might
Which is
not
madness.
I merely just elite.
What's this?
How could I let us fail?
That's the spirit.
Mythic weapon boost? So I don't know why that has a mythic weapon boost, but I'm going to be honest with you, that's really good. That is a really good item for leveling. Holy moly, 4 more melee power on a helmet with death block, good luck, and false life. Ah, crap. All right. I don't know if I can enchant my guys with cold iron, but I'm going to cast cold iron on them and see what happens. I'm going to cast cold iron on me, and then I'm going to go and do the this thing here. This could be really, really dangerous. We're going to find out. And I'm going to use the shrine immediately afterwards, I think. Okay, nice. Having cold iron, very handy. Really helps for the damage generally. Okay, we have... Everyone has cold iron. Get the hag. Get her. Get her. Oh my god, the cold iron damage reduction is nothing. Ho, ho, ho. It's beautiful. Do I need a shrine? Nah, I'm good. We're gonna keep going. Progress. Progress. Sick, dude. Arties and EKs. Well, you're supposed to be... The reason why they're slotted is specifically to limit how much melee power you can get. But oh my gosh, that's so much extra melee power. Oh, baby. I'll probably use the next shrine maybe then. I don't know when that shrine's going to be, but probably the next one. ESO PvP events? Not really. The closest I came to participating in ESO PvP events is when the game first launched, I had a PvP only character that I only ran in Cyrodiil. That was a Templar, and I played it a ton. And then after the game launched, later on, I didn't really do a lot of Cyrodiil, but I did get into Battlegrounds, and I made a character for doing PvP in Battlegrounds. And I think the last time I did PvP in Battlegrounds probably would have been 3 years ago. Why, is there some type of PvP event going on in ESO right now?
If the legend is true, you mean? A strange clacking sound echoes.
I'm curious about that. You know why I'm interested. Because I'm interested about the Dragonite stuff that's coming and the rebalances. Also the crazy quality of life in March. I might play some ESO in March because there's some real good quality of life, dude. White Strike's Mayhem right now. What's White Strike's Mayhem?
The thing crashes to the ground, causing a section of the stone wall to shatter. You must be joking.
Easy PvP currency farm? Easy PvP currency, eh? There's a lot of scrolls, so I have to delete them.
We have the pursuit of truth and the pursuit of food.
You could wake up one day and all those comforts you're used to could be gone.
Also, if you're wondering why I'm shrining now, is because they have to, like, keep talking. And eventually, I get to go to the next section, so that's why I'm doing this. Alright, this is a stupid question. And what are the benefits of doing this? Like, why do you want to do it? Again, it might be a stupid question, but like, why are we doing the PvP? Like okay, you farm out the Telvar stones, but then what do you do with the Telvar stones? What do I do with that? It's been a while since I've cared about like Cyrodiil and farming the Imperial City. I agree. I actually really like this quest. The only thing I didn't like about it was the fact that it was the worst XP quest in the entire expansion. And now that they have fixed that, it's like got good storytelling, it's got good XP, it's good all around. Oh, is it just for buying like different PvP sets? Uber rare items? Uber rare items specific to that vendor, or is it like the black market in WoW where like random shit would just show up there and you could buy it? Would it be crazy expensive? Hi. That's kind of cool. Yeah, like I said, I'd love to play some ESO more, but right now I've got my heels dug in to both Lord of the Rings Online and DDO, and so I just don't really have the mental space for that. Also, there is a trap floor here. I don't know if my hirelings can walk over the trap floor. They cannot. Is the answer to that one. Okay, cool. Not really rewards or anything. This guy's just a PvP junkie. He's like, what? Rewards? I don't care about that. I just want to fight. I just want to fight other players. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. Whoa. Holy. Okay, buddy. Whoa. What the hell was that? I did not expect to get torn to shreds by those beasts. Oh my god. I didn't think that was going to be that dangerous. Artificer. That's why Artificer is good. Self-healing tank. Artificer.
Come on. Let's head home.
Ice storms are in the US East Coast. That might be it. Yeah, probably.
Very well. When we come back, the mountain will be at mercy. When the vision fades, several pillars of ice erupt from the frozen pool below.
Yeah. I just assumed they weren't scary and everything would be fine.
This vision seems more recent.
Apparently that was not the right thought. And they are actually very scary.
With a grim determination. I'm back.
Okay, you send me a DM.
And this time I'm prepared.
Telvar merchant on a website. How many ads are on this website?
And the heart.
That's a lot of ads, dude.
Wait for me, my love. I will bring you back to life.
Oh, it's a bunch of stuff. You get the leads. Oh, some set necklaces. Ooh, that's kind of fun.
Triggering a switch in the wall, causing the concealed door to slide open.
Okay. But yeah, like I said, I do want to play some Elder Scrolls Online. The main reason why I don't is just because I already have other MMORPGs I want to play. I got too many other games on the go, man. Too many other games on the go. I'd say I wish it was not the case, but actually that was one of the things I was most excited about was December, of how many video games I have that I want to play, that I'm interested in right now. There's so many good games that I'm interested in playing right now. It's like kind of the best worst feeling where you're like, there's too many games and I can't play all of them. But on the other hand, it's like, oh man, isn't that awesome? How could I ever get bored? The answer is sometimes they still get bored, which sucks. Where like I'm like, I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do this, and I don't want to do this. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of ice storms can be very, very dangerous. And not just because of like the roads. There's also like, it's the added weight on everything that a lot of people don't realize when it comes to ice storms. So, for example, when a lot of snow lands in a tree, the tree can only hold so much because like a branch will have too much on top of it, and then the snow will fall off either onto one side or the other. But with the ice storm, that's not the case. The ice can freeze onto the ice, constantly making the branches bigger and wider. This is a problem because once there's too much weight and it's too cold, the trees can then become brittle enough that the branches will snap and fall off of the trees. And so trees can become quite dangerous during ice storms because you can have basically these heavy, extra heavy branches that are covered in ice that are extremely dangerous. So that can always be like a bit of a risk. I don't know if I have enough restore potions for getting rid of all my strength damage, which is a bit worrying, but we'll see. I'm gonna have to buy more restore potions later. I do have to town at some point, so we'll see how that goes. Power lines are also another example of that, yep, where you can just add additional weight because the ice freezes onto the ice. Yeah.
The final lever is pulled and the barrier fades.
Fridays the 4 canceled again? Fridays the 4 canceled again. That is correct. They like PvP too? They also do. Yeah, I didn't notice that. They do. I didn't check the weather advisory. I don't think that there's a local warning about that here. But admittedly, as I said, I did not check that hard, so I don't know. Pop the bark off. That seems like science fiction. It's good here. Ah, good to know that Arizona is not suffering too much from the ice storm affecting the East Coast. I do appreciate that check-in because I worry. You know, I think about it a lot. So happy to hear that Arizona is going to be okay during the ice storm.
You hear stone grinding on stone.
Stone grinding against stone. Oh yeah, I guess these constructs? They're golems?
As the last lion falls, the next 2 stone lions start to move.
It's like new weather warning every hour. Ooh, spooky. Yeah, that's the other thing is like also being at home. When it's really sunny days, I have to make sure the blinds are closed so I can't actually see outside really what's happening. So yeah, let me check. How much ice storm are we gonna get? Let's see. Ice storm check. It is getting cold. It's going down to minus 32. Oh my god. Yo, I am not leaving the house this weekend. Ain't no way. I don't need that. No, no, no. It's like a fictional number. For the record, if you don't know what minus 32 is, because you live in the United States, minus 32 is like minus 25. It is very close. Because, for those that don't know, minus 40 in both Celsius and Fahrenheit is actually the same temperature.
As you approach, the 2 amber bolts begin to move.
Die, amber golems. Okay, so other than the hook horrors, this quest wasn't too bad, but those hook horrors, man, that was spooky. They really came for me. They went right for my throat. I don't love that. I do not love that.
Quite upset. Dark powers, I beseech you, give me the answer to restoring life.
Oh, treasure?
I'll bring you this heart.
No, I want treasure.
It cannot save her. Grant me the power of creation.
Okay, get rid of this. I have a false life sapphire, so I can probably put that into something. I'll probably put that in the cloak that I'm going to craft, because I think I am going to craft the cloak. It is quite good.
A thick snow begins to fall, and the temperature plummets.
And we'll go from there.
You've seen how Victor's
I'm not going to level up, because I think doing the whole chain at 10 is more appropriate. I'm tempted to go sell right now,
it's time to return to the city
but
and think about how
I'm just going to sell some scrolls, or like break some scrolls down, try to get rid of some more potions. and other garbage and see if I can save some space. One of the nice things about doing, oh, Wand of Protection from Evil, there it is. Just want to lock it. One of the benefits of doing an entire expansion's worth of content is when you do an entire expansion, you get quite a lot of resources. You know, you get a lot of items. And so my backpack is pretty full of stuff, so I'm gonna be able to make a lot of money. If you're wondering why I climbed up here, there's a rare that's sometimes inside here. He's not. Yep, stay inside. Don't freeze solid, please. Don't freeze solid. I don't know what my odds are to use that wand, but it's level 10, which is really convenient because it lasts a long time.
You've come to this graveyard to find Dead Man's Crossing, where the body snatchers are
15%. It's a 36 on the DC. I mean, that's fair. But still. This is where we need the charisma items. Unfortunately, I'm just not good at buffing up the melee guys. Like, I don't have the mass spells. If all my buffs were mass, oh my. Like, if I could cast, like, resist electricity mass and resist fire mass, so I could affect, my dog and my hireling, I would.
A network of tunnels connects the basement to the buildings up above.
You also might be wondering, how much damage are the hireling and the dog doing? And the answer is not a whole lot. It's mostly that they're good for the opposite of dealing damage, which is taking damage. Anytime that they get attacked instead of me is actually quite nice, because it means I don't have to deal with the consequences of getting hit. Also, the fact that my dog has 47 armor class is not too bad.
This passage opens up to a large cellar, where some locals have set up camp.
Am I going to do the optional for all the loot? Yes, I am. So we go in here. There's more Gramishkas. And a secret door. Actually, I think it's... Oh, it's just dogs, yeah. Oh, and a thing. Fun. Okay, somebody was saying have protection from evil. I don't think I'm going to succeed on this, really. Because my DC is pretty low. I need to roll a 20. So yeah, that just does not seem that feasible to me. So I'm going to have to wait on that. And we're just going to go and assume everything's going to be fine. Although I really should have cast Cold Iron, which I did not do. But you know what? It's fine. Yeah, adding Cold Iron into the mix is actually insane for the increased damage I get. So I'm going to back up here a sec to get my health back. Because that's spooky. Woo! All right. Look at those rem chests, dude. So much free loot. I mean, I was just talking about how my backpack is entirely full, but don't worry about it. And this is when you start having like loads and loads of money, man. Also, unfortunately, I have a lot of gems in my inventory. I don't have a bigger gem bag. Is this hallway trapped? I think the hallway is trapped. I did grab my free Ravenloft weapon. I asked chat if I should grab the free Ravenloft weapon. I failed on a 7. Okay, well, we're not doing that. Okay. I did not think that that would happen. So we're going to avoid that for now. Apparently having +3 on my trapping skills is not high enough for an item. I need to improve that. No heroism potions? I have heroism active. First life trapping is very difficult on this character. Or just not this character, just generally. Being able to hit all the traps on a first life character is an uphill battle. What class and which quest? I'm an Artificer in Beneath City Streets. Hello, my name is Shrimtom. I'm an Artificer, and I'm inside the quest Beneath City Streets.
Keening wails fill the air, and a terrifying form appears.
Dead Man's Wraith.
The wailing falls silent as the gallows speaker discorporates.
Alright, everything is good. Again, still have like a million things that are weighing me down, but whatever, it's fine. More scrolls. More scrolls. Do I get a wand? Oh. lot of gems. A lot of gems. I need a bigger gem bag. That's realistically just what I need. Yeah, after this quest, I'm gonna have to go
You've arrived at what
sell.
appears to be the main base of the body snatchers. It's eerily quiet.
Yep, this is a newer quest for sure. The newer adventures have higher stats for everything. I think I am gonna take the Dark Gift from here. It does give me the little bit of a risk of sometimes blinding me and preventing me from moving, but on the upside, I can actually get all of the traps, which is something that I am currently struggling with, and that struggle is not going to go away. That's only going to get worse the higher level we get. Is this a bit of a subtle recommendation for people to have Lemordia? I mean, sure, but generally you're going to want to own the expansions anyway, because getting expansions means you can do cool quests and stuff. And it's also just something that's going to happen organically as you play. When people ask the question, which expansion should I buy first? My answer is almost always buy the newest one. The newest one, if you're going to get any of them, is always going to be the one that has like the best items and the most polished stuff in it. Like right now, if you're going to, if I was to tell you between this, Myth Drannor, Isle of Dread, or Vecna, I'm going to recommend Lemordia every day because it's the newest one. It's also good. The quests are good. The items are good. Everything's good about it. But, yeah. The only reason I would recommend Myth Drannor over Lemordia is exclusively because of the raid. The raid is quite good. Red Soul the New is cool. And the items are insane. But to be fair, I think that Myth Drannor might be... is it my least favorite expansion? It might be. I do not really like Myth Drannor.
But are you good enough for this? The dying body snatcher gasps out.
Which feels bad because it's cool. But
With the second lever activated,
also,
the metal grate slides into the wall.
Oh, oops. There it is. I have to do this.
The floor shifts and
Now we have the
buckles
giant rat
as
corpse
the
chewer.
from the refuse through floor. The ground shudders as the massive creature falls.
Down. Yep. It's really big and really empty. If there was more stuff in the Myth Drannor Adventure Zone, or if it was just smaller and it felt like more towards what you were doing, I'd be okay with it. But yeah, it's just too big for everything that's in there. Feels like it's a lot of wasted space. Oh, yeah. I was thinking, like, obviously when stuff is on sale, you know, get your sales. Also, goodbye Rimshaw, slain by Plague Reaper. If stuff is on sale, I would definitely recommend people go for the sales first. So, like, for example, right now, if you had to choose between saving up for Lemordia or picking up Barovia and Feywild for 99 points each right now, which is a temporary sale, 99 points. Buy the 99 points. It's way better. It's the deal. It's a deal. It's such a deal. It's like 90% off, you know, way better. But if you're not looking at the DDO's like in-game store and you're looking at like the market or the website, and maybe there's no sales going on, maybe somebody starts playing Dungeons & Dragons Online, it's March, there's no sales going on anywhere, in-game or out of game, and you know, you're like, I'm gonna buy an expansion, and there's all the ones that are on the store for like 40 bucks. You don't know which one to get. Newest one. It's always the newest one. But yes, obviously, say deals are deals. Like, if you can get a really good price on something, I'd recommend going with a good price. Although I will say, I appreciate that these quests are just piles of guys, because I can just beat them all up and they can't stop me. It's very satisfying. Just try and fight me, bastards. But you can't. I'm an artificer. I have too many hit points. And I got too many guys. I also do appreciate that you might not appreciate this at the time, because obviously it's just piles of guys all defending their leader. But we do effectively destroy the entire Deadmonger game, which is doing a pretty reasonably good thing for the people of Lemordia. I mean, sure, we're leaving a power vacuum, and every time you leave a power vacuum, it always causes more problems.
He's just one of the corpses he dealt with.
you know,
You've defeated
they're bad
the
guys.
Deadmonger gang,
Lamortian Bowler's
but you've
Cap.
learned enough
Insightful
about the place
int.
to realize
I can craft
that
this.
defeating one gang won't
Cool.
stop the trade in fresh bodies.
Okay, that is
If you can't end the
2
supply,
craftable items.
Perhaps you can cut off the demand instead.
Because if I can put intelligence on that,
To
and then it's got
investigate where
insightful
these bodies are
intelligence.
being delivered.
Ooh, cool. That's a lot of stats for me. Also, someone else just died. Who died? Bloodthorn was slain by Pixie at level 9. RIP Bloodthorn. Okay, I'm going to town right now because I want to do some crafting. That's cool. That's awesome. Oh, snap. I got the Insightful Intelligence helmet. Fishing boat adventure? Yeah, we didn't get to actually go out on the fishing fleet, unfortunately. Which I agree would have been very cool. I'm just gonna sell gems to get all this crap out of my inventory so I can actually have space. There was 10 slots taken up by gems. Okay, so we have the bowler cap. And I also have the cloak. No, where's the cloak? The cloak. That's sick. And this is heroic crafting. Okay, so the bowler cap has a melancholic and a dolorous. Melanch. So I can get melancholic intelligence. Oh, and I have all the materials. It only costs 5. So I can get +5 intelligence on my helmet. Absolutely, I'm doing that. That's cool. And what can I get as a dolorous item? So we can do that. And then dolo. Dolorous. That's weapon, accessory. Ramp. Accuracy, damage, deception seeker. Crit damage. Quality intelligence? Okay, I'm taking it. So again, this is just the ingredients that I found while running around out here. And oh, where's my augments? Here, my backpack is it's such a mess. My backpack is such a mess. Now I can open up my helmet and I can put the quality intelligence augment in here. I can put the regular intelligence. So now this helmet gives me 8 points of intelligence for 1 item and 5 insightful physical sheltering. And you know what? I have a blue socket, so I can put this Sapphire False Life 18, so it gives me health as well. And I do have the Solar Gem of Mana. I don't want that, but yeah, cool. Massive item. Massive upgrade. That's sweet. Got my wings? Oh, nice. Congrats. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. If you're wondering how the crafting system works in here, by the way, basically items have a slot. So this item has a melancholic and a dolorous slot. So you come over to this crafting station and you just put the items in here that give you the stats. So just scan through it and look for stuff. That's so cool. Now, unfortunately for me, I'm out of bleak resistors, so I can't craft my cloak yet. But my god, that's sick. You know what? Actually, I'm tempted to even just put on the cloak because it gives me 16 health, and that's a lot. It's a lot of extra health. It's like stacking, but oh man, that's cool. Let me see. There it is. XP pots go wild. Nearly free wings. That's fantastic. Alright, getting rid of some garbage. Selling garbage out of my inventory that I don't need. There's so many items I can't even equip that I have to sell out of here. Gravekeeper's Cloak, I want. Get rid of this. Bunch of armor I can't wear. Bunch of crap I can't wear. Combustion 58, who cares? Troubleshooter's Necklace I'm surprisingly still using, which is not a good thing. I don't really want this Memories of Charity, so I'm just going to sell it. As painful as that might be to some of you guys, I just don't want it. Okay, the rest of this is good. I am going to get rid of these augments because I don't need them. And just double check on other pieces of gear. I want this. I guess technically this is my haggle item, so I should have put this on when I was selling. So there's the haggle item. I have so many item swaps. This is the one problem about, like, for me when I start playing, because you just don't have enough items to really accommodate all the stats that you want. I do find myself doing a lot of item swaps in the early game. Anything else I want to bank? I don't need the portable hole now, so I'm going to take this out and put it here. But remember that I do have a portable hole. I did get one. This bastard sword, I don't need. I'm just going to delete that. Remember, also only putting things in, not taking anything out. It is Solo Maverick. Dude, that intelligence item is so cool. Oh, man. Well, now we have to finish the rest of Lemordia. I don't think I'm going to get the solar intelligence drop, but that would be sick. Oh yeah, it's 400 for the golden moat, right? Yeah, so I should probably get up to like higher before I do that. And power creep online. Oh, dude. If I had the solar, this would give me 10 intelligence for one item at level 8. When Slave Lords came out, we thought it was crazy power creep that you could get plus like 6. Imagine plus 10. Oh my god. Hey, why are you doing this, doggo? What the heck? My dog is immediately charging in and attacking everybody. Bro, chill. Chill out. Also, my hireling is gone because it's been over an hour that I've been in Lemordia. The one downside to doing expansion quests is that it does take longer to level because expansions... Oh, I don't need the Fox's Cunning Wand anymore. Let's go. But yeah, it does take longer to level because expansions do obviously have bigger quests with more stuff in them. And so then it takes you longer to get through all of that. But just keep that in mind.
The bodies are being delivered to the Institute of Revivification.
Okay, and I now only fail on a 1. That's kind of cool. That's a soul of cruelty. I don't like that. Game plus 6. Yeah, but that was like a lot of work. This is not a lot of work. I just got that helmet and then crafted it. Is it only 2 levels for Augma? Oh, Augma Song is 17. Never mind, sorry. I understand what you said. Well, 17 or 20, and then just do it on, like, casual mode. Dino Crisis and Snowfall and Sunlight. All right, well, we just gotta get lucky. As the old saying goes, oh, do you need this item? Cool, just hit it. You hit it every time. Don't worry about it. You always get it. Just get it. Just get the item.
Success.
I'm gonna ignore the melee guy and go for the casters because they're really annoying. These guys are like throwing daggers at me and casting spells. Get the heck out of here, scientist luresman. I don't even know what a luresman is. Sweet. Golden moats also. Oh, is it really? Oh, I don't want less durability on my golden moats. That would be very annoying. Yeah, you hit it every time. Just roll a 20. Come on, guys. It was like how some companies do the hiring. You just take half of all resumes and just throw them in the garbage immediately because you don't want to hire unlucky people. I'm gonna be honest, I do like having 31 intelligence. It does feel good. I hit way harder now. And it also helps out just generally with my searching and disabling and stuff. Maybe I won't flub on this trap that's right up over here. I can see through this door. Honestly, that does feel like real life. I know, obviously, it's better to have your doors be properly sealed. But have you ever lived in a house that just has like these huge gaps right around the door that you can basically see through it? That's the place that I'm living right now. The door to this room has like this massive, like almost 2-inch gap between it and the bottom of the floor. And that's an exaggeration. It's like a 1-inch gap. And so sound travels really easily out of this room that I'm in. The solution to that problem that I found is, oh, goodbye, Linguista. R.I.P. The solution that I found is I use weather stripping. So I just bought some weather stripping at like Home Depot, and I wrapped it around the door and put a couple layers on the bottom, and it's soundproofed so much more. Times Long Past takes way too long. It does. Times Long Past does take way too long. I feel like there's traps on this, but I can't remember. But I guess there's none. Because I did increase my intelligence, but I didn't increase anything else, so that's why I'm like mildly nervous about this. What's my search at? My search, I'm a searchy, it's 28. Okay. Goes up to 31. I don't know. I definitely think Mithranor is the size it is because there just wasn't somebody checking up on the person who was designing it often enough. I think that's pretty much it.
This room is covered with mystic symbols.
Eat my Barovian weapon, vampire! There's not a lot of undead in Lemordia, but man, for the undead that do exist here, they're so weak to Barovian weapons. Is so big the lore? Oh yeah, the lore. Thaumaturgic gloves of potency. Glaciation, radiance, and potency. Ooh, almost. I'm still wearing the combustion gloves that I got close to the beginning of the game, so I could stand to increase the power of my character a little bit here. It's also funny, so I don't have the two-handed fighting feat line, so I do have some strike through, but it's honestly not a lot. But it's enough that I do sometimes just hit a couple targets thanks to the battle engineer tree. Oh, I didn't spend any of my action points. Oh, whatever. Okay, we go this way, this way. Sourcebook replicated the map. I mean, yeah, probably. That's what they do for different expansion pieces. So, like, oh, whoops, that's neither here nor there. It doesn't go that way. It goes this way. But that's what they did for what expansion was that? Saltmarsh, where the Saltmarsh maps are all like very, very closely based off of their actual pen and paper maps. And the quest Back to Basics actually uses the scan of the pen and paper map as its real overlay map when you're looking at it, which is really cool.
Hear a metallic groan as a door swings open.
Yeah. So if you ever go into Back to Basics next time, like open up the map and look at it. It's very cool. It's a cool map.
Spot the Institute director working on an array of equipment designed to create multiple constructs.
Oh yeah, and Castle Ravenloft is another good example. Castle Ravenloft is huge because it's based off of the pen and paper map. I'm just imagining how many sessions Castle Ravenloft has to take given its size. I think that's it. I think we're done. No, I never read the note in the office. Fuck, I do that so often.
Yet to stop this morbid scheme completely, you will need to confront Victra Mordenheim herself.
I never read the note in the office. I always skip it.
What's going on?
Players are scared of the castle? I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If I was playing it, I'd be scared of the castle. Hey, now we know where the bodies are going. Where are my bodies, Schmidt? You promised me bodies. Oh, they're at the Ludendorff University. Duh. Oh, okay, no problem. That's where the bodies are going. Problem solved. And yet these stupid grave gang or whatever had to mess it all up. And they ran into me. All right. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm so used to typing out in between each quest where I'm going that it is so bizarre right now that I'm just like going from quest to quest and just playing. Because I'm so used to like, you know, open up the thing and tell people where to go because I've done this so many times. Oh, that's just a guy. Sometimes when you see red names, they are rares that give you extra items, and it's not these guys. Hours to clear the Castle Ravenloft, and they're petrified to save Ismark when he got nabbed by Wachter. Ooh. I feel like one of those big modules like Ravenloft or something would probably be pretty fun if it was like your first time going through it. Like if you don't know anything about the story of Ravenloft and you're kind of like going in blind and you get the chance to like learn it and see it as you go. So you really don't know how things are supposed to react. Goodbye, Boris. Right. Beautiful wires. Again, this quest chain does take quite a long time, but you will also notice my experience is, it's not bad. Rank 52. I don't think I'll have to level up before I finish this, but I might cap out on XP, and I might have to level up before I actually finish this quest chain. I might have to level up after I finish the next quest, actually.
Huge snowdrifts fill the cages and block
Which is how it should be. Like, when you have an expansion should give you, like, the whole level cycle. Better on a repeat TM because it's supposed to change. Oh, because there's like multiple options, but it's based on what happens within the module, I assume, right? So you might play Ravenloft once, and then certain things happen, and then you might play Ravenloft again, and different things happen because you decide on different stuff. Ooh, that could be fun. Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't get the shovel. God damn it.
But you'll need a shovel to get to it.
You never go to Bone Grinder, but I do Bone Grinder every time I play.
Found a shovel. This will come in handy when faced with a snowdrift.
That'd be fun. How much is the Curse of Strahd module? Asking unrelated for no reason. I don't know. I don't have the experience with that. It's freaky in the module? Oh, okay. Yeah, in DDO, you kind of just burn it down. $25 on Roll20. What about the physical copy for the if you wanted to play it in with humans? I can probably just find it on Amazon and look.
Deep, desperate roars come from the nearby building.
It's just something to think about. I don't really like doing D&D online as much. Counterintuitive, given the fact that I'm currently playing Dungeons & Dragons online right now. I haven't said anything about my gameplay or how I'm doing things, mostly because there's not a lot to talk about here. It's like fight the bad guys. These quests are relatively straightforward. And I don't have anything else to note, other than I am going to cast Cold Iron on myself and my dog before I do this. Probably double? Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah. Find freedom PDF binder. Oh, yeah, but yeah, that could be something that could exist. I don't know. I wouldn't know anything about that. You probably don't know anything about that either. It's just one of those like weird rumory sort of thingies that none of us really can understand or really comprehend. I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I am afraid. That sucks. Healing. Yeah, it's also the fact that she hits really hard and she has a lot of spells. I think if you don't have elemental resistances, this can be the Shadowwing Matriarch can be quite dangerous. But my saves are not great. And I have no magic resistance rating, but at least I have elemental resistances so that I don't get cooked by that guy.
This is a component part of a larger machine.
Completely legal PDFs? Yeah, definitely very legal PDFs. 5 versions a bit more. Has different encounter design ethos. Interesting. If you were to do a quick sum up of the ethos that changes it, what would that be? Because my understanding of a lot of the more modern design of some of the modules that I've read is that the more modern ethos is that, you know, and there's an emphasis on the players being the heroes, where I feel like a lot of older module design is maybe there are no, either not so much that there are no heroes, but maybe the players are more legends, as in they don't live to become heroes. Not so much that the game is necessarily harder, but it's more so that it's less forgiving.
Automated feeding machine.
Did this like 2-page encounter design, so it's easier to run like moment-to-moment setups. Cinematic scenes and encounters versus sandbox exploration structure. Oh, okay, I can see that. All right, that makes sense. There's a lot of guys in this room. Barnes & Noble's 2020 release of 2016 Curse of Strahd. $100. That's a lot of dollars. Oh shit. You're making bank. In the world, the readings are also really good for RP. That being said, your players have to survive a week in Barovia. They can mulligan their set. They just have to live for a week. And we'll just hunt and get some food. With no animals. Well, we'll get some berries off some trees. No berries. Oh, my dog is tanking this guy to heck and back. I love it. Oh shit, is that the rare? Did I just get the rare? The Buckle of Secrets? You bet I did. Shit. So for those that don't know, in the modern... Oh, is this not rare? It was just that's just a optional thing? Okay, then that's fine. But for those that don't know, unrelated, I guess because I didn't get the rare. I thought that was a rare, but yeah. Optionals have their own unique drop tables. So this item doesn't drop from the end chest. It actually only drops from that optional. And there are rares that you can find that have a very, very low chance of dropping. It's basically, it's like 1% or something like that. So farming for rares is not a very pleasant thing to do, and I can't recommend it to literally anybody when you're playing through this stuff. Don't really farm out the rares. Don't include rares in your gear sets unless you really, really love farming. Lunar Gem of Weapon Damage. Ooh.
The zoo's animals will be safe now.
Rare indicates steel completely changed design from both Lamanias. If it's rare, yeah, I don't know. It's got the stats of a rare item. That's why I assumed it was rare. Rare items just have extra slots on them, so they're more customizable as well. All right, I can't kill the Hydra solo, so I'm not going to try because it's going to just kill me. There is a purple named Hydra you can fight out here. It's in this cave just around the corner, around that wall. And it's really, really dangerous. It is very reminiscent of the dinosaur that you can find in Isle of Dread, the big T-Rex. If you run into it, you die. Don't fight Stonejaw, it's a bad idea. The Hydra will also kill me 100%. We are going to skip ahead and do the final quest of Lamortia, though.
A vast, half-abandoned castle.
Half-abandoned castle.
Waits inside, but whether she's aware of your plans is unknown.
Okay, go here. This. Next level, also my resists go up to 30, which is really nice.
She doesn't spend much time anywhere else. The lobby is littered with electric machinery.
I love how many spells I'm casting just to prepare for my adventure. It's so many spells. When you play in a group, sometimes you just have like a barbarian or a rogue who just like load into the quest and immediately start sprinting away. Yeah. Trick to this puzzle: red on blue and blue on red. This is also the case with the other set of blue-red wheels that are next to each other in the quest Bark and the Bite, or Bark and Blade, as well as in the quest, what is that quest called? Bark and Bite, and also the jury one. What is that jury quest called? Order in the Court, thank you. Every set of blue-red wheels, yeah. If they're blue-red wheels that are next to each other with that color puzzle, it's the same thing. Funnily enough, when I did this the first time, I had Sandstone Games employees watching me play through the content. When I got there, I was like, oh, cool. I'm just going to hit it on blue-red. And it opened right away. And then I got to explain to, I can't remember who was in the chat, I think it was Convalaria, that like, yeah, all of them are the same thing. And it was just a funny moment. Because that could also be a case where each designer sets it separately when they're running it and don't realize that the rest of them are all like that. Because you as a player, there's no reason for you to assume that they would be the same. No other puzzles work like that. Well, the Standing Stone puzzles are a little bit different because I don't think you can make those just by the nature of how they move. because they don't change what each button does. So there's no way to change the how many presses it gets to a solution, because you just have to press buttons until you normalize it and then go from there. Yeah, you hear Potion Paw. I require your potions. I require your materials. Downcast Cowl. Sonic Absorption. Is that Insightful Sonic Absorption? Oh my god. That is a bad item with bad stats. Yeah. Another reason why expansion quests can be kind of fun is expansions and a lot of the newer content, basically any content that released after the year 2024? I would say 2024. No, not 2024. 2015. Any content that released after 2015 follows the modern drop rule, which is that items have a 10% chance to drop. Like named items have a 10% chance to drop on normal, 16% chance to drop on hard, and 33% chance to drop on elite. But there's a little bit more relevant than that, because it's not just that items have a chance to drop, it's that quests have specific named drops. In older quests, so for example, if I am running like Tear of Deccan, the final chest has no special drops in it. You will never get a single rare or unique item. All you're going to get is the randomly generated loot, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. My character's wearing mostly randomly generated loot, but like this helmet's really crazy, and you don't get it from randomly generated loot. In a quest like Tear of Deccan, each of the individual mini bosses you encounter as you go will have a chance of dropping their own unique item that's relevant to them. I don't know what the drop rate is, but it's pretty high. It's like 50% or something like that. It's pretty common to loot their chests and get their specific item. Same thing in the harbor. You can do quests like stealthy repossessions, Smuggler's Warehouse, where there's all those like little kobold bosses that you can find, and they have their own little jewels or gems or necklaces, and they all will drop a unique item. But the drop rate is pretty high. Starting in 2014, I want to say 2014, 2015, all quests started to have named items in them. So unique items to those quests that have unique stat distributions. And now that they've started dropping, since that point, a quest expansion like this, so I'm in Lemuria right now, every Lemuria quest has a set of unique items in it that when dropped will give you additional stats. So it's one of the reasons why, like, when possible, if you do level doing expansion content or doing newer quests more often than doing older quests, you will find yourself starting to stockpile all these really cool items. Some people ask me how I've acquired, you know, how come I have full sets of leveling gear and how I've like kind of built up this stock over time. And the answer to that one is it's not something you just like immediately have. It is something that does take time to build up. And the best way to do it is whenever you level, run through Feywild and pick up all the gear, then run through Lemuria and pick up all the gear. It's difficult because you need a place to store all of these items, and that is the frustrating part about this experience, is that you do often need a place to actually put all of this stuff. For me, that's where the shared bank goes, and also bank alts. Characters now have 60 bank slots by default, which is really convenient because it means you can make like a Lemuria alt, put all your Lemuria gear you find on that character, call it like Lemuria guy, and then boom. Now you have it all stashed there, and then you don't have to keep all the items either. You can just like stash a bunch of items, just put like a bunch, and then when the character gets full, go through it and be like, okay, I like this item, I'm gonna keep it. I don't like this item, I'm gonna delete it, and kind of go from there. But then you don't have to worry about it and decide which one is actually good later. Obviously, if you don't have access to a lot of character classes or not character classes, character slots, or you just generally don't own the access to the share bank, it can be difficult to store all this stuff, and you're kind of limited to your actual character's inventory, at which point, RIP. But the share bank is a great early purchase, and I can definitely recommend it to everybody. Yeah, the light spirals is so good now. It's really high burst.
Unlocking the door to the north of the elevator.
Okay.
Various types of lab equipment.
Another puzzle that you solve backwards, you don't explode.
A complex configuration of tiles sprawls over the floor.
Okay, go here. No, that's wrong. This is wrong. It goes this way. But yeah, so that's how I kind of have all this gear. So I am going to end with quite a few pieces of named gear because I am running newer content, expansion content, or quests that released after that time. And so if you're brand new and free to play, obviously you won't be able to have access to some of these items. But bear in mind also your success here on getting the items you want is dependent on the drop rates. 33% chance to get an item on Elite. If I run every quest in Lamortia, and I believe there are 12 quests in Lamortia, that still only gives me, you know, 4 items gained on average. With a lot of these quests also having optional, like a lot of the different optionals will have their own piece of gear. So it's not like I'm flowing in gear like that's just everywhere, but I am giving myself higher odds to get better items, basically. It is almost always, yes, it's the longest route possible. Because I hate myself, I ran caught in the web. Spoken like a true person who ran caught in the web. This rune arm is doing 200 damage at charge tier 3. That's madness. Block the hand. Okay. Yeah, I should probably buff soon, but I'm gonna buff me and my dog, and then we're gonna do this this thing. I'm surprised. I thought the loots would have been a lot harder. They are hard. They are hard. I'm not saying they're not hard, but I thought they would be like ridiculous, and I would have quit doing them at some point. But so far, I haven't really been like threatened by the loots too much. But I've also been making sure, like, properly prepare for all this. Oh. Gust of wind, slow. Okay, it's not Greater Shout, at least. There it is. Oh, I dodged the Greater Shout. What an idiot. Get wrecked, Bugbear. Oh. I'm too fast. He couldn't keep track of me. Although being at 437 is, you know.
When you walk through this door, you find yourself just down the hall from the place.
This unlocks you and hits hard. Too bad I'm immune to hold person because I'm a robot. Have you guys heard of the Warforged race? Immune to paralysis? Let's go. You can't paralyze me. I'm immune.
But you can hear the buzz of electricity echoing from a chamber down the hall. You find yourself in a large room, covered wall to wall in electric.
How do you solve this puzzle? Left.
Leads upward to a second level.
Right.
A mass of lit
Middle.
buttons is configured
That's it.
in a pattern on the floor. Beside it,
3 buttons.
you see a lever marked with 2 dark runes. After deactivating
12
all
levels is what you're thinking for.
the lever on the right of the room
12 levels of Artificer to turn any character into a robot.
This lever restores power to the elevator,
Oh.
granting you access to the living
Secret door.
quarters.
They're miserable on Reaper. Yeah, I can see that. I don't think this is trapped. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you got nothing, dude. That sucks. Almost there.
You enter a sparsely furnished bedchamber. It looks like it hasn't been used in a long time.
Oh my god, look, it's the raid boss. It's the raid boss.
I'm not surprised it's so run down now.
That's the boss of the raid.
Without me,
He just ran away.
Victor has no reason to spend any time outside of her lab. A large and mysterious figure lies on a table in the center of this room.
Alright.
Just as you enter,
This is unrelated, but I watched that like Frankenstein movie, like the newer one, and it was pretty entertaining. I enjoyed it. Fun movie, lots of violence.
The lever against the wall, the one that grants you access to the top floor. Before you can get close,
I've never read the original story of Frankenstein because I am uncultured. But one of my favorite parts about the movie is how there's all sorts of bad things happening at the time, but the movie basically, this is a spoiler for the concept of Frankenstein, where basically it's people sitting down in a room telling stories about things that have happened. And my favorite part is that the ship captain, where like all his guys are panicking, they don't know what to do, they're freaking out, people are dead, he's just like, and he just sits down, he's just listening to everything these guys are saying. I kind of love it. It's like it's a little silly, but sure.
Engrossed in an experiment is the woman you've come to confront.
So what should someone do who didn't read Frankenstein? Just watch the movie. It's pretty good. Or like, you know, read Frankenstein. It's not a terribly long book.
She returns to her work.
Does he say that's crazy, man? I'm imagining in the movie, he's telling the story, and he just looks up at, he just looks at the two guys and just goes like, "Damn, that's crazy."
You know we have to.
I assumed things were over between us
But yeah.
when we left. With my heart.
It's a good story. Admittedly, like I really do enjoy the actual story and the meat of it, and the kind of the messaging behind it.
As long as this heart beats, Lemordia will suffer.
And how do you plan to stop it? The heart is unbreakable. Unless...
Please become active. I want to stab you with my sword.
Auerbach! I knew I should have gotten rid of him permanently.
Oh, get wrecked. I do a lot of damage now per hit. That's sweet. Now, some of you might be wondering, okay, Shrimp Tom, how come you're not just doing Reaper mode? Shouldn't you just be running this on Reaper mode? Your character seems pretty powerful. Number one, if I go on Reaper mode, I can't even hit Reapers. I'm just going to die. So that's, just keep that in mind. And number two, one of the ways that you can actually make this character, if you're following along in this build guide, you find it's interesting, the actual setup I'm using, the item build and everything else, is actually, well, not item build, but the stat build and the setup everywhere else is actually really good for Reaper mode. So you may be wondering, okay, well, if it's good for Reaper mode, how come you're not playing on it? And the answer is I'm not using spec'd out gear. If you wanted to do this exact character on Reaper, just have proper setups, like gear for different levels. The weapon is pretty good, but, you know, having a constitution item is probably a good idea. Physical and magical resistance rating is probably a good idea. Maybe having some set bonuses, having a way to hit incorporeal targets, having blur and incorporeality built in just generally. You can make way better gear than I have, and pretty much get like an extra 150 hit points and an extra like 4 intelligence and other stuff, and just make your character just generally stronger. And then Reaper mode becomes a lot easier. I'm kind of limited based on the items that I have, but if I did the prep work, I would definitely be able to do this on Reaper as well. So just always keep that in mind. It's all just about the amount of prep you want to put into it. I didn't want to go farm anything or set up anything, so I'm just doing this. Yeah, but you get more regular XP. Oh, also having 1 billion pass lives and Reaper points does help for sure.
Don't.
Yo. Frost Forged Large Shield. Cool item. Got guard breaking on a large shield at 8? I didn't know that was in the game. Cool.
Without another word,
I can't use it, but it's a really cool item.
There is an explosion of heat and light, and they are gone. With Victor Mordenheim dead,
is that just it? You see an item and your brain just goes like Dolorous slot.
Only time will tell whether the country will recover.
What is that? That's a Dolorous slot right there. Shield? I didn't see a shield. I saw the slot. Sorry, I just kind of tunneled there. Yeah, Reaper mode, sometimes you get a bad room and you just die. That's also a big part of Reaper mode. It's the Bird Watcher. I love this guy. I'm going to skip it so you don't get spoiled in case you buy it buy this expansion yourself later if you haven't played it. One of my favorite rares in the entire game. Excellent rare. Tome of Skill Balance. I mean, you know what? I could use a little bit more balance. Let's go. I like how the book was like wobbling as I was trying to read it because my rune arm hand. It's very funny. Oh my god, stand up for 30 minutes? I'm getting twice in one day. I gotta put the cooldown time or timer longer on that. I do have more balance, so standing up makes sense. Okay. Oh, and the diver's here. And the diver is here. Yeah, you always want to be looking around. When going through explorer areas, you don't have to like search for rare encounters, I would say. But just, you know, keep your eyes open. If you see a character with a red name, it's good. Gotta keep you healthy. Yeah. It is Pizza Friday. I actually have pizza right behind me that is ready for me to eat. But I just don't like eating on camera. I'm currently not eating it.
whips across the icy.
Okay, this quest can be very dangerous. There is one section of this quest I will not be doing, even though I've been doing all of this and been trying to be as fearless as possible. There's a section of this quest I will not do. There are these burrowing worms, and they do like hundreds of damage in heroics for reasons I do not understand on elite difficulty. Yes, the 5 worm egg room. That room is extremely lethal. Those monsters hit way harder than they are supposed to. They're hitting for hundreds of damage. I do not know why. Had a couple party pizzas today. Hell yeah. Right. What about the Medusa or the big petrol? Oh, I'm going to do both of those. Those are easy. It's just the worm room. The Medusa, I'll show you the trick to fighting every Medusa in the entire game so you can stay alive and not die to a Medusa randomly. And the petrol is very easy. It's just a bird. Just beat it up. I'm gonna be honest, if I'm an Artificer and I'm losing to a random bird, and in the Artificer badge, what a bird, I'll just build a trebuchet. Can't fight me. Chest with names, the Medusa does? Yeah. I mean, it's still materials. So, like, if I wasn't on hardcore mode, I would probably do it and risk the worm room and just hope I don't die. But because I am on hardcore mode and I don't want to die, so that'd be really embarrassing to die at this point. Yeah. Also, I'm bleeding. Oh my god. It lasts for so long. 50 damage? Okay, get some jump here.
Piercing cold clings to the floor of this valley. Stay up above the ground.
Also, bear in mind, you can always aim your rune arm. So if you're like, oh, how do I hit this guy over here? As long as I'm aiming in that direction, I can just shoot him with my rune arm. I don't have to target anything. No hireling, you're living on the edge. My hireling expired. Plus, I don't have a healing hireling I can have access to because I'm a robot. I'm hopeful that there are better, or not better, more healer hirelings or like Warforged sorcerers and wizards as time moves forward, but we'll see. I'm gonna just sneak over here. You take increasing amounts of cold damage over time for spending time down here, but I have resist cold 20, which does save me a lot on the health there. Excuse me, oozes. Can I not kill these things? There's a lot of monsters in this quest, but if you go through the deadly spots, it's actually not too bad. So again, I'm gonna do something like this. Kill this guy. Kill this guy, and now we're gonna move and get out of the cold. There are some purple worms here. I'm gonna try to avoid them. One of these I can handle, but it's when you have to fight multiple that they become very, very dangerous. The reason why is they have some type of force damage attack, and I don't exactly know how the force damage attack actually functions, but the force damage attack basically hits you multiple times, each one for over 100 damage. So you can get popped for like 300 to 400 damage instantaneously, and it being a force damage ability means you can't resist it either, which makes it quite dangerous. Okay, give myself cold iron weapons so I can beat this guy up no problem. Dryad Shadow Leaf. Enveloping Swarm sucks for me, but it's whatever. She dies. Goodbye Pixie, goodbye Pixie. Quest complete. You know, this character feels really good. I did not expect it to be as good as it is for dealing with all this stuff. I knew it was going to have no problem just generally leveling. But how good this character is being for everything else is quite surprising, actually. Another worm. It's when they burrow, they also deal a lot of damage. So I'm actually ignoring it. I'm just going to leave the worm. I don't give a crap. I'm completely ignoring it. Also, Bureau was slain by a Storm-Sworn Spellbinder. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Where is a Stormsworn Spellbinder? Where is that? Stormsworn Spellbinder. Why can't I think about this? Is this either a really old quest or a really new quest? It's not an old quest. Stormsworn Spellbinder. Is that Giant Hold? Oh, no. Are they not the Stormsworn? That's not their name. This is the title of the monsters. Is it? Oh, it's the Cloud Giants. Oh. Wait, no, is it just outside Giant Hold? I'm trying to think of who's Stormsworn, because I know you can. It's Storm's Eye, Storm's Heart, and Storm's I don't know, kidney or something. Yeah, the Cloud Giants. Okay, that makes sense.
The frigid winds can't reach you here, deep underground.
Storms left.
But the caverns
Ocular vein.
Sounds of more frostwork.
Usually this room is quite dangerous, but because I have cold resist, I'm not terribly worried about it. Also, some of you astute viewers might notice I'm actually letting it charge up to charge tier 2 when I said I wasn't going to do that very often last time. The reason I'm doing that is because by letting it go to, I have the extra charge speed now, so it gets to charge tier 2 pretty quick, so I kind of just let it get there. Okay, here's how you deal with the Medusa. At some point, she's going to try to breathe at me. Don't look at the Medusa. If you don't look at the Medusa, she can't hurt you. That's it. That's how you take damage from the Medusa. Just don't look at her. Is this like... Oh, I'm gonna die? Oh, shit. Where's the shrine? The shrine will cure me of my poison. I'm pretty sure this is save or die. So let me just... save by shrining. And this should get rid of my poison. Uh-oh. That's not good. And I can't even recall out to save myself. Alright. Save or die time. Fortunately, as a Warforged, I get a base plus 10 against all poisons on top of what I already have. And I can't fail on a 1. Because I'm a Warforged. So I should be fine. Or I will instantly die and it'll be very funny. 2, 1... Save. Plus 36. Plus 36 and I can't roll a 1. So that was no problem. The tension. Anyways, I also got a solar gem of strength, which is kind of cool. I don't know what to do with that, but it's pretty neat. I also really appreciate that when I drink haste potions, I'm drinking haste potions currently at level 8, so they last for 48 seconds. Very convenient on the Artificer because of the extra catch levels. As a reminder, you get Artificer Knowledge, which grants me increased cash level of potions, increased cash level of scrolls, increased cash level of wands. At 11, I get another catch level, so it'll last for 54 seconds. Dies to poison save, dodge that bullet. True. I said take a Medusa, not live through the poison. Thank you, Worm, for roaring at me instead of attacking me. I'm very grateful. That worm could have killed me, but instead it was just roaring. So, works really well for me. I will have to town again after completing this quest. 1, because I have to level up, and 2, because my backpack is full. And then I will finish off the last 2 quests out here. It's kind of funny. The XP is too high, so I have to like recall out twice. I mean that, and also I am doing a fair amount of optionals, and that's something I do appreciate. Obviously, it's taking a lot of extra time, but this is how I know that I like this expansion. I'm not thinking about the extra time I'm spending doing optionals or other types of tasks. I'm just like playing through it and enjoying myself. And going out of my way to do optionals just feels kind of good, because I find a lot of times when I'm playing through, I just kind of like hyper zerg through the game, and it is like a way to force me to like slow down. Let's go over here, let's fight this boss, let's do this thing. And I find that very satisfying. Good return to form, you know?
A lone cabin sits here, perched on the icy shore. This snowbound retreat.
Like, I think that some people might disagree with me. I actually think that the loot in Lemuria is quite good. Obviously, the grind for all of the materials is more than I think a lot of people want to deal with. But I think just generally the loot is quite good.
Finishes telling her story. She's agreed to
Geek
help
DDO quest design. It's good.
Dr. Mordenheim.
It is good.
But first, she needs something from you.
All right, we're towning. We're towning. The only thing I would change about the cave quest, the wish, is make it so that there's an optional near each one of the points where you have to stop and listen to Elise and what's her name talk about stuff, Victra. And the reason for that is that people who have already done the quest multiple times would have the option to go and like do an optional and then come back. That's in one part of the quest, which is nice, but I kind of wish it was in more parts. Hey, look, a bunch of weapons I don't want. Con 4, Strength 4. I don't want this, but it is cool. Gloves. I want to wear the cloak, but I need to craft some good stats on it. Sell gems. I've at $20,000. I'm rich, man. Artificer trainer. And now I'm at the point where I can literally buy every single thing I want. I'm going to level up. So we're going to go to level 11, increase my character power, which means I will be a little bit over leveled for the end of this quest chain, but that's okay. Sometimes it's going to happen and I want to finish it off. Protection from elements is cool. Lightning bolts is kind of interesting. I think I'm going to take protection from elements because it's a whole bunch of extra damage mitigation and it's pretty powerful. Also, I have 8 points to spend. Int, extra damage, point and agility engine, and speed, and that's it. And I have 2 more points to spend. So I'm going to take 1 point, put it into either Field Engineer or Scrapper. Honestly, probably Field Engineer for the trapping ability. And then I'll say bank my last point. When I take 12, I can take Infused Armor, and then I can take all of this stuff as well. So that will be the plan there. So I just gain more damage. I am using Bastard Sword, yes. I'm a Bastard Sword using character. The moment to moment of Lemuria's Peak. Also make options worth doing makes the game feel better. It does, yeah. All right, and now we head out here. But first, I'm going to check for the rare. I don't know if the rare will kill me. But I'm curious if it will. I don't think it will, but I'm curious if it will. Let's go inside. Is it here? No, it is not. There's Grimishkas. Or spiders? I guess spiders. Without a healer? But I'm a healer.
Hey Strim, Brian here.
Hey, what's up?
Recently I have been having an issue that when I bend down I see Mickey Mouse and when I stand up I see Donald Duck. I think I am having Disney spells. Earlier today when I went to the zoo I saw some toast in a cage. When I asked the zookeeper about it he told me that it was bred in captivity.
Okay, the bred in captivity one is quite good. I do like the bred in captivity. That's very funny. The Disney spells is also funny. I do like it, but bred in captivity is like amazing.
You acted without thinking about what things would be like when you returned.
Excellent.
Yet here you are, once more.
Absolutely hilarious. Immaculate. Delightful. Bred in captivity. Oh, now I have action boost haste. This is the best attack in the entire game. I also technically have shadow defenses, which I wasn't using at all. I'm gonna put that here. I'm gonna put these here now. Yeah, action boost haste. Now I can attack faster. It is the highest way to increase your DPS. There's no way to increase your damage more on a melee character than action boost haste. If you like playing melee and you don't have access to action boost haste and you don't use it, you should. The way that people get action boost haste on their melee characters that don't normally get it is through the Vistani Knife Fighter tree. It's also one of the reasons why pretty much everybody uses it. Fortunately, as an Artificer, I don't have to worry about it. I just get action boost haste. But yeah, 30% more attack speed is just a straight multiplier on your damage. And it turns out it's very good. Well, Action Heroes, much more limited on who can use it and how you can get access to it. It is more powerful, yes, but the opportunity cost is, in most cases, too high. Also, increasing your attack speed increases the speed at which you use your cleaves, like your spin attacks and what have you, which is very convenient for this character. Oh my god, I feel so powerful. All right. So now Doggo goes over here. I don't want to die to an explosive trap. So we're going to turn this here. I think that's it. Perfect. Oh, I leveled up and I didn't get my dog ship buffs. No. Yo, what's up, Bryce? How you doing? Passenger thing I was talking about is amazing to use single weapon fighting for the attack speed. Yeah, nice. That's currently what I'm doing, by the way. This is the single weapon fighter bastard sword thing. This is my solo Artificer playthrough, and it is great. Magic spell power. Well, the Rune Arm blasts scale off of spell power. The attacks, like the bonus, the flat passive bonus they add to your actual abilities, scales off of melee or range power. So, for example, when I shoot my cannon and I go and I'm blasting people, the cannon blast scales off of spell power and spell crit. But the actual bonus it adds to your attacks does not. That scales off melee power. In the limited spinning ballerina, I was going to take Cleave and Great Cleave. I agonized about this quite a lot. But the reason why I didn't take Cleave and Great Cleave is because at endgame I would have too many buttons to press. And I wouldn't really want to press... I'd want to press Great Cleave, but not regular Cleave. And so I decided that I would go against it and just use Rune Arms as my AoE while leveling. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm pretty happy with the result. The first few levels were a little bit slow, but now that I have like the Rune Arm for the AoE, it's pretty good. And I can use this Rune Arm all the way up to the level cap, so I don't really need to replace it, which is nice.
The elevator takes you to the upper floor of Schloss Albrecher.
Schloss Albrecher.
Here are boarded up and sealed. Save for one.
No, that's not a secret door. Or it's a secret door. It's not a treasure chest. You know where the secret chests are, Stern Tom. I love the sounds the servitors make, where they go like,
You're not so sure.
It's very satisfying and entertaining.
Save for one. The telltale sign of a hidden door.
All right, what's up, Baron Albrecher? But yeah, for leveling purposes, this one, Stranade's hand cannon, Chef's Kiss. Exploding cannon shot, very good. It technically gives me 50 mana, which I didn't even think about.
I must admit I'm loath to entertain guests in a state such as, well, this. Very few have seen their stalwart.
Come on, dude, let's go. Yeah, I can Keeneth craft it. I don't have the materials though, or the crafting know-how. I could be deconstructing stuff, but I'm not going to do that. Man, that's a lot of damage on each attack. Oh, emote. Oh, I gotta kill Baron von Albrecher, and then I gotta do the moat. He does hit hard, yeah. Which of, how can I fit it in? Yeah, because it has to be fun. Like at the end of the day, I gotta think about, am I gonna have fun pressing all these buttons and pressing all this stuff on the keyboard? And if the answer to that question is ultimately no, I'm not going to enjoy it that much, I need to make an adjustment. I think it's an important part of like playing video games in general. There are a lot of things that some people will do that I just personally don't enjoy in terms of like for min-maxing. And this happens all over the place. I'm talking not just in DDO, but like another good example of this is Path of Exile. I'm learning over time, I just don't enjoy the wand playstyle. I find the way that you are supposed to play with a wand is not very fun to me. And I've tried many times to enjoy it and find it fun, and I just don't. So I like to play characters that kind of fit, like, I need to be able to enjoy it when I play it. And that's not just here, that's also like in DDO as well. It's the reason why, like, you won't ever catch me doing a weapon swap for prowess. prowess is basically a filigree set that gives you 50 melee power when you activate an action boost. What a lot of people would do is they put 5 prowess filigrees in, you get that bonus, and as it turns out, remember when I said that action boost haste is like the best thing to increase your damage? Well, now let's add 50 melee power onto that. Now it's even better. So obviously that's very good. However, what people figured out is you don't lose the buff if you don't have prowess. So you can press the button, activate the action boost, get the buff, and then weapon swap, and you get to keep the 50 melee power with the action boost. Very cool. The problem with that is that now it means that you can have a secondary weapon that just has 5 sockets on it, and then you swap it in your main hand, you press an action boost, and then you swap it off. That way you don't have to actually run prowess, the filigree set, on your main weapon. Instead, you can just run other stuff. Cool, great idea. Except, that's really tedious. Weapon swapping every 30 seconds for your action boost? No, I'm not doing that. It is good, it is powerful, I don't deny that, and it is, if you want to be the best of the best, objectively the correct way to build your character and to do stuff. I just don't want to do that. You know, I just don't want to do that.
Most of the guests are dressed to the nines, but this woman in a
part of it's laziness for sure. But yeah. All right, now I gotta break into the bank. Break in the bank.
The vault keeper says that only the Baron's servants are allowed to remove things from the vault.
Double checking. I don't remember if there's traps in here.
In any case, you'll have to convince him to give you the documents, or perhaps you can find a more clandestine way.
I found the more clandestine way.
Perhaps you won't have to get permission to access the vault. With the right
there are traps, so many traps.
You could walk right in and
well,
take the documents
all of you said that, but I didn't run into any traps, so what are you talking about? Unless I just managed to get lucky and walk around them, and I don't have enough search to be able to spot all this stuff, which is possible. Count yourself lucky? I do. I do count myself lucky. Every day. There's like 2 in front of each chest. Oh, so I don't have the search to be able to find them then. Amazing. Yeah, I don't have a good enough search item. Okay, well, good. I'm glad I didn't instantly die because I didn't get too close to the chest. Awesome. Die, Grimishka. You might be wondering why I did both of them. I did both of them because by helping both of them, at the end you get a second final chest. It doesn't drop loot, but it named items, but it does drop ingredients. And as I mentioned, I do want to craft a cloak for this character. I think getting this cloak, the Gravekeeper's heavy cloak, would be really cool. 16 extra life on top of what I've already got. And then it's got the insightful magical sheltering, would be sweet. And since I already have the insightful physical sheltering from the helmet, I could get like a sheltering augment if I want. Like I get a sheltering augment 12 and then like maybe put it in the cloak. That'd be kind of sick. So I'd love that. Because then if I get that, I could get like a sheltering sapphire. I'm not against buying something out of the DDO store. I mean, heck, on this character, I have earned a total of 723 favor. So that is 175 DDO points. So if I do feel like it and I decide I want to buy like a sapphire of sheltering or something, I could do that. I'm not going to right now, but I don't think it's that crazy to do since I've got all these points. But I'm probably not going to. I'm probably just going to like deal. But that would be a huge amount of increase in defense. That would probably bring me up to like 50 physical resistance rating-ish. You can buy them with remnants. Oh yeah, I could buy them with remnants. Sapphire defense, yeah. How much is it? It's like 200, 300, something like that? DDO, Saph... augments? It's like purchasable augments? Mysterious remnants. Oh, level 12s are 700 remnants for a Sapphire Defense 16. 700 remnants. It's not that crazy.
floor beneath you gives way. You plummet down to the dungeons below Schloss Albrecht.
Welcome to another part of my home.
0, so that being said, I'm scale off of melee power with flat damage. Would it take into effect the Harp Rage and Intelligence to damage? Give me a sec, hold on, I gotta do that again. Let me take another run at that. Oh, does the, no, the Rune Arm is a spell, so spells don't scale off of your attack stat. So the damage, so like when you blast your Rune Arm, it does not, it wouldn't scale off of your attack stat. The way the Rune Arm deals damage, you can read it. So if you read the Rune Arm, this here, this is all a spell. This is all spell damage, and it tells you how it scales. The base, the imbue here, is just added onto your attack. So it doesn't scale off of your intelligence because your intelligence scales the base damage of your hits. $400 remnants for level 8. I don't know how many remnants I've picked up. Good question. How many remnants have I picked up? I did bank all my remnants at one point without checking. Oh, dude, I'm way above the 400 then. Because I banked my remnants like very recently. Alright, I'll buy that later. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll probably buy the level 8 because I have the remnants on me. And then, and the plus 12 will be really good. Yeah, I'll buy the level 8 then. Great way to use remnants. If you didn't know, there is a augment vendor that sells things for mysterious remnants. You get mysterious remnants for killing champions. So as long as you are playing on elite or reaper mode, you will constantly find yourself encountering champions and then killing them to gain remnants from them. They're just these little coins that you pick up off the ground. There used to be a guy that played on Arganesson, and his character name was Janice Joplin. And every single time a remnant would drop on the ground, they would type into chat or say over the comms, "Ooh, a piece of candy." Like that scene in Family Guy with James Woods. Every single time. What a legend. All right. Yeah, he's got it. He's got it. He's taking care of it. Okay, we're good. All set. Now we can escape. Freedom! I get my second chest. And my dog didn't even die. The Iron Defender is definitely losing a lot of value. It took him very long to kill that thing. But that's okay. It still tanks pretty good. For now. The higher level I get, the worse the dog is going to get. Socket chain. Double mana necklace? Interesting. That's not a horrible item, actually. It has a moon socket that I don't think I can use, but it's got double mana on it. It's a lot of mana. Can I use a double mana necklace? I don't know. All right, so that's it. That's Lamortia. Now, because I did Lamortia, I do want to take my Dark Gift bonus and go get it, so I am going to, in fact, get a Dark Gift. If the Dark Gift ends up killing me, that would be hilarious, but I'm going to take the Offering of Dark Powers. There's a Solar Gem of Switch. Oh my... No! Rune Arm Charge Speed Augment as an option? No! I'm so biased. I want this. This is a rare augment, too. So some augments are rare augments, which means they have an unbelievably low drop chance, and this is a rare augment. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I want this really bad. But it's only 5%. It can't be good. No, it's only 5%. It's only 5%. It's only 5%. It's only 5%. No, there's no way. There's no way. Yeah, it's only 5%. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's only 5%. Oh. Oh, it's only 5%. All right. Well, it can go in my helmet, which is the all intelligence helmet. So now I have faster rune arm charge speed on my int helmet. So now this is like the helmet for every artificer I'm ever going to play for the rest of my entire life. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? Now, what this means is now if you're watching at home and you don't own Lamortia and you're like, how am I going to solve my ability to disable traps? Guess what? I'm not doing anything different or cheating because I don't have this effect from completing that. So there you go. See, realistically, I did that just because I wanted to, you know, line up more with the experience that people have playing this video game. I can get melancholic double strike. I can get 6% double strike on the cloak. False life. I kind of just want to hit Constitution. Just grab Constitution and put it on my cloak. That seems kind of good. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do Constitution on the cloak. And then Dolo. What is going on the cloak? Weapon, accessory. So I can do ramp, repair amplification. Damage is interesting. Deception, Seeker, all the crits. Quality Constitution. I could do Quality Constitution. You know what? Screw it. We're doing it. We're just going to add the con so I have more health. Perfect solution to my problem. So now this goes here. And we put the Melancholic Con in here. We put the Dolorous Con. Some people say Dolorous. It is not. It is Dolorous. So now this gives 6 Constitution and 16 Profane Life Force, which is pretty nice. And then finally, we're going to get the last augment, which I can get inside the Hall of Heroes. It's only 1 con, so it's probably better to grab like accuracy or something, but whatever, it's fine. All right, next is Hall of Heroes. Now I put some of my remnants in the bank, so I'm going to grab an augment here. I did bank a bunch of my remnants already, so that's why I'm grabbing this. I'm just going to bank all the rest of mine, and then I'm going to buy the augment that I want. So the Mysterious Remnant Collector is here. This is where it's great for getting low-level augments, by the way. So if you need a low-level augment, this is the perfect place to go. So if I go Defense, these are fantastic. So I'm going to grab this Defense 12 right here and throw it into my gear. But yeah, if you need low-level augments, this character has all of the best low-level augments, and they're all really cheap because they're available for remnants. And if you play with any amount of frequency, you will get a reasonable amount of these. So now this gives me 12 physical and magical resistance rating. So now putting on the cloak gives me 40 extra health and brings me up to 38 physical and 17 magical resistance rating, which I'm not going to lie is a lot more defense than I had before. Pretty sweet. I can't believe I took the rune arm charge speed. Oh my god, I'm a fraud. I need a way to increase my disable device score, and I don't have a way to do that. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later. Okay, so at least I have search, because I'm pretty sure I have a search item somewhere in here. Yes, inspected goggles of open lock. So search is a thing I can do. We can definitely search. And then disable device, we can actually also solve this problem a little bit. Because if I walk over here, go over here, and I talk to Capshaw Crier, and I say, hey, by the way, buddy, I'm actually a hero and a legend. He now lets me buy +4 Thieves Tools, which gives me an extra +2 on my open lock and my disable device. So I'm just gonna buy a couple of these because I don't have any +5s yet. That's good. So now we're getting closer. So that's +2 there. I'm gonna level up. So that's an extra +1 there. I don't know, dude. I don't know. This is not good. I am taking my level. I don't have any other lower level quests like 8s or anything else I want to do, and I have no reason to bank levels. All right, my balance is at 7. I needed this for feat requirements, so I'm done leveling balance. At this point, I'm going to start leveling repair so I can heal myself better. It just seems to be a good idea. Additionally, I get 2 more feats. Here, as a bonus feat, I will take improved critical slashing because I do use slashing weapons. And then I'm also going to be taking insightful reflexes to allow my intelligence to apply to my reflex saves. This will make me a little bit tankier, which will be quite nice. so I just don't die. Also, I get 5th level spells, which is cool. And at this point, I just want a lot of like the more tool-based spells. So things that give me like tools. And in the toolkit, planar weapons is not terrible, but I have good, which overwrites everything. Silver weapons, I don't know. Is my weapon silvered? It is silvered, so I don't need that either. Man, I actually don't want a single one of these spells. All of them aren't very good. However, I'm going to be taking Radiant Force Field. This spell has a 3-minute cooldown and puts a short duration bubble on you that reduces damage you take by 25%. I'm going to cast this every single time I have to interact with the loot, so I don't die. So that is going to be the spell that I take. Additionally, I have 1 point, so now I can take infused weapons. So now my stable charge tier is 3, so I can now constantly have my rune arm at full charge all the time, which is convenient. I get +1 critical multiplier with my bastard sword, so I get 100% more critical damage, an extra +1 to hit and damage, +2 to crit and confirm, and later on I will get the other stats up here when I have more points. Yes, and it charges faster to tier 3. Yeah, true. I'm also going to take the spell A Blade of Armor, which is just a spell I can cast whenever, and A Blade of Armor is just a way for me to have extra temporary defense, so it just absorbs up to 50 damage from the first hit. It's just 10 mana to absorb 50, which is pretty good. And then lastly we have this, so Radiant Force Field. I'm gonna go get the spell components for Radiant Force Field before I forget, because I am very forgetful and not that smart. And then lastly, I'm gonna take Flame Turret. Flame Turret is a weird spell. What this does is it drops a flame turret on the ground that deals damage in an AoE. You think, oh wow, that's cool. It actually sucks. It doesn't do anything. But what does matter about it, and why it's good, is that it's so bad that monsters want to kill it. It has such low health and it is so weak that monsters just want to destroy it and rip into it. And they also want to keep ripping into its corpse. That's right. Even after it dies, the monsters that are around it, all they want to do is keep killing it. So I can use it to distract enemies. It's the perfect decoy. They could honestly rename Flame Turret to Decoy Turret and then just change the art, and it would be a much more understandable spell, and I think more people would use it that way. It's a very, very bizarre item. But yeah, so that's kind of the changes I made now that I leveled up, which is pretty good. I have a search item, and then I have my disable device set. I'll still need to improve some things, and I'll have to see if I can find something that helps me with disable device. I'm going to bank some of these items real quick, just stuff that I'm not going to be using. And I'm actually going to check the auction house to see if there is a replacement. Because this is a good thing to check, if there is actually a item on the auction house you can use. So I'm going to check to see if there is something I can buy. I have $21,000. So we do auction house. All right, I'm up to level 11. Tactful is the disable device. Tactful 7. So I can get disable device 7. So I'm going to take it. Seems pretty good. So now, instead of running the this item, which is the troubleshooter's necklace, I instead can have these goggles. So now I'm goggle swapping, which is like not horrible, but yeah, now it's the goggle swap. So now instead of using the troubleshooter's goggles and this, I now have my search goggles and my disable device goggles. So when I get to an area where I know there's a trap, I search it, I swap to the goggles, search, swap to the goggles, disable device. This item isn't Fey-attuned? No, it's not Fey-attuned. No, I don't even know how you get that. Who's selling non-Fey-attuned items this late into the game? Oh, I did get baited. Well, I'm buying the other one. You know what? Somebody just made $4 grand off of me. Whoever did it, you're a genius. I got so baited. That item has to be months old. That's somebody like clearing out an ancient character that they just don't need anymore. Oh my lord. I got so baited so hard. It's fine. The +6 is still good. What was it? Oh, if you're doing the hardcore, you can only wear items that have this like Symphony of the Fae to force you to only use new items that have dropped during the event. So that way, when the event started, you couldn't just go into your shared bank, root through it, and pick up like 1,000,000 items. It's a good idea. The problem is, I didn't notice that it wasn't that type of item. All right, we're gonna do a quick test quest to see if we can actually disable traps, which is Death House. So we'll be going into Death House to see if this actually works. Also, what's up, Fallen Angel Channel Raiders? Welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're doing very good. Thank you so much for the raid. What's happening? What's going on? How are you doing? Welcome, everybody. My name is Stream Tom, and today I am currently doing some solo guided Artificer playthrough. So basically, I am playing through the game completely solo, and I am using a character that I just made, and all the items, everything I've picked up is just stuff I've looted while playing the game, doing stuff and explaining all my thought process along the way, which has the goal of basically explaining how to get through individual sequences, how to solve individual problems, and how to make your character more powerful. So if you're somebody who's either newer or less experienced, it can be a good reference for, oh, I don't know how you'd solve this problem, or I don't know how you did this thing, or how come you're doing so much damage, even though, you know, you just made your character, whatever it is. The goal here is to kind of provide a framework so that people can have something to kind of look at as a point of reference. That being said, all of this, obviously nobody can watch a Twitch stream for all that entire time. We'll be going up on YouTube segmented per level, so that way maybe you get stuck at a certain level, you don't know where to go or what to do. It might be able to help you out. Get more Feywilds? Ooh, Feywilds are fun! Dude, love me some Feywild. One of my favorite expansions. This quest here, I don't want to spoil it. This is Death House in Ravenloft. This is possibly one of the best quests in the whole game. Wait, am I doing the event? I am doing the event, horse. Glad you could make it. I do so much damage now. Holy moly. 24-hour stream? No. No, not a 24-hour stream. I'm too old.
We want to rest now. You found the secret door. It leads
nice, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, the Feywild has a lot of really cool and fun items. I love all the season items, and all the armors look great, because they're all like based on the different seasons. My favorite is the Robe of Autumn. Woo. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm cooking Ravenloft right now. What is happening? Okay, so you might have wondered why I came right around this hallway. Actually, here's a secret trick. When you come into this room, almost everybody is going to come into this room from the left. They're going to take a left and come in through this door. However, if I come in through this way and hug this wall, all of these animated armors that are normally perched along the sides that should jump out in place and try to attack me, unfortunately, they cannot, as I am not walking into the middle of the room. The trigger is over here. So because I don't actually walk over there, I can just walk over here and there is no problem. Also, I am able to succeed on my disable device on a 3, so I think I am good. Also, I gotta do this, put my bubble on. There we go. So this is the new spell that I got, which allows me to basically bubble up my entire character. And now I take 25% less damage from all attacks. It only lasts for 30 seconds, but the only time I really need it is for here. Nothing in most quests is gonna be dangerous enough to warrant using the bubble, so it's just this. Also, I can't believe this guy is just stealthing the entire time. Fight me, you coward. Woo! Woo! Anyway. God, that feels so good. I just hit level 12 and my character feels so much more powerful than it did before. Very satisfying experience. Another trick is there is a extremely deadly and dangerous trap here that will kill me. However, did you know that you can actually skip this trap without taking any damage? That's right. This is a full floor spike trap. Oh, wrong button. This is a full floor spike trap that is really, really dangerous and not something I would recommend you run into. I succeeded on a 1. However, sometimes you don't have the ability to disable traps. Let's say, unlike me, where I was able to go on the auction house and buy some cool trapping gear for cheap, you can't do that. Well, if you can't disable traps here, fortunately, you can step on this box, then step here, and step on this box, and walk to the other side. That way, you don't have to deal with any of the dangerous monsters, and you can be 100% super safe.
This sturdy door is locked up tight. Perhaps you can find a key.
I'm going to drop a flame turret here, because later on, there will be these wraiths that will spawn in this hallway, and the flame turret is going to aggro all of them and kill them. Or it's going to die. One of the two. Yeah, this is the reason why I want to do the solo guided playthrough in the first place, is that there are just a lot of ways that you can avoid certain things in quests or get around certain things that are difficult to actually put into a single YouTube video. Like, here's 3 Death House tricks: how to skip that trap, how to skip that spawn, what to do with the wraiths. I don't know what YouTube video I would put that into. Hey, I need the key.
On top of the desk, you find a tarnished key.
Real convo between me and Horse. Fairy, did you do the relays? The what?
Mm-hmm.
The relays.
The relays, yeah. Yeah, do the relays.
The relays.
Yeah, the relays. Yeah.
The relays.
Listen, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what you expected to happen when you were talking to Horse. That's just that's a classic Horse right there. But yeah, if I were you, I'd do the relays, to be honest. They're pretty good. Yeah. Hey, it's just somebody showing concern for you, man. You know, like, Horse is just taking his time to ask whether you did the relays or not. He's looking out for you. Hey, wraiths. Wraiths are actually kind of scary in here. They are spellcasters that also cast Dispel Magic. They can be kind of spooky. With Horse. You do this optional? What optional? Oh, right. Exactly. You're talking to Horse. Yeah, true. Why the hell should you have to do the relays? You know what? You tell Horse, somebody else should do the relays. You can't be the one doing it all the time. That's ridiculous. Could you imagine? You just tell him that you do enough for this family, okay? And you don't got time for this. Or something, I don't know. I gotta buy a new hireling. Actually, I'm questioning whether I do need to buy a new hireling. This is the one problem about playing on Hardcore League for long stretches at a time, is right now my character feels super strong, and I'm just kind of like cooking these guys, which means at some point my hubris is going to catch up to me, and eventually I'm going to get one-shot by some horrible monster, and it's going to be really bad for me. I don't know what, I don't know when, but it is going to happen. I'm feeling really good, but that's always what happens when you play on the hardcore and you play solo, is that sometimes you're just like not there, you're spacing out. If you're wondering how to tell how I'm still alive on hardcore, it's this symbol, Vow of Glory. You've taken the vow of the Fey Winter or Court of Winter, which prohibits you from using any non-magical equipment, and this effect is removed on death.
Chanting echoes from down the hall.
The Vow of Glory.
Robed apparitions surround the altar.
And because I have my Radiant Force Field back up, I can just slam it right before I hit this boss fight.
He is the Lamb. The ghostly chant suddenly changes.
So I'm taking less damage from all these guys. Fun fact about Radiant Force Field, you can actually use Radiant Force Field on other people, if you didn't know. Alright, do we get the key lock ring? The odds of getting a key lock ring, there are 4 items out of this quest. No. Boots, necklace, key lock ring, chest piece. Yeah, 4 items out of this quest. It is a 1 in 3 and then a 1 in 4. So it's a 1 in 12 to get it.
Good night.
There's a sudden gust of air, as if the entire building let loose a sigh.
1 in 12, I think. Boop. Gamble. 1 in 12. 1 in 12. You know the odds. Not a scam. This is not a scam. I'm not scamming you. We're so stupid. Stubbornly stay as Bloodcaster. What EDT5 should I take place? Primal is bad. I don't have ruined for Draconic. Primal is kind of bad, yeah. And Draconic is also like kind of bad, yeah. Shradi is also kind of bad, yeah. You're a wisdom-based character, so you can't take full advantage out of turning undead out of Exalted Angel, so that's kind of off for you. Yeah, Primal Avatar is the actual answer, unfortunately. The thing about T5 Primal Avatar is it's not horrible. What you can do with T5 Primal Avatar is you can make yourself completely immune to certain types of damage, which is very cool. Oh, is there 5 items? Oh, did I scam you? Okay, get scammed. Get scammed, there's 5 items. I didn't get it. Alright. You're saying I'm actually stupid? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say that. Anyway, get scammed. I mean, doesn't take that long to LR. Not a druid. How long does it take to reincarnate a druid, man? Kinetic lore. Insulated doesn't. Electric absorption. And sonic resist, a type I don't want to cast. Actual improvement. Huge. Huge. Gigantic. It's like the size of a whale, that pull. And I got the reflex saves now. Ooh. Feels so good. My wisdom is still suffering, but it's fine. All right. I didn't bank any of my stuff. I literally just didn't do that. Troubleshooter necklace is gone. I don't need this anymore. We're all set. Beep. Cool. All right. That's awesome. Sick. So now I'm level 12 and I'm prepped and ready to just like start slamming my way through Lamortia. Or not Lamortia, Barovia. One Ravenloft into the next. They're so fun. I love doing Ravenloft. It's so cool. But what if we didn't finish Ravenloft today? What if instead it was actually the end of the live stream? Ooh, hey everybody. I been playing hardcore for too long, and so I kind of want to take just a bit of a break. So I think I'm actually going to end the stream here. It's been a good amount of time. I hope you guys have been enjoying the new schedule. I am actually feeling really good about it, and I'm looking forward to doing some more quality live streams. I didn't bait chat. I never bait chat. So I'm looking forward to that. Why? I'm just tired. Would a kiss at the Vistani camp under the stars? I mean, if you wanna, we could do that. I guess. I don't know. And lost for DK. Oh yeah, but that's because you're a gambler. It's not my fault. Basically, I'm out here just being like, oh yeah, the odds that you get this are basically 0, and you're like, okay, no problem. I'm gonna put the house on it. Put the house on it. Hold on. I gotta put the health insurance on it. So yeah, I understand. But yeah, that being said, yeah, I'm just tired, so I'm gonna be ending the stream here. We will be back on Monday. As I said, the new stream schedule is starting at 11, so that's just what we do. We just start at 11 Eastern. It's been really good. I really like it. When I say 11, I mean like right around 11. Because today I started at like 11:15 or something, but it's like 11. It's like the concept of being at 11 around that time. So it's been good. Get hit sometimes. I will be doing some more evening streams in the future. I just I have some other things I want to take care of, and I am also just tired. Because the one downside to doing the solo guided playthrough and the like constant talking and focusing on like hitting the next note is it is a little mentally fatiguing. That being said, I am going to start uploading these over the weekend. I spent some time yesterday doing the editing, so chopping it down. And yeah, so the way I'm going to be breaking down is by level. So this will be if you need to find a specific thing, if you want to know when I did a quest or something like that, if you want to review something, that will all be on the YouTube channel broken down by level. So you can be like, oh, Shrimptom's level 5. That means he's doing 3s. So you can like look into what I was doing. Or Shrimptom, when did you do Lamortia? At 10, because that's in the 10s. So that sort of thing. So you can see that there. Which also means I will be posting like 30 videos for this, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. Anyways, that's all I got. So thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. I will see you all soon, and I'm very grateful for everyone who tuned in. Hopefully you all had a good time. If you like what you saw, consider following the channel, because then you're going to see more Shrimptom streaming different things. And if you didn't like what you saw, that's okay. Not everybody likes everything, and I hope I was able to help you find, or at least find something you didn't like, so you can hopefully find new things you like more in the future. Pure Wizard EK Bastard Sword Runearm build. I have done I did a cleric. I think I have a builder file from somewhere of a cleric war priest Runearm build with a bastard sword. Actually, I think it was a longsword because it's a cleric thing. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Anyways, we're gonna raid somebody, and I said Yasukai I wasn't gonna raid him yesterday, but now it's time. It's time to raid Yasukai. Okay, I said I wasn't gonna do it. And then because I wanted to raid Druid's Fire yesterday, and now I'm going to do it here. So now we're going to raid him. I haven't clicked the button yet though. I'm currently watching his stream, and I'm watching him. He constantly look at his monitor, be like, "When's the raid coming?" But I haven't clicked the button. It's coming, but he doesn't know. He could be anytime. Could be now. Could be later. Oh, he's looking. He's looking again. Oh yeah, that's the feels good. Gotta have that mind control, the psychic power over another individual. Anyways. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. The raid is going to be heading out. So you guys are a good dude, and you'll be able to spend some time with him. And yeah, also congrats, Kentos. Congrats on your wings. I'm jealous. I don't have them yet, and I don't know if I have the Steam to actually finish it off, but we'll see. Bye-bye. Have a good night. And the raid is set.
The main entrance. You should head there when you're
Stop streaming.
These people.
Here we go. I'm in your... what's the way to describe this?
All right. Get him.
Strimetom raided with 91 viewers.
Yeah, these folks.
I'm so inside his head right now. I got him. He got destroyed. Owned. I mean, I owned him by sending viewers to watch the channel. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Have a fantastic evening. Appreciate all of you guys who are tuning in on YouTube. I hope you've enjoyed the YouTube streams, again, on the archiving platform. I apologize that there might be some times where I miss messages, but I think I've been pretty good today, and I'm going to continue to try to strive better to make sure I'm always checking the YouTube chat as well. So just keep that in mind. But thank you guys for watching on the YouTube. I really appreciate it. I hope you're all doing well. Enjoy the rest of your entire weekend, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.